Nora has biscuits stockpiled. Plenty of them. Most disaster relief drops include packs like this. May Wen's eyes light up. Of course I want them. What do you need me to do? Nora knows the woman is sharp. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived on floor 20. I want you to go back up and watch Travis win for me. That, May's face goes tight. You want me to spy? I don't have that kind of nerve. Travis is willing to kill. Nora says, so am I. You're not scared of me? May looks at the young woman behind the mask, catches the smile in her eyes, and the hair on her arms stands up. Nora, and I'm easier to get along with than Travis. I'll feed you. May grits her teeth. Fine, 2 packs of biscuits a day. I'll report to you every day. Nora, 1 pack. May knows this young woman isn't easy to push. 1 pack a day is enough to keep her alive. Then she can smooth talk her way through floor 20 and live easier than the rest. 1 pack it is. But I also have to report to Travis upstairs. What do I tell him? Nora, tell him the truth. Tell him I'm vicious, cold. No matter how you begged, I didn't care. May. Nora pulls a small pack of biscuits from her pocket, has May step back, and sets some on the windowsill of the fire door. At night, watch what happens up there, and come report. Don't wake me. Tell the man on watch. May hums in agreement. Once Nora's far enough away, she grabs the biscuits and stuffs them into her mouth. While chewing, she cups her hand to catch rainwater and drinks. Blink, and they're gone. May wipes her mouth. We said 1 pack a day. Don't go back on that. Nora, of course. Floor 20. After making sure no crumbs are on her face or clothes, May knocks on the door with her stomach in knots. Someone runs to open it, frowning. Why are you back this late? May says, that witch is heartless. I tried to draw it out, but she still wouldn't budge. The man curses. How did we end up with someone this cruel? May asks, where's Chairman Wynn? Can I report today's situation to him? The man waves her off. Report what? You came back with nothing. There's nothing to report. Get out of here. May steps out of the living room fast. Lyle Lynn lies on the floor. Nobody has dared pull the arrow out of his shoulder. It's not that they're cowards. Pulling it out means he'll bleed out for sure. Though by now he might as well be gone anyway. His face is chalk white, breathing thin, fully unconscious. He'll last through the night at best. May kneels beside him, troubled. Looking at her old employer like this, she can't quite name what's sitting in her chest. Across the room, the 4 men aren't sure what to feel either. They followed Travis Wynn for food, for drink. Seeing Lyle Lynn's end now, something is sinking in them, especially with Travis locked in his room. Occasional dry coughing carries through the door. Hey, one says quietly. Boss's illness. That's not contagious, right? The tall man who'd opened the door earlier mutters, how would I know? The other man's face twists. Is Chairman Wynn going to die from this? His fever just keeps climbing. If we stay here, are we going to spike fevers too? Are we all going to drop? What are you babbling about? How could that many people die? Right. We have a place to stay. Plenty of food. As for whether Travis lives or dies, what's that to them? If he goes, even better. 1 less mouth. Once he goes, they'll throw him out a window. Just then, violent coughing rips from the room. 1 round after another, like a hammer striking the heart. Everyone listening feels their skin crawl. The same man chokes back tears. Damn it, coughing like that. Is it pneumonia? That has to be contagious. The 4 of them look at each other. Anxiety in every face. Right then, Travis's voice cuts through from the west bedroom. Anyone out there? One of you, come in. The hair stands up on every neck in the room. Even the most reliable suck-up doesn't move. That room is probably crawling with virus by now. Just the thought is sickening. Who would walk in there? The tall man frowns. You there, the nanny. Go check on Chairman Wynn. See what he needs. On floor 20, May is called the nanny. She points at herself. Me? Who else? Hurry up. The tall man cuts her off. May isn't having it. She heard what they were saying. Travis is probably contagious. This apartment is where Travis and his loyal crew live. Aside from helping Lyle Lynn watch the supplies, May handled cooking, laundry, boiling water, all the small work. May stands up from the floor and looks at the tall man. Chairman Chen, I can go in, but if I walk out carrying the virus, none of you can blame me. Every face in the room shifts. Right. If they don't directly contact the virus, they're fine. But once someone is going in and out, the virus spreads. May presses. Also, right now all the food is inside Chairman Wynn's room. We don't know if it's contaminated. Every day I cook, I'm at risk. I'm old. I don't care. But none of you get to blame me later. Silence. The room goes dead quiet. After a long moment, the tall man, Chairman Chen, curses under his breath. Damn it. Inside the bedroom, Travis is trying urgently to sit up. The moment he shifts, his body feels like lead. His head splits. His mouth is cracked dry. He can't lift himself. Anyone out there? What the hell are you doing? 10 minutes later, someone finally opens the door. Travis glances out. 4 of them, sure enough. He pushes himself up with effort. What are you all standing in the doorway for? Bring me water. I'm thirsty. Nobody moves? Travis raises a brow. He's about to flare up, and that's when he notices something off. Since last night's fever, he barely has the strength to manage this crew anyway. Where's the nanny? Didn't I tell her to go down and demand meds? She back? Someone answers, she's back. Floor 18 refused. Travis is about to say more. Then he realizes every man in the room has cloth tied over his face, all standing far back. They think he's contagious. Travis smiles, cold, then says flat, "Fine, get out. I want to sleep." The men in the room glance at each other. Nobody leaves. The tall man, Chairman Chen, takes one step forward. "Chairman Win, you're seriously sick. You need rest. Set aside the self-rescue committee work for now." Travis grips the hammer hidden under his blanket. "What are you saying? Just concerned about your health," Chairman Chen says. "We feel handing out food every day is draining you. Let us handle the small stuff going forward." Chairman Win. "The food in your room? Under the bed?" Travis scans the faces in front of him. He could fight to the death, but he can't take all of them. "In the closet," Travis says. "Take it. I don't have the strength to manage it. Take it and get out. I need rest." Behind the masks, the 4 men's expressions flash with surprise. A small one runs to the closet, finds the big bag of food. "It's in here. Let's go." The others crowd in to grab the food. Chairman Chen suddenly says, "Wait." He looks at Travis. "Chairman Win, only you know how much we collected. A man as smart as you knows. A wise rabbit digs 3 burrows. Where's the rest of the food?" Travis narrows his eyes. His hand grips the hammer tighter under the blanket. After a beat, he says, "Under the bed. There's more. Everywhere else is empty. If you don't believe me, look." The tall man, no longer polite. "Did you hear Chairman Win? Search." The 4 sweep the room, every corner. Sure enough, more food hidden in other spots. By the time they finish, they don't leave him a single drop of water. They walk out cheerful. Travis is so furious his head spins. Worse, he hears them after they leave. A chain dragging across the door. They've locked him in. Probably scared he'll come out and infect them. Fine. Travis almost coughs up blood from rage. He lies back, hacking violently. Outside the apartment, May thinks, now tracking Travis's movements is easy. This surveillance gig just got simple. That night, once everyone else is asleep, May slips out and quietly delivers the report to Knox. Early next morning, Knox passes it on to Nora. Nora is still thinking about how to take Travis out. Just then, a chorus of cheers erupts outside the building. Something big enough to celebrate. Nora and Knox glance at each other. Each rushes to a window. From their position, they can't see anything strange. Just hear someone shouting, "Is it rescue? So many boats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 boats. It has to be rescue. Thank God. Thank God." Floor 20. Hearing the cheers outside, Travis's eyes light up. His body kicks into a final burst of clarity, fully alert all at once. He scrambles off the bed straight to the window. Below, boats. Real boats. Thank God. His eyes blaze. "I'm not dying. I won't die." Rescue boats mean medicine. Even if someone accuses him of killing, so what? Modern society puts law above all. They'll save him first. And nobody has evidence. As long as he sticks to his story that Walter Tate ended it himself. No proof, no witness, nothing pointing to murder, and the body's been soaking in floodwater long enough to be unrecognizable by now. The universe still wants me alive. Travis laughs out loud, then chokes and breaks into another coughing fit. "I just need to hold on 2 more hours." He pushes open the window, leans half his body out over the sill, reaches around to fumble at something. A moment later, he pulls in a thick plastic bag. Inside, chocolate biscuits, bread, bottled water. He'd hidden them on the AC unit shelf outside. Travis was certain nobody would think to look there, so he'd stashed some food in the gap behind the air conditioner. He won. Travis's hands tremble. He tears open one bag, then another. Pulls out biscuits, water. After tearing into the food like a starved animal, he ties a rope to the plastic bag and hangs it back outside. That way he won't have to lean out next time. Just pull the rope. Stomach full. Food hidden. Travis grins, smug, standing by the window waiting for the rescue team. His chest is full of hope, until Tower 3 across the way explodes into a scream. Help! Let my daughter go. Let her go. I'll fight you to the death. What's going on? People in the other towers haven't caught up yet. Didn't those rescue boats just dock over there? A man in Tower 3 throws his window open, screaming, "It's not rescue! It's not rescue! Don't open your doors! Don't open your doors!" The shrieks don't stop. Every building around plunges into terrifying silence. The hammer in Travis's hand clatters to the floor. Floor 18. Nora heard the rescue call and felt hope flare up too. She actually thought someone had come for them. But then she remembers this beat in the novel. It doesn't fit. Her presence has shifted a few minor details. Not enough to alter the world-level timeline. Rescue can't possibly arrive this early. She lowers her eyes, looks at Knox. We still don't know what's happening out there. But boats don't mean rescue. Knox nods, worry in his eyes. Nora figures he won't sleep tonight. She doesn't push him to rest. The two stand quiet in the corridor. The silence breaks fast, torn open by the screams. They look at each other. Nora exhales. Doesn't look like rescue. 5 boats. At least 10 of them. Knox says, Nora, probably more than 10. And if this is just the first wave, who knows how many more behind them? Silence again. After a moment, Knox speaks. We're on floor 18, about 210 feet up. I have the rifle. Effective accurate range is about 165 feet. Past that, damage and accuracy drop fast. Nora asks, curious, if they swarm our building, can you hit them? Knox nods. I can hit them. Won't be one-shot kills at that range, but I can drop them out. Past that, no. When they leave Tower 3, wanna try a shot? Nora shakes her head. Too far. Won't work. Knox. I can go down a few floors and shoot. No. Nora cuts in flat. Tower 3 is right next to the road. They can scatter fast. Best case, we drop 2 or 3. Next time they come, they'll be more careful, or they'll hit at night. We won't be able to hold. Knox is quiet a moment. Fine. Your call. Nora thinks. These aren't the kind who stop after taking 1 or 2 buildings, but once they come into our territory, it's like fishing trapped fish out of a jar. Easier. Knox says Hazel isn't bad either. Tired, but she can pull a trigger. Nora's eyes brighten. Even better. They exchange a few more notes. Right then, from downstairs, hurried footsteps. You Great Fortune bursts out of the fire stairs. He sees them in the hallway, frantic. You two hear that? Raiders. Coming for our building. Knox doesn't speak. Nora says, hard not to hear. We're working on the defense plan. Yu's eyes bug out. You need to plan? Just shoot them. Done. Nora says, of course we shoot, but our ammo is limited. Only 3 of us can shoot. The real question is how to handle the rest without dragging this into a long fight. Yu blinks. You know a lot. If my son were here, he could drop 10 of them by himself. Nora listens politely while he brags. Yu adds, how's Dr. Chu? Her son's worried sick. Nora glances at Knox. Knox answers, she's stable, no fever. Still needs a couple more days under watch. Yu exhales. Good. Right then, Tower 3 erupts with screams again. These aren't just food raid screams. They include the unmistakable sound of women being attacked. Compared to the building's locals, the raiders are clearly worse. They were probably running operations long before the collapse hit. Nora frowns. Knox, don't take watch tonight. Sleep. Tomorrow, odds are they come for us. Knox nods. After returning to her apartment, Nora starts working on the compound bow setup, figuring out how to maximize the arrow's damage on release. It's not as strong as a firearm, but the compound bow has effective range out to about 230 feet. Drawback: accuracy and force fall off past mid-range. She only has 2 boxes of handgun ammo. She has to stockpile more before she can hold a real defense. Their weapons aren't enough. She's still working the problem when the system pings. Host. Slade is going out. Nora curses. Predictable. He's heading out later than the raiders. Pathetic. After a beat, she asks, is he going to Zoe Chen? The system. No. He's prying open the door to your old apartment. In the original novel's timeline, the body's previous owner had gone to Slade for help 2 days ago. Now that she didn't, Slade definitely suspects something's off. He wants to dig for clues? The system resumes the live feed. Slade is searching the previous owner's room, looking for something. He's not finding it. Slade frowns. He mutters something. She didn't leave anything? Did she know what was coming? What's actually going on? Am I really the only one who got reborn? This witch, She has to be plotting something. I have to find her. She must have a golden cheat of her own. Ha, even better. Once I draft her into my harem, all of it becomes mine. After muttering, Slade leaves the apartment. Nora goes quiet. What kind of garbage is going on in his head? The system asks. Host, want me to keep the live feed running? Nora considers. Yeah, run it. Lunch is on. I should eat heavy today. Need energy for tomorrow. The system pauses. Slade is on a boat now. He's not leaving the complex. He's going to the adjacent tower. Up to floor 15. Slade deliberately ruffled his clothes, messed up his hair. Trying to look distressed. The system judges. Wow, he looks ugly like this. Host, he actually went to find Sloane and Zoe Chen. Nora reaches the dining table and stops. Of course. He's been with a few pretty women, but he still doesn't actually understand them. The system. Why? Nora smiles dark. Simple. Picture this. Sloane opens the door and sees an ugly man on her doorstep. What does she think? The system. She'd panic. Tell him to go away. Nora picks up a piece of braised chicken. A moment later, the system says, Slade keeps knocking, then knocks again, getting agitated. Nobody answers. Nora bites her chicken. No way. Even Sloane is ignoring him? Slade frowns. He calls in. Zoe, it's me. Slade, your old coworker. Please open the door. Raiders hit my apartment. I just need a little food. He's been at this a while. Nobody answers. Slade is furious now. The apartment next to Zoe's opens up. A big, mean-looking man comes out and starts yelling at him. Are you out of your mind? Idiot. Nobody's been in that apartment for ages. What are you shouting about? Make one more sound and I'll beat you to death right here. After cursing, the man slams his door. Leaves Slade standing in the wind. Nora piffed. Sloane and Zoe moved out. She'd thought about this. Where did they go? Hilarious. The male lead is cooked this time. The system says, Host, hold on. I'm requesting access to a new tracking function. Be right back. After a moment, the system returns. Reporting host. Confirmed. Sloane and Zoe moved out. Reason. After receiving the food you sent, Sloane assumed it was some stalker tracking her. She moved them to a high-end residential tower nearby. Nora doubles over laughing. She had no idea one impulsive move would lead to this. The system? Thrilled. This is huge. Slade is now fully locked out. If he wants clan contribution points, he has to. Nora laughs and cuts in. Forget him for now. Your host is about to face a serious enemy. Any way you can power me up? The system answers, Obedient. Reporting host. The only way to unlock a new reward is to take out the male lead, Slade. Nora. Slade is too far. Out of reach. I can't go out and fight him right now. The system reminds her. But you can also strike at the people closest to him. Nora knows what the system means. Travis win. That's her one target right now. If I take out Travis, what's the reward? The reward would be substantial. Let me check for host. Nora laughs and pulls out a water bottle. Takes a few sips. Right now Travis is weak. Not using this window to take him out would be wasteful. She's pretty sure the 4 lackeys in his living room won't actually protect him. The problem is she doesn't want to get jumped herself. She won't do it personally. I have a way, borrow a knife. But the success rate isn't great. The knife has to have his own ambition. The system. Greed is hard to resist. Try it. Nora thinks, stands up, pulls some junk from the vault, heads downstairs and knocks on the apartment below. Once the resident comes out, Nora steps to the fire door. You Great Fortune's face is suspicious. He comes to the door. Didn't we already settle this? You have a new plan? Nora says, I want to meet Dr. Chu's son. You. What for? The kid is a total bookworm. Stuck in a lab all day. Can barely hold a basic conversation. Nora, do you want payback for Mr. Tate? You freezes. Then turns wary. Will this drag Quincy into trouble? Nora catches the name Quincy and quickly pivots. No, it's simple. He just needs to follow my script. A few lines, that's it. You hesitates. You're sure it won't blow back on Quincy? Sure, Nora says. I'll throw in 10 packs of instant noodles to guarantee it. You flies down the stairs. A few minutes later, he's back, dragging Quincy up. Quincy is on the slim side, about 5'9", wearing dark framed glasses. Looks harmless, but not actually slow. Nora introduces herself. I'm Nora. Don't need anything else. Quincy nods. I'm Quincy Chu. I research quantum information, quantum microprocessing, experimental research, and quantum simulation. Quantum simulation is, Nora cuts in fast. Stop right there. I need help with something. 3 packs of spicy beef instant noodles if you finish. Quincy swallows. Tell me. Nora explains the plan start to finish. Even gives Quincy specific lines designed to escalate the threat to him. Quincy, no problem. I can do it. Nora has lingering doubts. Mostly that Quincy might break the moment and start lecturing about quantum mechanics again. That would kill her. Quincy has thought it through. He tries banging on the fire door experimentally, attempting to make noise. Yu watches the polite knocking, impatient, and kicks the door hard himself. A loud bang. Then the rattle of chains. Every household in the building has been holding its breath, listening to Tower 3. Hearing noise inside their own building, everyone jumps, including the men on floor 20. They've been locked inside for 2 days, anxiety wound tight. This morning, they had to handle Lyle Lynn's body. They were hoping the boats meant rescue. Instead, raiders. Nerves stretched like piano wire. Travis just has to cough and it shakes them. Hearing the noise downstairs, Chairman Chen takes a small lackey and slips down toward the floor 20 stairwell. Yu booms, bring Dr. Chu out. What gives you the right to lock her in? Nora. She caught the bug. We can't help. She says it at normal volume. The 2 men upstairs can't catch the words clearly. Chairman Chen whispers to the lackey. Hear that? The small lackey shakes his head. No, Dr. Chu is being held? On what grounds? Is it because they don't want her treating Chairman Win? Chairman Chen edges down a couple steps. Right then, wailing from below. What? You're saying my mother caught it? She has a fever now? Give her back to me. I'm not afraid of catching it. Let her out. I'll die with her. Yu says. Quincy, don't lose it. If your mother's in that state, she wouldn't want to come out. Didn't she say this is highly contagious? Long exposure means she's caught it for sure. We have to protect ourselves first. If anything happens, your mother will rest easier in heaven knowing you're safe. The small lackey's eyes go wide. Damn, Dr. Chu is dying? What heaven? Chairman Chen's face goes dark. Probably caught the same pneumonia thing Chairman Win has. The small lackey's legs go weak. What do? Are we going to catch it too? How would Chairman Chen know? Suddenly he feels heat rising in his body. His head swims. His throat burns. Downstairs, Quincy says, I don't care. Even if I die, I have to see my mother one last time. I can't be a son who failed her. Boom. He kicks the door hard. Let me in now. His tone and his face don't quite match, but the sound lands exactly where it needed to. Nora figures the men upstairs can't see his face from there. The rest of the script is straightforward. Quincy plays a man desperate to die with his mother, escalates the noise, kicks the door repeatedly, screams. Until Nora pulls the handgun. Yu booms again, using a weapon on a young man. Even if it's for our safety, you can't do that. Quincy. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Let's go back downstairs. He hauls Quincy off deliberately. Yu and Quincy head back down. On floor 20, Chairman Chen and the small lackey have gone green-tinged. What do we do? The small lackey says. I figured we'd just lock Travis in and let him handle himself. I didn't know it could spread. If we all catch it, we're dead. Chairman Chen says nothing. The small lackey, frantic. Chairman Chen, let's move out. Sleeping in the hallway has to be better than living with him. Chairman Chen glares. Are you insane? The small lackey almost cries. But if we keep living with him, we're catching it. He's locked behind a door coughing like he's dying. That door is not stopping the virus. Chairman Chen ignores him. The 2 head back inside, panicked. Their rushed entry leaves the door open enough that the others inside hear what's happening on the floor below. They didn't catch the words exactly, so they crowd around the 2. What happened? Someone dared bang on the floor 18 door? The small lackey tells the whole story, start to finish. The apartment goes dead silent. The small lackey wants out. Chairman Chen, we need to move. Worst case, we raid someone else's unit. Drive them out. That place becomes ours. Chairman Chen glares. What do we do with all the food? If the rest of the committee finds out, they'll be on our doorstep begging for handouts. Someone tries. What if we ration it out a little bit at a time? Chairman Chen's face freezes. No food is our life now. The best move. Get the man in that room out of here. Fast. Once he's gone, we don't have to worry about the virus. The others say nothing. The small lackey, terrified. Chairman Chen, so we're killing him? But we've never. Chairman Chen, killing who? How could we kill anyone? He says, we're eliminating a source of infection. You, and you. The 4 of us. Wait, the nanny too. 5 of us going together. Just throw Chairman Win out the window. Done. The small lackey, weak. But I don't dare go back in there. I just went in yesterday. Then sit here and wait to die. We go in, throw him out, less than 5 minutes. Better than living with him every day. Chairman Chen calls out. Nanny! May comes rushing from the kitchen, bowing. Chairman Chen, what is it? Tear down all the curtains. We're using them as protection. Cover up before we go into Chairman Win's room. May hesitates. I have to go in too? Chairman Chen glares. You're refusing? May figures he wants her involved so he can pin responsibility on her later. She says fast, I'll go. Let me get the curtains. Half an hour later, May has sewn the curtains into rough cloaks. She hunts down whatever gloves are left. The 5 wrap their shoes in plastic bags. They strap masks on, then pull plastic bags over their heads for extra coverage. Hot water is already prepared so they can wash up immediately after. Breathing is hard. The 4 hurry. They unlock the chain. They burst into the bedroom. Travis is leaning against the window. Chairman Chen breaks into a smile, saves the work of dragging him to the window. Move. We don't have time. Travis hears the chain, knows what's coming. He grips the hammer he used to kill before. Try me. Whoever comes first dies. Chairman Chen says, Right. You're a killer. But none of us are killing anyone, are we? Move. 4 lunge at him. Travis swings the hammer overhead, but there's no strength left in him. The food was barely enough. Exhaustion has him. The hammer connects but does nothing. The window is high. To save effort, the small lackey and Chairman Chen drag chairs over. Chairman Chen will haul Travis up onto the sill. The small lackey pins Travis's torso. The other 2 clamp his legs. Together they hoist him onto the windowsill. In the chaos, the hammer falls. Travis's hands flail, grabbing wildly at whoever he can. It doesn't matter who. And it's not enough. He goes to bite. Chairman Chen sees this and bails off the chair fast. He picks up the hammer Travis dropped, climbs back up and slams it down on Travis's head. A wet thud. Dark stains run down Travis's face. Chairman Chen brings the hammer down again, hard. The sound is spine-chilling. Travis was already dizzy with fever. Now he's out cold. But his hand is still clamped on the small lackey's right arm. The small lackey was always the most cowardly. Now he's about to break. Because he was pinning Travis's torso, the 2 of them are pressed together. He scrabbles to peel his arm free. Let go, let go! Why are you grabbing me? Chairman Chen, hands shaking, hurls the bloody hammer out the window. What are you standing there for? Throw him out. Before the other 3 can recover, Chairman Chen jumps off the chair and presses them forward. The 3 of them shove Travis through the window, but the small lackey, standing on a chair, loses his balance and gets dragged out with Travis. The other 3 stare down, faces frozen, floor below. Nora gets the system ping. Host. Confirmed, side villain Travis Wynn has fallen. Because Slade has lost a key lieutenant, his fate weight has dropped substantially. Your reward? Fridge expansion. Nora blinks. Fridge expansion? The system. Yes. You can now place any single item with length, width, and height, all under or equal to 20 centimeters into the fridge. That item will be replicated and doubled at midnight every day. Nora's eyes widen. Did I hear that right? Say it again. The system obliges, repeats. Nora can't suppress her grin. She raises both hands. A handgun materializes in her right palm. 2 boxes of ammo in her left. She looks at the ammo, looks at the gun, sets the ammo on the coffee table, and starts loading the magazine. The system watches her, confused, for 10 seconds, then erupts. Host, what are you doing? You can't do this. You can't. I can't replicate ammunition. Nora explains slowly. A loaded gun is just one item. It's been one thing since forever. The system. Even at the dawn of creation, that wouldn't fly. These are 2 separate things. Nora. Not even open for negotiation? The system. Firm. Not open. Nora sighs. Fine. Put these 2 boxes in then. The system. I was thinking the most generous version is 1 box. The strictest is 1 round. Nora. You did say strictest. With our relationship, you'd actually be strict with me? Look at the unit next door. I'm sleeping in later than Raiders. After everything I do, you're not even giving me a real bonus? Look at these ammo boxes. Smallest size, 50 rounds each. And you just rejected my last request. If you keep breaking my heart, I'm going on strike. Don't go on strike. The system hesitates, then says with a grimace, Fine, but I'm only giving you a small perk. You'd better work harder from now on, host. Nora smiles faintly. I definitely will. 200 rounds a day. They can build a whole ammo locker out of that. The sky darkens. Outside, she can hear cheers of victory rising up. Nora walks to the living room balcony and pulls the curtain aside. She looks toward a building in the distance and spots a group of people hauling goods onto boats in a hurry. Today they hit 3 buildings. 5 boats, all of them packed with spoils. 4 inflatable rafts and 1 makeshift boat. 14 people in total. Once everything is loaded, they take advantage of the last daylight, whistling and shouting with excitement, and paddle away. Nora lets the curtain drop. System, watch the fire escape tonight for me. When Mei Wen comes downstairs, give me a heads up. The system answers, got it. To save her strength, Nora goes to bed at 9. Around midnight, the system wakes her, says Mei Wen is downstairs. Nora pulls on a few more layers, takes a candle, and steps out. She finds Mei Wen sitting blankly in the corridor. The moment she sees Nora, the woman shoots to her feet. Where are my compressed biscuits? Nora has set the pack of biscuits on the windowsill. Mei Wen hurries over, scoops them up, and tucks them into her coat pocket. She doesn't eat them right away. Seems she isn't hungry yet today. Nora asks, how are things upstairs? Mei Wen's eyes go hollow for about 2 seconds. 3 people died today. Nora is surprised. 3? Little Lin is gone. He held on so long. At least now he's free of it. Before old Tate died, he warned the kid to stay away from Travis Wynn. Maybe if he'd listened and kept his distance, he wouldn't have died young like this. But who can ever say? He might have gone even sooner than old Tate. Mei Wen says, Travis Wynn is gone too. His own crew threw him out a window. But when they tossed him, he caught hold of a young one and dragged him along. Nora frowns and says nothing. Mei Wen isn't brimming with energy the way she was yesterday. Maybe little Lin's death has hit her hard. With Travis Wynn gone now, you don't need me watching the upper floor anymore, right? Nora lifts her head. You can keep watching. Every day I'll give you a box of compressed biscuits. A flash of joy crosses Mei Wen's worn face. Really? Nora says. You can report on the self-rescue committee's next moves, especially the moment they start eyeing floor 18. The reason Nora keeps this errand runner around is that she's afraid of being attacked by both factions at once down the line. Mei Wen nods quickly. Understood. But if something urgent comes up, how do I reach you? You can come to apartment 1701, Nora says. But it has to be an emergency. Mei Wen signals that she understands. She remembers the loud argument between Nora and the 17th floor today. Was that just a performance staged for the others to see? In other words, this illness isn't contagious at all, is it? A cold fear arises in Mei Wen. Suddenly, she doesn't know whether boarding the same boat as Nora was the right choice or the wrong one. What kind of ending the future holds? After a few more words, the two part ways again. Nora goes back to sleep. But early the next morning, she's woken by shouting. She gets up off the bed, irritated, and goes to the living room window to look. It's the same group as yesterday. God. They scavenge harder than crunch culture office drones pulling 80-hour weeks. They must have tasted the rewards yesterday, because today, 8 boats show up. 4 inflatable rafts and 4 makeshift ones. Their numbers have grown by 2 as well. 16 people total. After adding 3 boats and 2 people, their headcount has probably hit its ceiling. They can't bring anyone else along. This situation works in her favor. Back inside, after she washes her face, Nora clears out the space in the fridge. She pulls out the 200 rounds to take a look, then loads 9 into the magazine and stores the rest away in the vault. She puts on her body armor, she draws a deep breath and lets it out, then walks over and knocks on the apartment next door. Knox Hayes answers from inside. Nora, my brother's already in position on the 3rd floor, set to ambush. Be careful today. Nora says, you be careful too. It isn't long before the people outside finish grabbing the last of yesterday's leftover supplies from Building 4 and paddle to Building 5. Their mood is good. One of them even tilts his face up to the sky and sings. To everyone else, that grating song is the call of the Reaper. They can only huddle in their rooms, trembling. The raiders seem to be savoring the feeling of being above everyone else, which is why they laugh so loudly on purpose. After reaching Building 5, one of them takes the lead and jumps into the corridor, then calls back to the people behind him. Before long, the 8 boats split into 2 groups, one heading straight into Building 5, the other moving toward Building 7. It seems the leader felt the looting pace was too slow, labor efficiency too low, so he wants to divide the crew and hit 2 buildings at once. Nora frowns and runs her eye down the sightline of the compound bow. By their agreement, only after she looses an arrow can Knox Hayes open fire. Through the scope, she can clearly see what these people look like, what they're wearing. Nora settles first on the dim-witted man who's singing. Her eyes sweep across his chest, his head, his limbs in turn. With a sharp snap, an arrow flies from the compound bow. Because she's taken an intro marksmanship course, Nora's accuracy is high now. The arrow she looses flies straight at the man. But it's a pity. There's heavy wind and rain along its path. Before it can even reach effective range, the arrow wobbles, lists, and drops into the water. Nora is caught off guard. She doesn't know whether Knox Hayes got the signal or not. Either way, the 8 men on the 4 boats below haven't noticed. There's no other choice. Nora draws her handgun and fires a shot down at them. The handgun's effective range is only 15 yards, but the sound is terrifying. Even in a downpour like this, it's ear-splitting, and it makes everyone in the complex jump in fright. The people paddling below freeze mid-motion. "What was that just now?" asks the one singing at the bow of the boat. The others are confused, too. After all, very few of them have actually heard gunfire before. "They're not setting off firecrackers to scare us, are they?" one says. He hasn't even finished speaking when another man on the boat suddenly topples over, clutching a shoulder a round has punched straight through, wailing miserably. The one who spoke is so scared he drops the paddle and flattens himself against the boat. "There's a gun! There's a gun! Someone's drawing a bead on our crew!" The others are stunned. The man who'd been singing reacts fastest. "Move! Paddle back! Fast!" Of course, fleeing is far more grueling than looting. The whole crew strains to paddle back, but it's a shame. They only have the one inflatable raft, and even turning it around is brutally hard. Knox Hayes keeps drawing beads on his targets, firing shot after shot, dropping them one by one. Nora notices he only hits shoulders or thighs. There's no denying it. Because he's competed at a national-level tournament, his shooting leaves nothing to fault. Without the system, even if Nora aimed dead at a heart, she'd only put a hole in thin air. There's a clever one on the boat, too. He abandons it and dives into the water. On the other side, the group storming into Building 5 hears the gunfire as well. The leader's expression changes sharply. The man beside him asks, "Boss, that sounded like a gun. Should we head out and take a look?" The leader immediately smacks him across the face. "Are you stupid? Go look at a gun? Worry about running fast." The man cringes on edge. Right, let's hurry and run. But if we go outside, will we get shot?" The leader thinks for a moment. Whoever opened fire is in Building 7. The rain's heavy right now, visibility is bad, and if he doesn't run now, then once the other side finishes cleaning out that crew with gunfire, won't it be his turn to get carved up like dumpling filling? If they stay in Building 5 any longer, there's no way out alive. The leader's face goes grim. "You lot run, fast. Drag along those 2 households we just broke in on. Use them as shields for us." The man brightens right up. These 2 households hold 7 people, 5 adults, and 2 children. After his men seize the 2 families, the leader scoops up the 2 kids. "We pull out fast." A group of them frog marches the hostages onto the boats. The gunfire came from Building 7, which means it came from the south. They retreat along the northern route. The leader thinks a moment, then holds the 2 children as shields on the south side, tucking himself in behind them. The others follow suit, putting hostages in front of themselves. In the panic, no one's willing to paddle. The leader shouts, "Idiots! The paddler stands behind one of his own. Every 2 men use 1 person as a shield. Hurry up!" The crew scrambles to adjust positions, straining to paddle toward the far side. Gunfire still cracks from Building 7, but not a single shot comes this way. The leader is pleased, thinking his plan has worked. But it's a shame. He hasn't been smiling long when a round flies in from behind and punches clean through his head. The leader dies on the spot. The 2 children, thrown down onto the boat, cry even louder, searching for their families. The paddler in the same boat as the leader is so terrified he wets himself. He drops the paddle in a hurry, his whole body lurching and swaying, and lunges to grab the 2 kids as shields. It's a shame. He's barely taken 1 step when a single shot takes his life. There's a gun on this side too. Run, fast. Split up and run. Which direction do we even block? Why does it feel like there are guns everywhere? Boo-hoo-hoo, my parents are still waiting for me to come home. On the 10th floor of Building 3, Knox Hayes calmly keeps drawing his beads. On floor 18, Hazel Hayes stares at the people in the water. The instant anyone surfaces, she puts a round on them. It's a little like whack-a-mole. She doesn't want to aim for heads either, but given the situation, it's the only option. Later, she might end up in prison for shooting people dead. But today, there's absolutely no holding back. Because the moment she does, the ones who die could be the 3 of them. If they don't die and instead fall into these men's hands, it's worse. These dregs don't just steal food. They like to force themselves on women. Maybe they loot food because they want to live. But forcing themselves on women, that's not about living. Sweep them all up in one haul. Don't let a single one escape. Hazel Hayes remembers exactly what her brother told her yesterday. Behind the scope, her eyes lock onto the surface of the water. A moment later, she hears a gunshot. It's the handgun in Nora's hand. Because it's a powder-charged firearm, the sound is worlds apart from their own guns, easy to tell apart. Then Hazel Hayes hears knocking at the door. She knows for certain it's Nora, so she quickly stows her gun and runs to answer. Almost done? Nora says. Probably. You keep watch from up high. Your brother and I are going down on the water to take a look. Hazel Hayes says anxiously. You two be careful out there. You too, Nora warns. In a bit, once your brother and I head out, the floor 20 crowd might think there's no one left behind us. If they break a door, you know what to do. Hazel Hayes says, don't worry. I'm not the person I used to be. She's killed someone. Nora thinks for a moment, then says, I've got an inside agent planted on floor 20. While you're watching the situation below, keep an eye on apartment 1701. If someone in the corridor sends a signal, be careful. After the instructions, she opens the fire escape door and heads down. Hazel Hayes comes out too and locks the fire escape behind her. Since that one trip outside earlier, Nora hasn't left floor 18. Only now, going downstairs, does she discover that the 6th floor is already flooded deep. She doesn't know if anyone's been out recently. Whoever it was not only stripped away the whole window frame, but also knocked out a few bricks so boats could come and go more freely. Nora pumps the inflatable raft full, then climbs aboard and moves out of the building. Outside, the floodwater still sprawls as far as before. The water is full of debris. Nora paddles forward carefully. She's gone only a short way when she spots Knox Hayes coming toward her. The two link up. Knox Hayes says there are definitely still people alive in the water. Nora says good timing. We grab one and question him. Feel out the other side's plans. Knox Hayes nods. First, the two go to an inflatable raft. Seeing some supplies inside, Knox Hayes hops over, tosses everything onto his own boat, then deflates the raft and packs it away. The second boat is a makeshift one. Whoever built it is a genius too, because it's made entirely of mineral water bottles. There's nothing on it. Knox Hayes asks, how do we handle this one? Nora says, tie it to my raft with rope and I'll tow it along. Knox Hayes nods. Got it. The two collect 4 boats into the vault. Then, all at once, they notice the surface of the water bubbling in the distance. Nora and Knox Hayes glance at each other and paddle toward it. Maybe it heard the noise, because the bubbling over there gets thicker and thicker. There's a sound under the water too. Knox Hayes says loudly, come out on your own, or I open fire. Nora adds, I won't kill you. Come out so we can ask a few questions. If you're lucky, maybe you'll still get to go home alive. Hearing that, the man bursts up out of the water in a hurry, gulping in fresh air. Knox Hayes hauls him up onto his boat and binds him with rope. No funny business, understand? The man nods over and over, shivering hard from the cold. The two don't interrogate him right away. They keep gathering the remaining boats. They cross to the far bank. There are 4 boats here too, but because the leader had come along, his inflatable raft is loaded with a whole pile of supplies. After Knox Hayes leaves, the 7 people taken as hostages all cluster around that inflatable raft, scooping supplies onto their own boats without pause. Not far off, a lot of people are swimming this way. Nora and Knox Hayes pay them no mind. They just collect the remaining inflatable rafts. On the other side, while the 2 families are busy loading their boats, 7 or 8 big men are swimming over from behind, probably aiming to flip the boat and dump the people into the water. For a moment, the scene is utter chaos. Once Nora finishes gathering the boats, Knox Hayes immediately fires a warning shot into the air, a single boom, and no one dares move. The crowd looks at the 2 of them with frightened eyes, as if what they're seeing is some kind of demon. One mother clutches her child tight against her chest. Nora coughs once and says in her most menacing tone, all of you, off my boats, now. The 2 families can neither leave nor stay. One older woman among them, who'd just been taken hostage, stammers, What do you mean your boats? These belong to those raiders. Nora frowns. They didn't a moment ago, but now they're my spoils. All the food on these boats is mine too. Everyone's furious, but facing someone holding a gun, no one dares curse out loud. One man who'd struggled hard just to swim over says weakly, Beautiful. These are things the raiders took from us. If you take them away, we'll starve. Nora says, You're from Building 1, aren't you? The man answers, Right, Building 1. Nora frowns. Today they looted Building 4. What do these things have to do with you? If you want your own things back, you can go to the raiders' den. The man doesn't have that kind of nerve. He just falls silent. Then one person raises a hand and says, "Beautiful. I'm from Building 4. Can I take some?" Nora looks over. "Did you mark your goods? If there's no mark, you can't prove they're yours." In short, she won't be handing anything over. Everyone hopes to scrounge a little supply, but they hadn't expected Nora to be this hardline. They look at each other, and some even think about swimming back. Are they kidding? They didn't dare resist even the ones holding knives, let alone someone holding a gun. At this point, the mother holding the child says, "Beautiful. No, heroine? Could we use a boat to get back to Building 5? My child is little, can't touch the dirty water. After I get her upstairs, I'll have her father return the boat right away." Nora sees the woman is sitting on a makeshift boat, one built from wooden boards, which looks sturdier than the one made of mineral water bottles. She thinks for a moment, then says, "Don't call me heroine. Beautiful is fine. And another thing, what would I want with this beat-up boat? Do you have gold? If you've got gold, I'll sell it to you." At this, Knox Hayes' eyes turn toward her. The mother's eyes seem to light up. What does owning a boat mean right now? Well, she thinks fast. "Could we buy the inflatable kind like yours? I've got a block of gold at home, 100 grams. Nora pretends to mull it over. "That much gold? Tell you what, I'll sell you one inflatable raft and all the supplies on your boat. Go get the gold and bring it here, quick." The family is so overjoyed they hurry to paddle off. Nora says, "Hold on, what if all of you just run? Only your husband goes to fetch it." She points at another boat. "You and your child wait on a different boat. Once your husband comes back, then you can all go." Another family quickly pipes up, "Beautiful, we want to buy two. We want a boat too." The crowd swimming over isn't about to be left out. "We want one too. We want to buy a boat." None of them are fools. Just having a boat means you can go out and find supplies, far better than robbing others. And as long as you've got gold, you can buy one. What good is gold doing sitting in your hands forever? This girl is trading boats for gold. No telling whether she's genuinely stupid or just greedy for money. Either way, as long as they get a boat, they can survive. Knox Hayes handles collecting payment. Nora sits at the stern, watching people stream in and out of the building, some swapping boats with each other, some swimming straight over to her. In just 10 minutes, she sells off all 8 boats. This way, their complex gains 8 more boats. The Building 4 people can use gold to buy back their food, but the others can't, so she sells off half her supplies within 20 minutes. Nora decides to close up shop. By now, her boat is piled with jewelry, some cigarettes, and famous label wine. Then they haul the prisoner back to floor 18. After dumping him in the corridor, Nora goes home to wash up before coming out to relieve Knox Hayes, so he can go home and clean himself off. The man looks barely over 20. Whether from fear or cold, his whole body is shaking. His skin is dark and weathered, sturdy, but not the gym-built kind. He's just naturally tall and broad. Once Knox Hayes steps out, Nora moves a chair back to a distance before sitting down. Knox Hayes pulls on a face mask, stands in front of the man, and asks with a frown, "What's your name?" "What did you do before?" The man says, "My name's Cody." "What's your line of work?" Cody pauses, then says, "Nothing, really. Wherever there was work, that's where I worked." Knox Hayes points the gun at the back of his head. "And now?" Cody says quickly, "I did some illegal stuff before. After I got out of prison, the boss put me to work as a guard on a construction site." Knox Hayes asks, "Where's your den?" Cody answers fast, "Right now we're at High Ridge Livestock Farm." Nora doesn't know where that is, so she turns to look at Knox Hayes. Knox Hayes explains, "About half an hour's drive from us." Nora looks back at Cody. "Is the place flooded?" Cody says, "Not yet. It's up in the mountains. But our boss says a long rain isn't safe, so we have to be ready to move somewhere else at any time." Nora asks, "What does the farm raise?" Cody says, "Because of the solar superstorm, everyone was fighting over food. The owner there took the chance to sell off nearly everything on the farm. By the time we got there, only about 30 goats and 20-some cattle were left. Now it's just over 10 goats and a fair number of cattle." Nora asks, "Your crew isn't short on food either. Why come down the mountain to loot?" Cody says, "Beautiful. If you had to eat meat every single day, you wouldn't be able to stand it either. And what if the food runs out? The boss said we should raise a few cattle and goats first, so we had to go find other things to eat." Nora frowns. "How did you people get so many boats?" Cody says. "You mean the 4 inflatable rafts? It's because our boss loves fishing. Every 3 to 5 days, he has to go to the reservoir. Those are his fishing gear." Nora asks, What about the makeshift boats? Who built those? When we fled, we brought along 7 construction workers, so it was pretty simple. Nora doesn't keep asking. She leaves it to Knox Hayes, who says, "How many people are left at your farm?" Cody thinks for a moment. "Around 4 or 5. Knox Hayes moves the gun off his temple and down to his thigh. "You think I won't shoot? How could I?" Cody is terrified. "Almost all of us are dead. Everything I'm saying is the truth. There aren't many people left. Just 6, and one of them's our boss. Another got hurt looting a different complex, basically useless." Nora asks, "No one else?" Cody's expression turns evasive. "The farm workers ran off long ago. The solar superstorm scared them so badly they didn't dare show up. By the time we got there, it was only the owner, his family, and a slaughterhouse worker. So our boss." Knox Hayes says, "Don't be shy. Keep going." Cody swallows. "The boss had us kill their whole family." Nora says, "You people are cold. Not just robbery, murder too." Cody immediately explains, "That's got nothing to do with me. I only did what the boss said. He used to run with traffickers. He's a man with a reputation." Knox Hayes looks at Nora. Nora knows what he means. She asks Cody, "Why were you in prison?" Cody says, "I got out after half a year for stealing money. I really didn't do that much wrong. I never took part in any of their killing, robbing, or assaults." Nora stands up and says, "Fine. As long as you're not lying to me, I'll let you go by noon." Cody lets out a breath of relief. "Beautiful, don't worry. I definitely didn't lie to you." Reading his expression, Nora knows he isn't lying. She turns and says to Knox Hayes, "Knox, help me take him to one of the 3 buildings. 1, 2, or 3. Any of them works." Cody freezes, disbelieving. "Take me there for what?" Nora says, "Didn't you say you'd never done anything wrong? If you didn't, what's there to be afraid of?" Cody's eyes go wide, bloodshot. "Don't play dumb. If I go there, what chance do I have of coming back alive, you witch? You said you'd let me go." "You're the one who said you'd never done anything wrong," Nora says. "We're even then." 10. Some minutes later, Nora hears a man's miserable screams ringing out from Building 3, one after another, each worse than the last. Right now, Nora is reading a cookbook, quietly memorizing how to roast goat. Then she takes out salt, cumin, chili, and other spices, and sets off with Knox Hayes for High Ridge Livestock Farm. About an hour later, the 2 arrive. This is mountain country, so to better observe the farm's movements, the 2 of them climb a higher slope. The moment she sees the scene, Nora is shocked. At first, she thought High Ridge Livestock Farm was a factory-style operation, but it turns out the place runs on an eco-pasture model. Not just buildings, but a whole little hill for grazing goats and cattle. But right now, there's no trace of animals in the farm, not even a single person. Crouching like this gets boring. Nora looks around and discovers a row of buildings on the ridge directly across. She asks Knox Hayes, "What's that place over there?" Knox Hayes follows Nora's gaze, then shakes his head. "I've got no impression of it. Probably not a hotel or a resort." Nora lets out a soft, "Huh?" More curious now. If that place isn't a hotel and it doesn't look like a villa, then what is it? The 2 wait on the mountain for about an hour and still see no one come or go from the farm. It seems there really aren't many people left. They glance at each other and slowly move toward the farm. First, Knox Hayes finds a small slope, then gathers a lot of stones and uses them as steps to climb over the wall. A moment later, gunfire sounds inside. In no time, Knox Hayes comes out with a key to open the gate. Nora waits outside the main gate and asks, "Just one person on the gate?" Knox Hayes nods. If what Cody said is true, then there are only 5 people left inside. Nora pulls out her handgun and holds it in her hand. Knox Hayes asks, "You're not using the bow?" "Using the gun now is a little risky." Nora says, "I'll have to try it sooner or later. Better to try sooner than late." In a rare moment of humor, Knox Hayes cracks a joke. "I'm just afraid you'll use me to try it out." Nora shoots him a look and says flatly, "Then stand behind me." "I don't know what I'll do when I get flustered." Knox Hayes is silent for a few seconds. "Let's go." Between the gate and the buildings inside the farm, there's a wide stretch of grassland linked by a cement path. Lucky there's a path to walk. Otherwise, on that muddy ground, she might have slipped and fallen 10 times over. Worried the other side has long-range weapons, the 2 walk carefully. When they reach the first building, Knox Hayes leads, kicking the door in. Inside, there's only the trace of someone having lived there once, but not a soul. The 2 keep moving forward. Just as they're about to enter, a man suddenly springs from a corner, a machete swinging straight down at Knox Hayes. Knox Hayes raises his gun at once, leveling it at the man's chest. He's about to squeeze the trigger when a boom suddenly cracks from behind, and the man in front of him drops. Knox Hayes checks the body and finds he's been hit at the temple. He jerks his head up, startled. The recoil has stung Nora's hand. She shakes it out, laughing. Lucky? Just luck, that's all. There's no one else in this building. Nora and Knox Hayes keep searching. In this phase, a firearm really is useful, so much so that the remaining 3 don't even think to resist. They cry for their mothers and fathers, swearing they're good people. The staff dormitory and offices have all been searched. Only the livestock pens are left untouched. By Cody's account, there's exactly one last person remaining. The 2 move slowly toward the pens. Knox Hayes goes first and opens the door. The cattle inside are all huddled to one side, so frightened they keep bellowing. The smell turns Nora's stomach. Whoever's inside, come out. These cattle can't shield you. Knox Hayes keeps his gun ready. Probably realizing he can't hide any longer, a man in his 30s suddenly cries out, "Let me come out on my own, don't kill me." Nora raises her gun. Out. Fast. A man pokes his head out from behind one of the cattle, a square-jawed face creased with the lines of time. Seeing no one shoot him, he raises both hands above his head and slowly stands. "Don't shoot. I'm the slaughterhouse worker here. I haven't done anything." Cody had indeed mentioned this man. Nora gestures with the gun for him to head outside. Then the 3 go into an office, and only now does Nora feel like she can breathe a little easier. Knox Hayes binds the man with rope and has him crouch on the floor. Because they'd been focused on searching for people just now, the 2 hadn't looked the pens over carefully. Nora calmly sizes up the surroundings for a while, which leaves the man crouched on the ground uneasy and restless. After a moment, she asks, "You're really a slaughterhouse worker?" The man says loudly, "I really do slaughter pigs and cattle." That day, after the solar superstorm hit, I don't know what a solar superstorm is, but that's what everyone called it. Back then, people were fighting like mad over food. A lot of folks came to this farm to buy livestock at high prices, so the owner called me in to slaughter them. Nora asks, "You didn't go grab food yourself?" The man says, "I'm an orphan, no wife, no kids. The owner agreed to cover room and board, so I came back here. I was so busy that day, I didn't sleep all night. The next day, I only got a short nap." If the heavy rain hadn't come after, the owner probably would have sold off every last head of cattle and goat. Nora asks, curious, "How many head did you raise before?" The man says, "I only handle the slaughtering, you understand, beautiful? I'm not a regular employee of this farm, just a temp. But those 2 days, I really did kill a lot of cattle and goats." A few customers couldn't wait, so they bought the live animals and took them home whole. He thinks for a moment, then sums up. More than 1,000 head in total. Nora looks at Knox Hayes. Knox Hayes says, "If you're a slaughterhouse worker, then it's perfect. You can butcher all the leftover cattle and goats for us." The man is delighted. "No problem, no problem. I'll slaughter every last one for you both." Nora suddenly asks, "The owner hired you here, so do you know where he is now?" The man sighs. "Where else would he be? Down meeting his maker, of course. That crew killed his whole family. Their bodies are still buried out there right now. It's a real tragedy. Lucky I have a trade. Still good for something. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it this far either." Knox Hayes asks, "What's your name?" The man says, "Gus. A name the orphanage gave me. To butcher animals, you first have to boil water. Lucky there isn't much else here, but there's plenty of dry firewood and dry grass for kindling." Knox Hayes unties Gus, and they start the work together. Nora really doesn't want to go back to that place again, so she decides to clean up the meat processing workshop. The first one they catch is a head of cattle. It's powerfully strong. Lucky Gus has plenty of experience, so they bring it down smoothly. The 2 move the slaughtered animal into the kitchen. Gus says weakly, "You 2 want to kill all of them? But after they're killed, how do you preserve them?" Nora says, "Make smoked meat." Gus says, I know how to do that too, but it takes a lot of salt. You could also use hot air to make jerky, meaning you drive all the moisture out of the meat. That way it keeps longer." Nora looks at him. Gus says cleverly, "Let me show you both." They find a lot of containers for storage, basically everything on the farm that can hold goods. They portion it out, tear it into strips, and set the meat to cure first. For the curing spices, they use what that crew had looted. Compared to other foods, the spices run out slower and there's plenty left over. Come mealtime, Knox Hayes cuts a slab of fresh, still warm beef, adds a cut of goat shoulder, then rinses off the grilling tools, slices the beef and goat, and threads them onto skewers. Nora comes over to help too. After that, Knox Hayes goes off to cook rice. Meanwhile, Nora can't wait. She lays all the finished beef skewers onto the grill. A little while later, the skewers give off the hot, savory aroma of grilled meat. There's the scent of cumin and chili powder, too. It's been so long since she grilled anything that Nora nearly drools. She marvels, smells amazing. Knox Hayes smiles. This skewer's probably about done. You can taste test your own work first. Nora isn't confident in her own cooking. She picks up a grilled beef skewer, waits for it to cool a bit, then takes a bite, and her eyes light up. It's great! The beef quality is fantastic. Knox Hayes takes over grilling duty. Before long, he hands her another skewer. Nora says, "Go ahead and eat first. Don't worry about me. I'm not the type to stand on ceremony." Knox Hayes thinks that's fair enough and eats a bite first. It really is good. The aroma of grilled meat drifts everywhere. Gus, slaughtering cattle nearby, raises a hand and asks, "You two, can I have a little?" Nora smiles at him. "Sure. If you do a good job, we'll leave you some meat before we go." Gus brightens up at once. 2 slabs of beef and goat definitely aren't enough for them. So as they eat the grilled meat, Knox Hayes cuts 3 more slabs and brings them over. After eating, Nora rubs her stomach. "Tomorrow, before we head out, let's grill some more to bring back for Hazel. It's been a while since she had any, right?" Knox Hayes nods. "Got it." After dinner, the 3 get back to work. There are still about 15 goats and 7 cattle on the farm. Slaughtering them all is a staggering amount of work. Nora handles helping cure the meat and feeding the fire to boil water. That night, none of the 3 gets a chance to rest. Besides the constant slaughtering and curing, Knox Hayes also has to clean 5 sets of beef offal. Anything too filthy or too time-consuming to prep gets tossed. Mainly the beef liver. Nora feels a little regret. Whenever she used to eat hot pot, she'd always order a side of beef tripe. After Knox Hayes throws the water-soaked carcass into the corner of the workshop, Nora quietly slips over and tucks a bit of it into the vault. Around 5 in the afternoon, she goes to sleep. Around 9, Nora gets up to relieve Knox Hayes and Gus. She doesn't know how to slaughter cattle or goats, so she focuses on taking the meat cured the night before and cooking it through, following Gus's instructions. Before long, Knox Hayes and Gus wake up too. The 3 of them throw themselves back into the work with sky-high energy. Nora suddenly remembers the cluster of buildings on the far ridge she'd spotted yesterday and asks Gus, "Those buildings on the ridge across from your place? What are they? Doesn't look much like a hotel. Across the way?" Gus thinks back a moment. "I'm not too sure either. I've only passed by there twice before." Nora figures that's fair, so she stops asking. Outside, the rain still falls. The whole farm feels cut off from the world. By midday, they hit a snag. No more firewood for kindling. Because they have to dry the goat and beef to preserve it, they've lit 5 fires in turn, and the supply of dry wood drops fast. After they break down all the furniture and beds, Knox Hayes says he wants to go out and find firewood. Nora thinks a moment, then says, "How about I go instead? You stay. You can pitch in here. I can't hold down all these cattle and goats anyway." Knox Hayes frowns. "You going out alone isn't safe." "Don't worry." Nora pulls out her gun. "If I really do run into someone, it's still an open question who's unsafe." Knox Hayes doesn't know whether to laugh or cry, but in the end, he nods. "Pile up whatever branches you find, and I'll help you haul them back." "No problem." After putting on a waterproof jacket and rain gear, Nora leaves the farm. Her vault holds plenty of fuel she can use anytime, so Nora decides not to waste time on this problem. She heads to the foot of the mountain, thinks for a moment, then takes out an assault raft and speeds toward the mountain across the way. This mountain is taller than the one the farm sits on. Once she reaches the main road, Nora stows the assault raft and pulls out a used electric car, then drives up the slope. Halfway up, she discovers a lake in the middle of the mountain. A very, very large lake. Nora is pleased and changes course for now, driving toward the lake. As she gets closer, she realizes it isn't just a lake, it's the city reservoir. Because of the heavy rainfall, the reservoir's storage function has failed, and the water spills down like a waterfall. Nora immediately thinks of the pile of water storage equipment in her vault. At first, she'd even planned to collect rainwater, but now there's no need for that kind of hassle. "System, open every water tank in here for me." The system answers. "Got it, host?" The rain is too heavy. Nora struggles toward the reservoir. One arm wrapped around a tree, the other hand dipped into the water. The volume of stored water in the vault climbs fast, not only refilling what she's used before, but rising without pause. A bright smile spreads across Nora's face. Then, all at once, she notices the reservoir holds more than water. There are fish in it too. She blinks. "System, Once they go into the vault, do these fish die? The system says, no need to worry, host. They die, but they stay fresh. Nora asks, can you be a little smarter and split the water and the fish into separate zones? Just build a fresh fish section. The system falls silent for a beat, then concedes. Fine, you're the master, whatever you say. After the zones are divided, Nora watches the stored water volume keep climbing, the fish count rising higher and higher too. In just half an hour, every water vessel she'd prepared is filled. Now she and her parents won't have to worry about running short on water. The fresh fish count hits 1,522. These are lake-raised freshwater fish. Little smell, large size, fine flavor. Cooked into a fish soup, they'd be delicious. The only pity is that her vault has barely 100 cubic meters of space left. Not bad, not bad. She hadn't expected a windfall on this trip. Nora thinks for a moment, then leaves the reservoir area. At the roadside, she dumps out everything in her disposal zone. High heels, cardboard boxes, odds and ends. This time, she clears over 100 cubic meters. But it still isn't enough. Nora looks at her vault, grits her teeth through the regret, and pulls out 2 cars. Then she squeezes here and compresses there, and finally wrings out a total of 275 cubic meters. 1 cubic meter is nearly a ton of water, and water is the wellspring of life. A moment ago, she stored fresh fish without using any vessel at all, and that has opened a door to a whole new world for Nora. By that principle, she doesn't need the water storage equipment anymore. Nora says, System, do you think this principle holds? I could build a brand new water zone and keep it separate from everything else. The system says, you can try, host. Nora starts dividing the vault into zones. First she carves out 100 cubic meters, then pours in all the water from her tanks. It doesn't overflow. Her eyes light up. It really works. Next, she expands the water zone to 275 cubic meters, keeps pouring water in, and tosses out the empty tanks to make the water zone bigger. As for those 3 oversized water towers, Nora leaves them where they are. They're metal goods, after all. They might be useful later. She reclaims 40 collapsible water bladders. After all the sorting, Nora's remaining vault space reaches 325 cubic meters. Not a lot, but 1 cubic meter is still a ton of water. Nora goes back to the reservoir and stores another 200 tons. By now, on top of the bottled water that gets refreshed daily, the household water she stockpiled has reached 840 tons. Say they burn through 5 tons a month and she can never resupply again. Her family could still use water comfortably for 14 years. Wonderful. Shame the vault isn't bigger. Otherwise, I'd want to store even more. Nora has read the novel, so she knows that in the scorching heat phase, water becomes worth more than gold. After leaving the reservoir, Nora pulls out her used electric car again, planning to head back. In the end, she never did learn what that cluster of buildings was, but 3 hours have passed already. Counting the trip back, it'll be close to 4. If she's any slower, the fire over at the livestock farm will go out. And she's been gone so long that Knox Hayes might worry and head out looking for her. Nora starts the electric car, only it gives no response at all. After taking the solar superstorm and a thorough soaking, it has finally died a glorious death. Nora is quiet for 2 seconds, then says cheerfully, not bad, 1 more cubic meter freed up. She stows the car where it was, pulls out a second electric one, and rides down to the foot of the mountain. Nora uses the assault raft, same as on the way in, and gets back to the farm at top speed. This mountain is fairly low. The roads and houses at its base are all flooded, and there are plenty of abandoned factories on the slopes. These factories were probably built back in the old collective economy era. Later, because the roads were inconvenient or the management was poor, they had to shut down, leaving only crumbling units behind. Nora picks a building at random and tosses in a lot of old wooden boards. Her vault frees up another 30 cubic meters. She thinks a moment, then dumps all the useless junk from the factory inside too. Back at the farm, Nora tells Knox Hayes she found a scrap collection warehouse with a lot of discarded boards inside. Knox Hayes is pleased. I'll go get it right away. Nora says, I'll go with you. 2 of us, more muscle. Knox Hayes shakes his head. You've been out so long you must be tired. Gus and I will go. The cattle and goats are all slaughtered anyway. Gus says nothing, but he doesn't understand why hauling wood landed on his head. Nora is happy to take it easy. She stays behind to cook the beef and goat and hang it on racks to dry. It takes them about 3 days to process all the beef and goat here. The dried, ready-made meat can be eaten straight, like the kind sold in stores. Just a little chewy. But in the apocalypse, it's a rare delicacy. Before leaving, Gus slaughters the last 2 goats. This was Nora's request. When she stocked her fridge, she hadn't set aside any goat, thinking of future braised goat with radish, goat soup, and goat skewers. Nora can't bring herself to turn it all into jerky. She uses the excuse of wanting to cook them at home herself to keep these 2 goats. Knox Hayes doesn't ask much. Luckily, once dried, the meat takes up very little volume, so they pack it all in without needing a whole boat. Meanwhile, the supplies that crew had looted fill more than 2 boats. Nora and Knox Hayes talk it over and decide to tie an inflatable raft behind their boat so they can haul it all home in one trip. As they're about to leave, Nora leaves beef, goat, and some supplies for Gus, just as she'd promised, payment for his 3 days of hard work. It makes Gus so happy. He hands the 2 of them a big pile of wild greens foraged from the mountain. Gus has been eating these wild greens for the past 2 days with no problem at all. Then Nora and Knox Hayes head back to the complex. It's daytime when they return. They've covered the boat with rain gear, but it's still plain to see they've come back victorious. Plenty of people stand silently on their balconies, looking down, trying to guess how much good stuff the 2 of them have hauled in. Nora doesn't want to be on anyone's mind, so she raises her gun and points it skyward. A warning. Everyone upstairs vanishes at once. Nora is satisfied with the effect and stows the gun. 3 days have passed and Hazel Hayes is fully recovered. The moment she sees Nora and Knox Hayes coming home, she hurries downstairs to meet them. Nora notices her eyes light up. "Dr. Chu cleared you to go out?" Hazel Hayes says happily. "Dr. Chu said she's watched this long with no odd signs, so it should be fine. She's gone back to her own place too." The 3 of them move the goods to 1801 together. Hazel Hayes hadn't expected this much meat, so she quickly picks up a piece to taste. Even though their home has plenty of supplies, it's only enough to fill their stomachs. Things like meat and vegetables are luxuries. What they eat most is chili crisp and canned food. The instant she pops a piece of meat into her mouth, its aroma hits her full in the face. Hazel Hayes is moved to tears. "This is wonderful. So much jerky. Finally, I won't have to eat plain rice every single day." Nora smiles and pulls the grilled beef and goat skewers from the pile. There's something even better. Hazel Hayes' eyes suddenly light up. Without bothering to reheat it, she pops a piece into her mouth. "It's fresh meat." Oh, Nora reminds her, "It tastes better hot." Right. Hazel Hayes nods quickly, then hands a beef skewer to Knox Hayes. "Brother, hurry and heat this up for me." Knox Hayes sighs, takes the skewer, and sets it aside. "Let's divide this stuff up first. You want to stand here eating while Nora watches?" Hazel Hayes' cheeks flush red. "Sorry, I got too excited and forgot." Nora smiles. "It's fine. I don't mind watching you eat." Hazel Hayes' face goes even redder. "Let's just split the supplies first." Nora nods. "Okay, but I've got a few things to say first." Hazel Hayes looks at Nora. Curious, Nora apologizes. "That day we got 8 boats, but I sold them all without your okay, so this time I'll take a smaller share. Besides, this time the 2 of you did most of the shooting. That used a lot of ammo. The effort wasn't equal." Hazel Hayes looks at her brother. Knox Hayes says, "I've got no objection about the ammo, but forget the boat selling thing. We don't need that many boats. Better to give others a way to live than let them go to waste." Nora shoots him a look. Knox Hayes says, smiling, "Don't tell me you think I'm the domineering type, grabbing everything I see for myself. Really, I just want to live a quiet life with Hazel." Nora says, decisive, "Then how about we split 2-8? Knox Hayes thinks a moment. 7-3. Nora isn't interested in instant noodles and jerky, and this time the 2 of them really did burn through a lot of ammo. Most of all, she doesn't want to owe anyone a favor. "Let's do 2-8. Last time you gave me a gun and didn't take any money either. Any lower than this and I'm afraid I won't be able to stand it. I wouldn't dare work with you 2 again." Hearing her put it that way, Knox Hayes nods easily. Done. After getting home, Nora stores everything in the vault. The biggest surprises from this trip out are the 800 tons of water, the 1,500 fish, and those 2 goats. Everything else is small stuff, not worth mentioning. It's just that her remaining vault space is too small. Nora wants to expand it. Travis Wynn is dead now, and Slade is too far away from her. For the moment, Nora can't think of a useful approach, so all she can do is sit and wait for an opportunity. Besides, by the plot of the original novel, the rescue team should be arriving soon. After resting at home a day or 2, Nora feels fully restored, with enough energy to open her packages. These rigid boxes take up too much space. She should unpack them as soon as possible. She wakes in the morning, eats a bowl of beef noodles, then sits down on the floor to work. But before an hour passes, a violent roar erupts outside. "A helicopter!" Someone shouts. "Why is there a helicopter?" Nora and everyone else run to their balconies to look up at the sky. The helicopter flies straight toward their complex and finally settles on the rooftop of Building 7. As it happens, that's the building Nora and the others live in. She thinks a moment, then changes into waterproof clothes and grabs an umbrella. She's barely reached the door when someone knocks. Nora, hurry out and look. The rescue team's here, Hazel Hayes says joyfully. This time, it really is a rescue team. They're all in police uniforms. Nora feigns surprise and opens the door. Really? Hazel Hayes is thrilled. It's true. My brother just went up to look. Let's hurry and see too. Nora nods. The three of them head up to the rooftop on the 21st floor. By now, the helicopter has flown off to other buildings, leaving only 2 uniformed officers up top. 1 man, 1 woman. The male officer holds a stack of flyers. The female officer is blocked by a crowd, so her face can't be seen clearly. The ground beside them is wrapped in a tarp, piled with all sorts of unidentified things. Because the rescue team has come, a lot of people have gathered on the top floor, including the new chair of the self-rescue committee. The moment everyone sees Nora and the other 2, they quickly step aside to let them through to the front. Nora doesn't know whether to laugh or cry, but at the same time she finally gets a clear look at the 2 officers. Just then, one word flashes through her mind. Wow, the young male officer has the face of someone around 20, not too worldly yet. He pays no mind to the new arrivals, just keeps handing out flyers. This is our country's latest bulletin. Everything's written clearly. Take one home and read it carefully. The female officer is different. Her face is rather pretty, maybe only 26 or 27. A handgun hangs at her hip. She speaks with caution, like an ice queen. Unlike the young officer, her eyes regard Nora and the other 2 with wariness. Nora's own eyes light up. If she's guessing right, with that face, that bearing, this must be Clara, Slade's future love interest. Nora gives her a warm smile. Clara's gaze still carries caution, but not the same alarm as before. She says, "This time we've brought compressed biscuits too. Line up, 1 pack each." At those words, everyone gets excited, all of them jostling forward. When they see Nora and the other 2 approaching, they fall over themselves to yield, "You first, no, you," and step back to line up behind Nora. Clara's gaze turns straight toward Nora and the others again, but she says nothing more. Begin distributing supplies. Hazel Hayes is at the front of the line. She takes the compressed biscuits from the young officer and says cheerfully, "Thank you. You've worked hard." From the look of her, Clara can't yet tell what these 3 are about. By others' attitudes, the 3 of them seem like bad people. But by Hazel Hayes' expression, she looks innocent and a little simple. Clara nods. "You've worked hard too. Hold on a little longer. Things are sure to improve." Hazel Hayes says, "They definitely will." First is a nationwide situation report. Heavy rain stretches across the whole country, not just where they are. The closer to the southern coast, the heavier the rain, even driving the sea level up. The downpour has triggered many landslides in the mountains. The situation is dire. Some government agencies have relocated to the northern Highland province, establishing a command center, activating a large stockpile of emergency military supplies kept on the plateau, and actively rolling out self-reliant production. Then come a few words of comfort. This part doesn't need close reading. In the 3rd section, the first 2 lines state they'll do everything in their power to help people across the country, then explain that supplies are extremely limited. They hope everyone will practice strict conservation, pull together, stand as one iron wall, and cooperate to get through this hard pass. The 4th section is the crux. It says they've mobilized all available military and police forces. Even reservists will be put to use, and that if illegal activity like looting is discovered, investigators have the authority to open fire on the spot. The 5th section is a few words of encouragement, urging everyone to stay safe and keep their guard up. Nora finishes reading and recalls what Clara just said, deciding the officer has some misunderstanding about her. But it doesn't matter. The 2 of them have nothing to do with each other. As long as she turns Clara into the woman the male lead can't have, her mission succeeds. By the novel's plot, Clara would also go to Slade's place to distribute supplies. That's their first meeting. She could think of a way to keep Clara here. But does she even need to? Nora is still mulling it over when, just then, someone receiving supplies over there says, "Officer, just 1 pack of biscuits? How long is this supposed to last?" Clara says, "A month." "What? How are we supposed to last 30 days on this little?" The man is displeased. "You took this long to come to the rescue. If you went to all that trouble to get here, why not bring more? Do you even see us as human? Or did you people swallow all the supplies yourselves? So much for the Red Cross." Clara explains, "Haven't you read the bulletin? The whole country's in crisis right now. These supplies were brought here by soldiers who risked their lives. They don't even have a set route. They set out from the northern Highland province distributing supplies across the country, all of it military stock. Rest assured, none of this passed through any other organization's hands. And right now, our city has only this one working helicopter. You're the first group to be resupplied. The man is still unhappy, but this isn't enough to eat. Can't you hand out a little more? The people behind him wait until their patience snaps. Stop griping. In a situation like this, getting anything at all is plenty. If you've got yours, step aside. Right. Quit blocking the way. One person edges closer to the male officer and asks, "Officer, my grandmother is over 90. She can't stand up now. If she wants to receive supplies too, what do we do?" Others widen their eyes and chime in at once. "Right. My child is only a month old. Can't be out in the rain." Clara says calmly, "If there's a special case where someone can't come up, I'll go to the door myself to confirm." The man says nothing then. "Aren't you all in a big hurry? You've got time to make door visits? Aren't you afraid other complexes will starve?" Clara answers evenly. "In the face of disaster, natural or man-made, you must never use tricks to deceive people, and you certainly must never cheat the nation's supplies." The man takes his biscuits and storms off in a huff. Clara keeps distributing supplies. Suddenly, an argument breaks out in the crowd. "What are you doing? You already got yours once. Why are you lining up again?" Nora frowns and looks over. The one being jostled is an old man, around 70, soaked through by the rain. He's so hungry he has no strength left, his whole body trembling as if about to collapse. Accused like this, he can only say weakly, I didn't. You clearly just got yours." The man says, "I saw it with my own eyes." The old man says, "I'm collecting for my wife. She couldn't come." The man sneers. "That officer already said she'd bring it to the door if someone can't come up. Didn't you hear? Or are you leaning on your age to grab a little extra?" The old man's whole body shakes. He stammers, unable to get a word out. Clara sets down what's in her hands and walks over to the two of them. "Sir, you can't take extra supplies? Your wife can't come up?" The old man says, "She can't." The one who'd pointed out the old man speaks up at once. "Old man, if you can come up, why can't she?" "You can't give a reason. I think you just want more." The old man weeps in the heavy rain, his face streaming. She's gone. I just wanted one portion to burn for her, so she won't have to be a hungry ghost on the road to the afterlife." The whole rooftop falls silent. In the end, the old man can't hold on any longer. He sits straight down on the ground and wails, "It's all heaven. And that murderer, Travis Wynn. If he hadn't stolen our rice, my wife wouldn't have died." Clara frowns and asks the man who'd shouted, "Who is Travis Wynn?" The man has lost all his earlier arrogance. He's too gutless to answer. "I don't know who Travis Wynn is. I still have to get my biscuits. My mother's hungry. I don't have time to stand here talking nonsense with you people." Clara doesn't press him. She crouches down and says to the old man, "Sir, don't grieve anymore. The dead can't be brought back. Take your biscuits down first and look after yourself." The old man's face is blank. "What am I living for?" Clara is quiet for a few seconds. "Tell you what. Tell me who Travis Wynn is, and I'll investigate him." The old man says, pained, "Travis Wynn is dead. How will you investigate?" Clara says, "Then he must still have accomplices. Tell me their names and I can question each one." The old man glances at her. "Young lady, the self-rescue committee has 30 people now. Do you mean to arrest them all or shoot them all dead? You can't arrest them all and you can't shoot them all. You just said supplies come once a month. If you can't make it back by then, what becomes of me? And what becomes of anyone who dares leak the committee's information to you?" The people who'd been deliberately waiting on the rooftop feel a chill cut to the bone at these words. They don't dare stand there waiting anymore and slowly head down. Two of them even hurry off in a rush. In the end, the old man only says, "Young lady, I can see you come from a clean family, so let me give you one piece of advice. Everyone in this building has already rotted through. No, I should say everyone in this whole world has collapsed. Don't concern yourself with any of this. Hurry back to your parents." Gooseflesh rises on Clara's skin. She presses her lips together. "Sir, it isn't as frightening as you say." The old man lets out a hoarse laugh, struggles to his feet, then staggers down the stairs. Clara's expression looks awful. She's wearing the police rain jacket, highly waterproof, but a bit of rainwater clings to her face, making her look more pitiable and worn. Nora recalls the original novel's assessment of Clara, grew up beautiful, capable in her own right, with a heart that always championed justice and fairness. A pity that in the apocalypse, that noble heart led to nothing good. In the original novel, Clara is just like this, always striving for her ideals, wanting to change the apocalypse, completely at odds with Slade's style. So she and Slade clashed back and forth. Slade needed 600,000 or 700,000 words just to win her over. Her family was illustrious, which brought Slade a great many benefits. Nora thinks for a while, then says to Hazel Hayes, "Let's head down, there's probably nothing more to ask here." Hazel Hayes nods. The three have just lifted their feet to leave when Clara, over on the other side, suddenly raises her head. Wait, the three of you? Stay and cooperate with the investigation. Nora and Knox Hayes exchange a look. Knox Hayes says, Officer, what's this about? The rain's awfully heavy right now. Clara's face is ice cold. In rain this heavy just now, didn't the two of you stand here a long while too? Nora says, smiling, standing here a long while is our own freedom, but we should cooperate all the same. Whatever the issue, officer, go ahead and ask. Clara glances at the people in line and leads the three of them off to the side. What was the old man talking about, this Travis Wynn? Nora says, Travis Wynn? He was the chair of the Self-Rescue Committee. Clara frowns. The Self-Rescue Committee? What kind of organization is that? Nora recounts how Walter Tate founded the Self-Rescue Committee, how Travis Wynn killed for power, and how he later fell gravely ill and was pushed off a lower floor by his own people. Hearing this, Clara is appalled. Despicable. How could things like this happen? I'll report Walter Tate's death to my superiors and see whether we can reach his son. As for you two, Clara stares at Nora. The Self-Rescue Committee's looting is detestable, but everyone seems terrified of you. The three of you aren't simple either. Nora says nothing. Clara says, whether what you just told me is true or false, and whatever actually happened in this building, I will get to the bottom of it. But mind yourselves. Don't let me catch you in any illegal act. Hazel Hayes blinks. Nora says, Officer, can we go now? Clara nods. After the three of them leave, she goes back to handing out compressed biscuits with the young officer, then looks toward the two people waiting off to the side. Both claim they have someone at home who can't move around easily, needing her to come down and confirm. Carrying the remaining biscuits, Clara and the young officer head downstairs. But the further they go, the more frightened they become. Very few doors in this building are still intact. They all seem to have been forced open. Inside the units, it's a mess too. With no fuel, people have burned everything in their homes that could burn. The rooms look like garbage heaps. The first household is an old woman, around 90. Clara goes to look. The woman is already at death's door. She hands the biscuits to the woman's grandson. The man's eyes are bloodshot. He clutches the biscuits, refusing to let go. Wonderful! I'm saved. Clara doesn't know whether he'll really give the biscuits to the old woman, but there's no way for her to control it. After a moment's thought, she takes out her own share for the day. These are my biscuits for today. I'll give them to you too. You. She pauses. Soak them in water a bit and feed them to the old woman. The man immediately brightens and takes the biscuits. Yes, I'll definitely do it. Seeing his eager expression and his eyes locked on the biscuits, Clara doesn't know whether he'll share a single portion with the old woman. She can only sigh inwardly. The two of them walk out of the unit. The further down they go, the more frightened Clara becomes. There are still quite a few people living in the corridors, eating and going about daily life all in one spot. Everywhere is filthy, and it reeks. At the second household, Clara asks them again about the Self-Rescue Committee and about the situation on the 18th floor. The people in the earlier unit had said nothing, but this one hesitates. The 18th floor aren't bad people. They didn't loot us. They even helped us. Clara frowns. Then what? Why are you all afraid of them? This person doesn't dare go on, just tells the two of them to hurry and leave. Back on the top floor, Clara's expression is heavy. She says to the young officer beside her, when the helicopter comes back, go with it. I'll stay here to investigate more. How can that be? It's too dangerous for you here alone. The young officer says quickly. Clara frowns. I told you to go back, so go. This is an order. I'll bear all the consequences myself. The young officer lowers his head, fishes half a pack of compressed biscuits from his pocket, and says, This is food. Take it. Don't give it to anyone else, no matter what. Clara nods and gazes at the white sheet of rain, lost in thought. On floor 18, the system reports Clara's decision to stay to Nora. This way, she can't take part in distributing supplies tomorrow. She won't cross paths with Slade. Nora smiles. But her staying here has a downside too. She seems to have her eye on you, afraid she won't let it go. Nora says, I haven't done anything yet. Let her keep watch. The system asks, then what about the gun? As long as they're not idiots or too jealous of us, they won't expose the fact that we have a gun. Nora explains. Everyone understands now that you can't survive on once-a-month supplies alone. And the bulletin said it. The whole country's been hit by disaster, meaning vegetables and fruit are wiped out, and most places that grow food are flooded. There isn't enough food, so the arson, the killing, the looting can't be stopped. How could the police keep watch everywhere? Only when we have a gun do these people in this building feel any sense of safety. The system comes around. No wonder no one exposed us just now. Nora says, mainly because I didn't loot them. Just then, a knock sounds at the fire escape door. Nora steps out to look and finds it's You Great Fortune from apartment 1701. The moment You Great Fortune sees her, he's overjoyed and says quickly, "Miss, hurry, I've brought gold. I want to rent a boat." Nora raises an eyebrow, goes back inside, and brings out an inflatable raft. Didn't they just hand out compressed biscuits? Why do you want to go out and risk it? You Great Fortune says, "How could that little bit be enough? We've talked it over. While a lot of people don't have boats, we'll hurry out, find a bit more, and come back." Nora nods. "Then be careful out there." You Great Fortune says, "Don't worry. This time it's me, Quincy Chu, and the Tate daughter-in-law going together. There's strength in numbers." Then he chuckles, his tone turning a little fawning. "Miss, you've got one more inflatable raft, don't you?" Nora raises an eyebrow. "What about it? I've got friends who want to rent too. They don't dare come see you. Don't worry, we guarantee we'll come back safe." Nora thinks a moment. "You're not going to help out those old friends of yours, are you?" You Great Fortune says quickly. "There are young people too. We've formed a supply rescue team now. Honestly, there are very few people out there these days. It's mostly our complex's boats. Nothing will go wrong." Nora thinks a bit more, then pulls out another raft and hands it to him with a warning. "Don't go too far. It isn't safe out there." You Great Fortune says, "Understood." After You Great Fortune heads down, Nora feels she ought to do something too, so she keeps opening packages and clearing out the vault. First, she sets aside a room in the apartment and pulls items with no expiration date out of the vault. Her electric bike, for example, plus computers, a TV, a washing machine, drones, and so on. She takes out some clothes too, along with daily necessities she can use during this period, setting them out ahead of time. Last, there are the 2 soil-free indoor grow machines. These take up a lot of space, and she doesn't know whether her mother will even use them when she comes over. After she finishes, her vault has another 200 cubic meters free. Adding the original space, the total usable now is about 400 cubic meters. Nora keeps unpacking, hoping to free up even more room. She still wants to stockpile more water. In the apocalypse, water sources are precious. For all she knows, she'll have to live here the rest of her life, and what she's stored is far from enough. Nora spends the rest of the day and the whole evening opening packages. Items with no expiration date go in the apartment. Everything else goes into the vault. After a full day's effort, she frees up another 57 cubic meters. Nora massages her heavy, aching arms and goes to sleep. Early the next morning, the system nudges her. Host, hurry and wake up." Nora's arms still ache. She says helplessly, "What are you doing? Is there a morning wake-up service now too?" "No, I just want to wake you. Clara didn't go to meet Slade. You're getting a reward." Nora's eyes fly open. "Really? By the system's calculation, you'll receive another 500 cubic meters of space." Joy flashes across Nora's face, then she immediately frowns. "Wasn't last time 1,000 cubic meters? Why the drop now?" The system says, last time it was both Chu sisters, so the reward was doubled. Fine. Nora sits up in bed, rinsing her mouth while tallying the vault space. Last night, she saved 457 cubic meters, plus 10 more, for a total of 467. Because the fridge's supply doubling takes up odd bits of space, what's mostly left is just under 460 cubic meters. Adding today's reward, rounding 4 up to 5, comes to nearly 1,000 cubic meters. She's heading up the mountain again today. At the very least, she still wants to store another 500 tons of water. Once she's cleaned up, Nora goes next door and tells Knox Hayes and Hazel Hayes she wants to head out. Hazel Hayes asks, curious, "Nora, where are you going? Let's go together. I haven't been out once since the heavy rain started. This time, have your brother watch the place." Nora looks at Knox Hayes. Knox Hayes says, "Hazel, no making trouble." Hazel Hayes is put out. "How am I making trouble? You two go all over collecting supplies while I'm cooped up at home every day. With this many boats coming and going now, it's only normal that I'd want to go out." Nora says, "Next time. Definitely next time I'll take you." Knox Hayes shakes his head and sighs, then says to Nora, "But is it safe for you to go out alone?" This time, Nora doesn't only want to get water. She also wants to climb that mountain and take a look. So moving alone is more convenient. It's safe. "I won't go far either. I just want to head out and see how things are." Knox Hayes says, "Then we won't force you. Be careful." Nora smiles at him. No problem. She opens the fire escape door, about to head down, only to find Clara sitting on the stairs. Seeing Nora come out, Clara stands. "What are you opening the door for?" Maybe from a sleepless night, her face looks a little worn, her spirits low. But a beauty is still a beauty. Nora holds out her inflatable raft for her to see. "I'm planning to head out and find food. Officer, you've seen it too. The past 2 days, a lot of people have been coming and going by boat. Clara is quiet for a moment. Why does your complex have so many boats? Nora says. That's exactly what everyone else has been asking. I don't know either. Clara presses her lips. I want to go out with you. Is that all right? Nora is taken aback. That won't do, officer. It's dangerous for us out there. What would you come along for? Clara says, I forgot to set aside biscuits yesterday, and now I'm starving. I want to go find food with you. Is that all right? Nora blinks. It's not that it won't do. It's just that in our complex, the boats are all rentals. Officer Yu. Clara looks down at herself. Because she's out on a mission, she isn't wearing any jewelry. I have a salary too, but I'll pay you in supplies once we find some. Is that all right? Besides, with me along, you won't have to worry about safety.
Nora can tell this one means to come with her no matter what. She just says, fine. They reach the 6th floor and climb into the inflatable raft together. Clara takes the paddle and handles the rowing. Nora's plan to slip out for water is dead now. She sits at the raft's edge, sour to the bone. Then, Clara speaks. Where are you planning to look for supplies? Anywhere, Nora says. Wherever the others go, I go. Then let's try the supermarket, Clara says. We might still scrape together some food. Nora doesn't bite. You're with the rescue effort too, aren't you, officer? Every boat in the Northern Highland province is moving supplies right now, Clara answers. We take whatever we can reach. Things are urgent. Every warehouse is underwater, and the government has nothing left in reserve. Mr. Nora lets it sit. So, how's your swimming? Getting inside that supermarket is no joke. Clara glances at her. And yours? Nora starts to show off. Average. I paid for diving lessons all the time. You don't look like much of a swimmer, officer. First time on a paddle, I'd guess. Clara goes still. Nora laughs. Your form's wrong. You're burning energy for nothing. Here, let me row. Clara is quiet a moment. In the end, she hands over the paddle. You row then. I'll learn. Mr. and Miss Nora rows and teaches her a few tricks as she goes. Clara listens and nods along. Then she says, You don't seem like a bad person. You're young too. So why is everyone in your building so afraid of you? Nora smiles at her and passes the paddle back. Sometimes it isn't me they're afraid of. It's their own imagination. Something thoughtful crosses Clara's face. The two of them trade off, and in a blink, they reach the spot they picked, the supermarket. It looks like everyone with a boat made this their first stop. Nora doesn't know all of them. She can't tell which rafts are from her building and which are from elsewhere. Either way, there are 7 or 8 boats here. The others see Clara's uniform and go shifty at once. When they realize she isn't paying them any mind, they go right back to digging for supplies. Clara studies them a while. Most of them keep someone on the boat and send a couple down. The ones in the water tie a rope around themselves. Is it safe for you to go alone? When I head out alone, I don't come to supermarkets, Nora says. I search office towers instead. I see. Clara nods. Do you have rope? I'll go down. Nora raises a brow and looks her over. The water's dangerous. Better to let me go. Clara shakes her head. What's dangerous about it? If no one else is scared, why would I be? Nora lets it drop. She pulls a coil of rescue rope from the rain tarp bag on the raft. Clara is surprised. This rope's good quality. Of course, Nora says. Knox and I found it on a run together, my neighbor. So we picked the best of the lot. Clara nods. She ties the rope around her waist, draws a deep breath, and drops into the water. Nora waits up top. A normal person can't hold their breath long, which makes scavenging brutal. Down and up, over and over. A long while later, Clara surfaces. Her skin has gone pale and wrinkled from too long under, and still, she's come up with almost nothing. Lucky for them, this supermarket sits inside a mall, and the mall has 6 floors. They can't reach deep into the store, but there's still a little to gather up high. About 3 minutes later, Clara breaks the surface without warning, a fair distance from Nora's raft. Nora paddles over fast, well want to climb up and rest. Clara shakes her head. It's a mess down there. I haven't turned up anything yet. It's fine, Nora says. Safety first. Clara goes under again. This time, she stays down longer. About 5 minutes in, Nora feels the rope drag downward. She hauls it up quick. Good thing her strength has been upgraded. Otherwise, she'd never lift it. It takes maybe 30 seconds. At last, Nora drags the thing tied to the rope up to the surface. To her surprise, it's a small gas canister. She blinks. Then she spots Clara surfacing on the far side. That should be worth something, right? Enough to cover the cost of my boat. Nora is impressed, despite herself. Of course it's worth something. I just don't know if it still works. It won't blow, will it? Clara lifts the liquefied gas canister clear of the water, draws a deep breath, and hauls herself up onto the raft. Nora thinks a moment. Let me go down this time. Clara shakes her head. We still haven't found any food. Nora pulls out a compressed biscuit. This kind of canister has a lot of uses. The biscuit's your cut. Clara realizes it's the same ration she handed out yesterday. She hesitates, then takes it. Thank you. She eats the biscuit in silence. Nora takes out a thermos. Hot water I brought along. If you don't mind, drink some. Thank you. Clara pauses. My name is Clara. And yours? Nora answers simply. Clara nods. When she's nearly finished eating, she hands the cup back. Let me go down again this time. I'm already soaked anyway. Nora shakes her head. I'll go. We pull supplies together. No sense in one person doing all the diving. All right, Clara says. Nora ties the rope around herself. After she drops in, she finds every window in the mall has been smashed out by someone. She swims inside. Tables and chairs float against the ceiling, and there may be other things too, but they've steeped in the water too long to eat. Only sealed packaged food is any good. It isn't easy. The supermarket sits on the second floor, and without diving gear, there's no going deep. Even if she got lucky and made it in, there's no guarantee she'd make it back out. Nora picks a random storefront. In the end, she pulls out some packaged snacks, bags them, ties the bag off, and lashes it to a pillar. Whether anyone finds it, whether it's a good person or a bad one, that's down to fate. Then Nora starts back up. Sitting on the raft, Clara feels the rope go taut and gives it 2 quick tugs to bring her up. Nora surfaces. Shame. Nothing down there. The 6th floor was already picked clean. Clara says. Do you want to come up? Nora asks. Think I should try the 5th floor. The 5th floor is usually clothing, Clara says. You won't find anything to eat. Nora fakes a sigh and climbs onto the raft. So, all we got this trip is 1 gas canister. Well, that'll do. To be precise, Clara says you're also out 1 pack of compressed biscuits and half a cup of hot water. Nora can't help laughing. She hadn't expected the story's leading lady to be such a stickler. She knows Clara tagged along to dig deeper into her, so she says, should we keep going? The water looks filthy. I want to head back and wash off, or I'll come down with something. Clara thinks a moment. Fine. Nora starts to row. The 2 of them head back to the complex, and Clara makes for the top floor again. Nora is surprised. You're not going to wash off? Standing in the rain a while counts as a wash, Clara says. Nora hadn't expected her to be so easygoing. So, how many days are you staying? Up on the top floor, every single day like this. Clara looks at her. Nora sighs. I know what you're thinking, officer. But the people on floor 18 really aren't villains. You already know about the self-rescue committee. In the end, it was torn apart. But that changes nothing 1,000 more, just like it will keep rising. Each one rotted through worse than the last. If you don't mind, let me set you up on the 17th floor for a couple of days. The household there is a doctor. Call the gas canister your room fee. I won't take anything else of yours. You'll lose out doing that, Clara says. Nora laughs. Who told you to be an officer? Just think of it as me doing my small part. You want to keep an eye on me? go right ahead. After that, Nora sets Clara up at apartment 1701, then hurries back to the bathroom to wash. For the next 2 days, the moment Nora wants to head out, she runs into Clara. So she fakes a casual stroll and circles right back to floor 18. Over on Slade's side, meanwhile, the ground is shifting hard. The first batch of relief supplies has arrived, but the amount that reaches any one person is far too little, and most of it never gets to the people who need it. His complex doesn't have many boats like Nora's tower. Almost no one there has the skill to build a boat, and everyone's trapped indoors, dizzy with hunger. Worse still, a neighboring outfit called the Skywolves has taken an interest in his complex. More than a few people had their compressed biscuits snatched while the wrappers were still warm in their hands. The Skywolves don't end anyone. They keep people alive, so they can keep wringing them dry. Across the complex, people are faint with hunger, and 2 or 3 clusters of them have already given up entirely. In all this, Slade stepped forward. He rallied his own building and led the charge to beat back the Skywolves' attacks. 4 or 5 of them were lost as pawns, but the result was plain. Now Slade gathers everyone together. His eyes sweep the faces in front of him. Everyone living in this complex has family. The unmarried women are mostly very young. He stares hard at each girl's face, one after another. Most of the parents are sharp. They catch the scheme he's hiding, and a few quickly pull their daughters behind them. But some don't. A few even look pleased. A man of about 50 fawns over him. "Leader, you worked so hard in this fight. And how is it you still have no one to look after you? My daughter turned 18 this year. Why not let her follow you?" Slade fakes impatience. "What nonsense are you talking? Don't say things like that again." He pauses. This time, everyone stood together and beat back the Skywolves. "I won't waste words. Reward by merit is only natural. The compressed biscuits from the last handout are right here. I'll give them out now by each person's contribution." Roy. The name he calls belongs to the man who just offered his daughter. "You did very well today. 5 packs of compressed biscuits for you, and I'll throw in a steamed bun myself." Everyone feels a pang at once. There's only so much to go around. The plan had been 1 pack per person, but now he's handing one man 5 packs. So of course, some people will get nothing. Roy rubs his hands delighted. "Thank you, leader. Thank you, leader." Slade gives a flat M. That night, Roy tells his daughter, who has cried herself to pieces, to go bathe and dress up nicely. "What do you understand? Getting to follow Slade is your good fortune. From now on, this whole family won't go hungry. Once you're up there, behave and listen. Whatever the leader says, goes. Understand." The girl's face is streaked with tears. That night, her parents bring her to Slade's door. Tonight's wind turns slowly cooler. Floor 18. The system reports the matter to Nora. She opens the original novel and finds this isn't far from the plot. The difference is that at this stage in the novel, Slade had already won the Chen sisters' backing and grown bolder for it. Because of his clan contribution points, Slade had remade his own face by then. Handsome. Striking. Back then, the Chen sisters hadn't yet moved into the Slade household. They didn't even know this man was Slade. As for the newly delivered girl, at first she'd wanted to resist, but in the end, she gave in, bit by bit. Back then, she'd naively believed she was the only one. She'd thought she could keep her mother and little brother from going hungry. The system sighs. In the end, he still gets his clan contribution points. Nora says nothing. She flips back to the girl's description in the novel. There isn't much written about her, really. Among the heroines, she stands out for nothing. She just does the housework, washes Slade's socks, and later isn't much favored. She bears 3 children. Nora closes the book, too angry to sleep. Damn it. A man like that deserves everything coming to him. She can't sleep anyway, so Nora keeps the novel out and reads through the night. Near dawn, she finally feels drowsy. She doesn't know when the knocking at the door started. Nora knows it's Knox or Hazel next door. Head hanging, she climbs down from the bed. She opens the door. It's Hazel. Hazel sees Nora's hair like a bird's nest and the dark rings under her eyes. Surprised, she says, "Nora, did you sleep badly last night?" "I've been cooped up. No way to burn off the energy," Nora says. "Can't sleep at night, can't get up in the day." Hazel holds 2 inflatable rafts. "These are from old Mr. Yu downstairs. He knocked at the fire escape door, but you didn't wake, so I took them for you." Nora nods. "Thanks." Seeing she's still half asleep, Hazel doesn't come in. "I'll head back. Get some rest. Don't stay up tonight. Tomorrow, let's work out together." Nora nods first. Then she suddenly shakes her head. "Tomorrow, we go out." "Huh." Hazel blanks. "We." "Yes, you and me," Nora says. "Go tell them downstairs. Better to have Mr. Yu come with us. This time, your brother stays and watches the place." Hazel's eyes light up. "Really? I can go out?" Nora thinks a moment. "But it'll be rough." Hazel jumps in at once. "Who's afraid of rough? The only thing to fear right now is having nothing to eat." As agreed, early the next morning, the group sets out. This time, 2 go from floor 18 and 4 from floor 17. Yu, great fortune. Quincy Chu, the Tate daughter-in-law, and Clara, the heroine. On the way, Mr. Yu asks Kid, "Where are we headed?" "A very good place," Nora says. She's thought it through. If Clara likes keeping an eye on her, then Nora will lead them openly to catch fish and stockpile water on the quiet. A reservoir that big, even if she pulls a few 100 tons, it won't make a ripple. Before, she always worked careful and tight, front to back, afraid of any slip, daring to show nothing. But at this rate, she'll never be able to keep Slade in check. So better to be a little bolder. Only a little. As for that building up on the mountain, she'll set it aside for now. The rowing stretches longer and longer, and the group grows curious where they're going, until they see the great mountain. Yu Great Fortune is puzzled. We're going up the mountain for food. There won't be any wild boar up there. Maybe some wild greens, though. Right now, everyone's set on heading into the city for food, so there's not a soul on this side, Nora explains. There's a reservoir up here. I mean, to catch fish. Yu is surprised. How do we catch fish with our bare hands? Nora pulls out a fishing net and stays vague. Found it on a recent run. There was a fisherman there. He kept a lot of tackle. Old Yu brightens at once. Let me try. I used a net when I was young, too. Hazel chimes in fast. Mr. Yu, I'll help you and pick up the skill while I'm at it. The group reaches the reservoir. There are no bikes, so they walk about an hour, and everyone's worn down to nothing. But once they see the reservoir, even Quincy Chu is full of energy. Old Yu, quick-handed, pumps a raft full. The water here's got to be deep. We be careful. Nora hands him a jar of bait. No telling if it'll work, but let's try. A few per pass. We can't let the raft tip. I'm not an idiot, Yu says. Everyone boards. Hazel scrambles onto the same raft as old Yu to learn the net. Clara comes over to Nora. Why come all the way here to fish? Fish don't keep long. We can salt them. Salted fish back home keeps a good while. Clara lowers her head. True. The 2 assault rafts the 2 of them are on aren't for fishing. Their job is to stand guard, ready to pull anyone out at any moment. Nora pretends to take in the scenery. She slips a hand into the water, and before long, she's pulled 50 tons of it into the vault. The surface doesn't so much as ripple. Just as she's quietly pleased, Yu Great Fortune shouts, "Fish in the net!" Hazel Quincy row for shore quick. The 2 young ones row hard. Mara on the bank runs over to help steady the raft. About 5 or 6 minutes later, they haul the net to shore together. In one pass, they've taken 3 big grass carp and more than a dozen small crucian. Yes, My kid hasn't had meat in so long. Now we can have fresh fish soup. Mara cries with joy. The others look pleased, too. From you, great fortune. Nora learns the Tate daughter-in-law is named Mara. Just 27, a housewife before all this. Now she's studying medicine under Dr. Chu. Learning medicine is no easy thing, of course, but Mara feels that to survive, she needs a skill of her own. After the first try, the next passes go smoothly. In one morning, they take 12 big fish and more than 40 small ones. Nora also pulls in 300 tons of water. Midday. The group sits on the bank to rest, eats some compressed biscuits, and drinks warm water to recover. They brought 3 rafts in all. One holds the fish now, and old Yu looks at the fish-laden raft, half delighted, half pained. How do we get the fish home? They definitely won't survive. No way they will, Quincy Chu says. Otherwise, they'll all jump back in the water. And then, how do we catch them again? Old Yu nods. Then we've no choice but to put them down and haul them back. Alive or dead, it's the same, Mara says. But the fish smell is so strong. If anyone catches it, they're sure to come asking where we got them. And then, do we tell or not? Telling or not telling is our right. Everyone goes quiet. Telling is obviously out of the question. It's a little selfish, but facing life and death, who isn't? Old Yu hesitates. How about we stay out here a couple more days? Or the rest of you head back first, and I'll keep watch tonight. How can we stay out here in the wild? Mara says. Don't go getting sick. Nora thinks, then says, I know there's a building on this mountain. I just don't know what it's for. Quincy Chu frowns. On this mountain. They wouldn't have built a research institute up here, would they? Nora has no opinion on his guess. But Clara, sitting beside her, says it plainly. It's the old branch of the National Library. Nora is surprised. Clara explains. It stores publications, not just modern ones, ancient texts from earlier eras and other surviving editions of books. It's a branch of the National Library. There are 5 branches across the country. It was built to protect the books as much as possible, even in the face of disaster. This branch runs more than 900,000 square feet, with over 20 million volumes, and some local antiquities as well. Mara asks, so is anyone guarding it up there? Of course there is, Clara says. Clara shakes her head. You found this place. I won't tell anyone. She pauses. But only through tomorrow. The day after, when we get back, I'll tell them. I'll let them know there's fish here. Good you, great fortune, says quickly. Nora is a little surprised. Clara has always been so patient. Why give up so suddenly? Hauling back too many odds and ends would be a hassle, and they'd need a lot of water for it. So Mara takes out a knife and starts cleaning the fish on the spot. Seeing that Nora hurries to pull in another 100-some tons of water. This way, her stored water reaches 1,340 tons in all. With the fridge's refresh on top of that, it should be enough. On the 3rd day, a helicopter comes for Clara and takes her away. Nora settles back into her easy life. She eats and sleeps, works out drills with her weapons. The rain gradually thins. After the 6th floor flooded, the water level hasn't really risen, but it certainly hasn't dropped either. That's good news for everyone. They hope the rain stops so people can keep taking their boats out to hunt for necessities. The whole city has turned into a junkyard, and everyone into a scavenger. With this many people about, Nora doesn't want to range farther and invite trouble. As time passes under the brutal storm, people find that nature has handed them a gift. They find food. After the current slows, people notice a new kind of algae in the water. At first, no one dares touch it. The water's filthy, all the trash dumped into it, and no small number of the fallen besides. Then someone starved to the bone decides that even if it ends them, they'd rather not go to the afterlife a hungry ghost. They pick some to try. The result is only diarrhea, and once it passes, they're fine. Word that the algae is edible spreads fast. Sure, it gives you the runs, But after a few rounds, the stomach adjusts. And it's a plant, so it has to give you some vitamins, right?
Better than starving.
After living on instant ramen, compressed biscuits, and thin congee for so long, everyone is desperate for something green. For a short while, the algae is the only topic. Every day before dawn, people head out to gather it. Go late, and there's none left. Luckily, the algae grows fast. Overnight, new growth appears. On top of that, the rain's gone on so long that the damp air has mushrooms sprouting in the hallways. The mushrooms are prized even more than the algae. The neighbors nearly come to blows over them. Every day, the two Hayes siblings go out to cut algae, and Nora goes along. The two of them turn the extra greens into dried greens, in case the algae ever runs out for good. Knox's mind is always on edge. Every day, he heads out alone to find wooden furniture or to cut down branches and trunks. When he brings it back, he gives Nora a share and tells her to store it first, careful, in case the liquefied gas runs out and there's nothing left to burn. After a stretch like this, the second food distribution finally arrives. Last time, the biscuits were too few. Many finished theirs long ago, living on boiled algae and thin congee, counting on their fingers the days until the next handout. Early this morning, people go out early to scoop algae, then watch the sky eager. After who knows how long, the sound of a helicopter finally comes. Everyone rushes up, crowding the top floor. This time, Clara isn't with them. Only that young officer comes, and he brings good news. The government has decided to buy algae. 22 pounds of algae for about a pound of compressed biscuits. 5 wafers to be exact. 44 pounds of algae for about a pound of rice. At the word rice, more than a few quietly swallow. Normally with vegetables and meat, plenty of water and oil, you don't get through much rice. But with no vegetables or meat, the rice runs out fast. Almost every household finished their pre-rain stores. Where do we trade? Someone asks quickly. The young officer answers. From now on, every day, the city sends a large boat to buy algae. It should reach your complex around 11 in the morning. Yes, I can trade for rice and cook a real meal, even make thick congee for my child. One mother says it through tears. Everyone's overjoyed. Some don't even wait to hear the rest before rushing down to scoop algae. Hazel is the happiest of all. Every day she has too much energy and nowhere to put it, and now she can trade algae for biscuits. You have to understand, this batch of compressed biscuits is military stock. The shelf life is at least 5 years. They genuinely need things that keep a long time. Hazel grips Nora's arm. Nora, from now on, let's go out and scoop algae every day. Push to trade for a pound of biscuits a day. Nora is caught between laughing and crying. You want to scoop that much. After this policy, everyone's going to go wild for algae. Pulling 11 pounds a day will be a good haul. Let's just try once. Trying once costs us nothing, Hazel says. Tomorrow, let's get up a little earlier and scoop. Nora nods. The next day, before 5, the two of them are out the door, only to find the water already full of people. Nora thinks, then says, let's go a bit farther. Those bathtubs they're paddling can't get far. Go farther and we'll scoop more. Hazel nods. The two row about half an hour. There really are fewer people here, the surface thick with algae. Hazel's eyes light up. She grabs a knife, fists a handful of algae, and starts cutting. By 8, the two of them have scooped a whole raft's worth. But it still doesn't meet the government's collection standard. The algae has to be dried first. The two hurry home, drawing no end of envious, admiring looks on the way. Nora can only pretend not to see. Back on floor 18, the two stand in the hallway and wring every drop of water from the algae, then lay out wooden boards as a rack and hang it all up. Knox comes out to help. Seeing how much they gathered, he says, "You two rode out far." Hazel sighs. No choice. Everyone's packed together like the whole world came out to pick algae. Knox says nothing more just helps dry the algae. Weren't you going out for firewood? Nora says. You don't need to worry about this. We can handle it. Knox thinks a moment. All right, when you're out trading, the two of you be careful. Hazel Breezy says, aren't there barely any people grabbing things now? I think even the self-rescue committee has gone quiet. Knox shakes his head and says to Nora, trouble you to look after her a bit more. Nora laughs. Go on, get out there. Nothing's going to happen. I'm not trading the algae today. Tomorrow, once it's dried, we'll go. Knox nods and paddles off in the raft. Hazel leans in close to Nora and lowers her voice. Nora, are there really still people who'd rob supplies? Do you know how precious rice is right now? Nora asks. Hazel shakes her head. Nora says right now, people aren't eating each other. But even if you sold yourself off, you might not fetch 5 pounds of rice. Hazel cries out, I'm not even worth 100 pounds of algae. Isn't that a bit much? And anyway, there's no one out there eating people. Nora smiles. Right. How could that ever happen? So we better hurry and dry our algae and not mind anyone else. The two dry the algae a long while. Nora figures it weighs around 26 pounds at most. That's thanks to the two of them having a good raft that reaches farther. It's how they got this much. Early the next morning, the two go scoop algae again. Afterward, they lay the fresh haul out to dry and bag yesterday's dried algae to wait for the boat. Around noon, the large boat finally comes drifting in. Many have waited a long time in the rain. When they see the big boat, they rush it. The shoving pushes more than a few into the water. Nora and Hazel don't join the chaos. In their waterproof jackets, they don't fear the rain, and they line up at the back like good citizens. The line crawls because most people dispute the weight of their algae. By the people's logic, it was just scooped from the water, so of course it's heavier. The staff weighing it see things differently. Their standard is dried algae, and at today's high water content, they can't accept it. Back and forth, each side insisting it's right. After draining 9 pounds of algae, comes out to barely 7, and the arguing turns loud. Hazel waits until she's bored stiff. Why is it like this? At this rate, we'll be waiting till nightfall. Nora pulls out a compressed biscuit. Hungry. If you are, let's eat a bit first. Hazel shakes her head. I'm not hungry, just antsy from waiting. About this, there's nothing Nora can do. Luckily, an hour later, an officer steps off the boat. He looks around, 30, 6'1", back straight, a handgun in his hand. After firing a warning shot skyward, the officer shouts, Everyone listen. From now on, any algae you turn in has to be drained first. If you don't, we won't just refuse to trade you biscuits or rice. We'll confiscate the algae outright. Today, we'll let it go. But the exact weight has to meet the staff's standard. Anyone who won't listen to reason gets their algae confiscated and goes on a blacklist. No trading supplies for 5 days. The moment he says it, the whole crowd goes quiet. But some still mutter under their breath that this officer's too high-handed. Why confiscate their things? This is brute force, plain and simple. Nora, on the other hand, is impressed. The solution looks heavy-handed, but what else can be done right now? Are you going to reason with people in the apocalypse? In this stretch, who knows how many driven past the edge by hunger have already given up entirely. But this approach cuts both ways. No policy is perfect. For now, it keeps people from squabbling with the staff over a few extra ounces. But who's to say those officers won't go too far with the residents? Because of this officer's presence, no one dares make a scene. And soon, it's Nora and Hazel's turn. The two hand up their bag of dried algae, 27.5 pounds. Because it isn't soaked like the others, the collection staffer is very pleased. This of yours isn't bad. Worth about 1 pound of compressed biscuits. The 5 pounds left over you two can carry back or leave on account here. Hazel asks, how do we leave it on account? I've got a ledger here. I'll note down your leftover weight, and next time you gather enough, you trade it then. Hazel looks at Nora. Nora says, we've set aside enough food for today. Leave it on account with you. The staffer hands them a pound of compressed biscuits and cautions, "Keep it safe. You two are girls. On the way back, be careful no one follows you." At the sight of the biscuits, Hazel's eyes light up. She grins. "Got it. Thank you." The officer beside them glances at the two, then at the algae on the table, then turns away. Nora and Hazel carry the biscuits back up to floor 18. Hazel hands Nora 3 wafers. "We scooped algae together. My brother said we should split it even. Today you take 3 wafers. Tomorrow I take 3. Perfect." Nora thinks a moment. "Lately your brother's given me a lot of firewood. Shouldn't I pay him something for it?" Hazel says it from the heart. "Nora, a girl like you, living alone, it isn't easy. And you've helped the two of us so much. Shouldn't we help you a little?" "Don't stand on ceremony." Nora smiles and takes the biscuits. "All right, when there's a chance, I'll bring you along." Today, Hazel is delighted with the biscuits. A single sentence is enough to set her laughing. In the afternoon, the two have some free time. They practice archery together, and when they tire, they lie back and chat. That night, Nora switches on the nightlight and opens Saving the Whole Clan in the Apocalypse with a House Full of Heirs. According to the novel, a small turning point unfolds tonight. Right now, Nora's complex sits too far from Slade's. Because of a transport problem, his side won't get their biscuits traded until tomorrow. The Sky Wolves figure the crop they sowed a month ago has grown, so tonight they'll come to harvest it. Slade won last time but took heavy losses. Even so, this time he'll lead his building out to meet the enemy again. The system gives a live report. Last time the Sky Wolves took losses at this complex. This time they bring more people. The commander himself is coming. They've surrounded Slade's building. The Sky Wolf commander ransacked a flooded police station. Today, the part a pawn like him plays is to hand his guns and rounds to the male lead. If Slade wins today, he claims the most important prize, firearms, and can use clan contribution points to replicate guns and ammo without limit. Nora asks, "Can he win?" The system answers, "Hard to say. He is the male lead after all, but without the Chen sisters' help, his strength right now isn't great." And last time, the moment he got his clan contribution points, he spent every last one of them remaking his own face. The Sky Wolves are storming up the floors. Someone in the building has fallen. The Sky Wolves have lost 2. As time passes, the fight between the two sides grows more brutal. At last, the system says, Slade has wiped out the whole Sky Wolf regiment and taken a handgun and 3 rounds. 23 fell where they stood in Slade's building, and 41 are wounded. The losses are even heavier than in the novel, counting those lost to hunger and sickness in the early days, and in the last fight, his building has lost 38 all told. Fewer than 300 people remain. Slade is openly pleased. He couldn't care less that his neighbors have fallen, because in his past life, these very people were the ones who did him in. For the cost of a few packs of compressed biscuits, he can send them out as his vanguard, and it leaves him deeply pleased. Pleased enough that it almost tastes like revenge. But when he remembers spending every last clan contribution point remaking his own face, it sours him a little. Before long, he's cheerful again, and he even decides that tonight or tomorrow night, he'll have a woman delivered to him. That way he can replicate guns and rounds, and no one will stand against him. At that, the system turns tense. "Operator, we have to stop him fast. If he keeps growing like this, we're in danger." Nora is annoyed. "How do I stop him? You want me to line up my few thousand rounds against his 3 and see who wins?" The system says weakly, "No, I'll do whatever you say." Nora narrows her eyes. "If you're listening to me, then go to sleep. Let's see where this book goes next." The next morning, Nora heads out to cut algae as usual, but there are so many people gathering it that rowing out far isn't easy today. The two of them spend longer at it and only just manage to fill a raft. At 11, they go to trade supplies as usual. Plenty of people have come, but the wait is much shorter now, and soon It's Hazel and Nora's turn. The two set their algae on the scale and trade for biscuits. Just as they're about to leave, a man's voice cuts in. Hold on. Nora turns and sees the officer from before walking toward them as he speaks. She doesn't know why he's calling her over, so Nora keeps her guard up a notch. Officer, what is it? Can the two of you come aboard? The officer says. There's something I want to tell you. Nora and Hazel trade a glance. They're standing in front of everyone, and his tone is courteous enough. Likely nothing will go wrong. Still, Nora doesn't choose to board. Officer, if there's something to say, just say it here. We're fine on the little raft. It's no trouble. All right, the officer says. I saw your names on the supply list. You're Nora, aren't you? Nora is startled. I am. Why? Clara asked me to get in touch with you. He pauses. I was supposed to find a woman named Mara, but she hasn't registered with us yet. Nora frowns. Mara moves with you great fortune, and their group is large, old people and children among them, so they don't have much algae to trade. Either that or they have to gather enough first before coming, since nothing can go on credit. Why would Clara be looking for Mara? A bad feeling rises in her. She lives a floor below me, Nora says. I know her. Then I'm at ease, the officer says. It's like this. These past days, Officer Clara has been helping her track down her husband. But contact is hard now, the situation's a mess. Only yesterday did we confirm that Ben Tate is gone. Nora frowns. Hazel fumbles for words. What do you mean? He's gone. So what happens now? The officer is quiet a moment. He was lost, saving others. By rights, his family should receive support and care. But you all know how things stand right now. Officer Clara and our team cut into our own rations and put together 20 packs of compressed biscuits. A pack is 5 wafers, which is to say 100 wafers in all. The officer goes on. There's also 3 pounds of rice that Clara's mother sent her. She's handed over every bit of it. Nora nods. Thank you. I'll head straight back and tell her to come up for it. Best you all come together, the officer says. It's dangerous on the water right now. All right, Nora says. With that, the two row back to the complex. Hazel is still rattled. They've known each other little more than a month, but by now, a bond forged in hardship has grown between them. She's nearly in tears. Nora, what do we do? Her father-in-law just passed. And now this. Can Mara hold up under it? Nora shakes her head. She doesn't know. So how do we tell her? Hazel says. I don't dare. The way I see it, Nora says, she's probably already braced for it. To Hazel, it feels like the sky is about to fall. She can't even imagine what Mara must be feeling. Before long, the two reach the 17th floor. Hazel doesn't dare go up. She leaves Nora to stand there talking with Mara a long while, and Mara covers her mouth and weeps without stopping. She doesn't dare cry out loud, afraid her children will hear. A long while later, Nora calls you Great Fortune over, and the 3 of them take Mara up to collect the supplies. The whole way, no one speaks. They find the officer, then carefully tuck everything into a cloth bag, afraid of being seen. If anyone learned they had this much food, plus 3 pounds of rice relief supplies, or not, someone would scheme to take it. Once the handover is done, the officer says to Mara, I'm Carson. If anything comes up, you can find me. Mara nods through her tears. Beside them, Nora hears the name, and her head comes up at once. Isn't this Clara's husband-to-be from the original novel, the male antagonist Slade treated as a thorn in his side for blocking him at every turn? The one who came to a grim end. She hadn't expected him to be so tall, so commanding. But that only makes it more like the novel. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. She just doesn't know whether the two of them will ever have a chance to work together. After a moment's thought, Nora steps over to Carson. Officer, what's had Officer Clara so busy lately? Carson glances at her. Lately, she's been busy figuring out how to gather supplies. In the original novel, Clara always fought on the front line. Nora doesn't know why she suddenly changed like this. She puts on a pained look. Really. The thing is, there's something I wanted to tell her. I wonder if she'd have time to see me.
Whatever it is, you can tell me, Carson says.
Nora feigns doubt. Really?
Of course, Carson says. If there's something you need her help with, I can pass it along and see whether she's willing.
Nora jumps in. It's not that, really. It's just...
She drops her voice.
Officer, could we talk somewhere else?
Carson studies her a moment, then nods.
Nora hops onto the large boat and goes to a corner to talk with him.
It's like this, officer. Have you heard of a regiment called the Skywolves? They don't just go around robbing supplies everywhere. There's no evil they won't do. Carson's expression shifts, instantly wary.
You know this outfit.
We're ordinary people, Nora says. And ordinary people have their own channels. These aren't things you'd hear. Carson says firmly, if you give me accurate information, I can have 3 packs of compressed biscuits issued to you.
3 packs, huh?
She isn't short on those.
Nora doesn't much care about that. A friend told me the Skywolves got into a clash at another complex yesterday. Word is they even used one of these.
She mimes holding a handgun. That's right, Carson says. But by the time your people moved in, Nora says, every one of the fallen had been dumped in the water. So there's no telling who is lost or how many. As it happens, I know someone who knows a person living in that complex. He says a lot of people are gone. Carson doesn't follow. And this counts as information.
What if I knew where the Skywolves' den is?
Nora says.
Carson's eyes change in an instant. Nora smiles at him.
10 packs of compressed biscuits. This isn't what Nora wants. The point is to come off as greedy, or Carson will question her motives. Carson is blunt. No, 4 packs at most. 8 packs, Nora says. Not one less. The reward only stretches so far, Carson says. But I can throw in 1 more pack. Any more than that? No. Nora thinks privately that this man really is a hard case. Fine. 5 packs it is. Finding out where the Skywolves' den is in truth is easy because she's read the novel. Nora gives the address. Officer, if you mean to go, you should go before tonight. Word is they took heavy losses last night. So today, they'll relocate. This is a lie, of course. The real reason is that tonight Slade means to gather supplies and women, so Carson has to get there first. Carson looks her dead in the eye. All right, I'll mark down 5 packs of compressed biscuits owed. If we find the place today, I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Nora says it plainly. No problem at all. After they climb down the 3, take Mara back up to the 17th floor. Nora pretends to inspect the quality of the rice and slips a little more in. Then she turns and reminds them to guard the food carefully. Better to swap the rice for biscuits, or else finish it fast and not let anyone get a look at it. Mara nods. She understands. Back home, the system says with a giggle, Operator, you're brilliant. As long as Carson reaches the Skywolves' den 1 step ahead tonight, Slade comes up empty again. Here's hoping he moves fast, Nora says. Whose fault is it that Slade's got a terminal case of putting things off? Last night, he wouldn't press his win. The system laughs. True, he's not as quick as you, and not nearly as clever. Nora shakes her head. Better you put in that kind of effort when you tally my rewards. I don't need you here kissing up. The system laughs and laughs. As it turns out, Carson moves fast. He doesn't just wreck the Skywolves' den. He also figures some of them may still be out and not yet back. So he leaves people behind to lie in wait. Nora never expected things to unfold like this. By the plot of the original novel, tonight Slade was to lead his people in an assault on the Skywolves' den. This time he could have seized a great haul of supplies, and a wife, and a concubine besides. That's right. Slade even had a concubine. The novel told it this way. Slade saved 12 women back then. Among them were a beautiful mother and daughter. The mother begged Slade to take them in and help them, so he brought them home. The other women he either left to fend for themselves or picked out the prettier ones to hand to his men. The mother gave up her carefully guarded daughter
to Slade, and feeling herself unworthy of him, took on the role of cook. But a man like Slade would never give up having both mother and daughter. He's greedy. In the end, the mother became a low-ranking concubine. Slade got a taste for it, and afterward there came a string of concubines who didn't even rank as wives. He even took in 2 kept solely to see to his needs. Reading to this point, Nora's skin crawled. A house full of children and grandchildren may be a blessing, but why drag the feudal age back to get it? As things actually stand, though, Slade still goes through with the raid on the den. Only the Skywolves' supplies have already been seized, and the women have been moved to a temporary relief shelter. What greets Slade is his whole force surrounded and overrun. The 2 sides clash hand to hand. How could Slade be any match for the National Army? Inside a minute, they've thrown down their arms, and every one of his people is taken. Because Slade stands at the back of the line, he seizes the chance and bolts, pulling his father-in-law and 2 others back to the complex. Back home, he throws everything aside, grabs the girl's hand, and tells her to come with him. The girl's name is Nadia. Startled, she says, "Weren't you going out? Why are you back so fast?" Slade has no time to explain. "Stop talking. Are you coming with me or not?" Nadia hesitates. "Where's my father?" Slade's patience runs out. If not for the clan contribution points, he wouldn't waste a single word like this. Of course he's coming with us. Nadia still won't move. There's water everywhere. Where can we even run? And why do we have to run at all? Why else, Slade says. We just went to wipe out the Skywolves, but it turns out the army took the place over long ago. Every one of our people was caught. Then we don't have to run, Nadia says. We were robbing them. Surely the army can understand that. Understand my foot. I didn't know they were army, so I fired 2 rounds. I don't know if I hit anyone. If someone's hurt or gone, who's going to understand me then? The short of it is, I'm leaving for certain. If you want to stay, then stay, and we're through here and now. The color drains from Nadia's face. She never expected Slade to be so cold. 2 sentences in, and he wants to cut every tie. Just then, Roy comes running up from below, anxious. Why aren't you packed yet? Hurry, we run. Now, if we don't, the army will catch up to us. Nadia's eyes go wide in disbelief. Father, do we really have to run? Roy pays her no mind. This daughter of his is naive to a fault. Day in and day out, they'd bullied their neighbors, robbed every scrap of relief food, and ended more than a few lives besides. Which of those wasn't a capital crime? Roy coaxes her. We have to get out of here now. You have to trust me. Everything I've done is for your good, for the good of this family. Nadia weeps. She can't understand how it all came to this. They aren't gone long before the army surrounds the building. Nora goes still when the system's report reaches this part. She snatches up the original novel, unable to stop herself from seeing just how far off the rails the plot has gone. The system says, happily, congratulations, operator. You've successfully kept Slade from taking a wife and a concubine. You've earned 1,000 cubic meters of space. Congratulations, operator. You've destroyed the power Slade fought so hard to build. You receive +3 constitution, +3 speed, +3 strength. Congratulations, operator. Slade has lost his safe building. From now on, he'll go hungry with nowhere to turn. On top of the original rate, the fridge's refresh speed will triple. At that last line, the corner of Nora's mouth can't help curling up. In other words, every day I can replicate 600 rounds. That's right, the system says. Nora is a little moved. And I can refresh 16.5 pounds of rice, 78 bottles of mineral water, 16.5 pounds of pork, and 3 pounds of durian. Not bad, operator. Holy hell. Whatever manners Nora usually carries, desert her. And the only way to capture how she feels right then is, doesn't that make me filthy rich? That's right. we're filthy rich. Nora laughs out loud. She decides she'll go get another 1,000 tons of water tomorrow. On top of that, with 600 rounds refreshed every day, she can have tens of thousands of rounds on hand at once. If guns could be refreshed too, that would be perfect. Such a shame. Right now, Slade's down to a single round, isn't he? Nora asks suddenly. Correct, the system says. The male lead does still have some sense left. He wouldn't fire off all his rounds. His luck really is too good. He slipped away even now. Nora nurses a little resentment, but soon she's cheerful again. So what if his luck's good? He's got no home to go back to now. Pity the plot's completely off the rails. No telling what comes next. The system reassures her. It's all right. I can help you keep tabs on him. Nora smiles. Then it's all on you. You're my little darling. I love you most. The system turns bashful. And you're the master I love most. I admire your talent, your quick and clever mind. I'll serve you with everything I have. Nora turns the exchange over in her head and finally understands why this system of hers is so fond of laying the flattery on thick. Isn't it a case of the tool taking after its owner? It seems she'll have to be more humble from now on. The next day, Nora goes to the trading spot as usual. Carson's manner has lost its old edge. He greets her with a wide smile. Nora smiles back. Well, officer, I didn't lie to you, did I? Officer nothing, Carson says. Just call me Carson. He pauses. Come with me. Hazel looks on curious. Nora gives her a reassuring glance, then follows Carson to a corner of the large boat. As agreed, Carson hands her 5 packs of compressed biscuits. Yesterday's information was dead on. If you come across more like it, you can find me. Nora lifts the biscuits to look them over, feigning satisfaction. Of course. A partnership this smooth. There'll be plenty more chances down the line. Carson talks with her a few more sentences, and then the two part ways. Back on the raft, Hazel asks curious Nora, "What were you and that officer just talking about? Since when do you two know each other?" Nora plays it mysterious. Can't tell you that yet. But from here on, he's my contact. Wow, Hazel gushes. That's great, Nora. You're really something. Going with you really was the best call I ever made. Nora laughs and laughs. In the afternoon, she heads to the reservoir again. This time, she needs to take 1,000 tons. It seems like a lot. She wonders whether it'll affect the reservoir and drop the water level. The facts prove Nora overthought it. After days of unbroken rain, the water spilled over the reservoir's edge long ago. The little she takes only slows the overflow. A thought strikes her. If she had an endless, unbroken space and kept gathering water, could she pull in every drop of rain across the whole apocalypse? But even that thought is too strange. This trip yields no fish. It seems the government's supply teams have already come through and cleaned them out. In the days that follow, a light rain keeps on, and people settle into scooping algae each day to trade for supplies. In the blink of an eye, the rain has gone on for 2 full months. By now, the plague the original novel had written about has arrived. The temperature is quietly dropping. Heading out today, Nora finds a great many people coughing, faces pale, swaying on their feet as they go to scoop algae. To survive, most have already burned everything that would burn in their homes, clothes included. Now that the temperature has slipped a little, they have to brave the cold rain to pick algae, which makes surviving harder still. Even thick clothing only gets soaked through by the rain and turns heavier, so going without is almost better. Under conditions like these, a lot of people's resistance has worn down. It chills Nora to the bone. While trading supplies, she says to the staffer handing out food as if in passing, "So many people catching cold lately. I wonder if it's serious." The staffer sighs. It is. There are plenty down with colds at the shelter, some running fevers. They're all clamoring for medicine, but where would we get it?
Every one of our medics and field doctors has been pulled away. No wonder Carson hasn't come around. Nora sighs inwardly. Then look after yourself. She doesn't say anything like, stay away from crowds, lately. Right now, the staff have to sit on a boat trading supplies. How could they cut down their contact with people? As she's about to leave, the staffer says, suddenly, right, did you see the notice over there? The government's recruiting doctors and nurses hard. Both just have to come work at the shelter, and they can earn a pack of compressed biscuits a day. Nora feigns surprise. That much? That's right. So if you know any doctor or nurse, be sure to tell them, Nora says offhandedly. Of course. That night, Nora sits on the floor and starts sorting through her stockpile. Before transmigrating, she'd put 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory into the fridge. Now, there are 321 boxes in all. That is 7,488 pills. Ibuprofen, acetaminophen, and Theraflu each refresh 156 boxes a day. So ibuprofen and acetaminophen come to around 7,488 pills, while Theraflu is fewer, only 2,808 pills. There are 156 bottles of vitamins, refreshed 100 pills to a bottle. On top of that, she'd once stockpiled a whole cart of medicine on the highway, but Nora never sorted it. She quickly pulls the boxes out and goes through them one by one. Among them is a fair amount of fever reducer. In particular, 5 boxes of children's liquid fever reducer, around 100 bottles to a box. This kind is contraindicated for the elderly and pregnant women, so Nora sets 2 boxes aside. There are also 5 boxes of fever reducer, around 40 bottles to a box, 200 bottles. Besides fever reducer, there's cold medicine, around 20 boxes in all. With this much medicine, she figures she couldn't get through it even if she ate it for meals. Never mind that the fridge triples her fever reducer and anti-inflammatory every single day. Rather than let it gather dust in her space, better to get this medicine out. The trouble is how. There's flooding everywhere right now, and she doesn't know where the provincial or city command posts are. She certainly can't just toss it into some building, or someone would pick it up and sell it at a steep price. And in the end, only the rich could buy it. There's one other way. Tomorrow, when she goes to trade supplies, she could find a way to get it onto the boat. But the place is guarded tight. How would she get in? Carson has been sent off to the relief shelter, so she certainly can't find him. And the man is both sharp and a hard case. If he learned she could turn up this much medicine, wouldn't he haul her in for questioning? In truth, she holds more than 2,000 bottles of fever reducer. For a city of more than 10 million, it's a drop in the ocean. But 2,000 is no small number either. It might just carry more than 1,000 people through this hard pass. Torn and unsure with no better idea, Nora really doesn't know what to do. Early the next morning, Hazel comes by, as she has the past few days, to call her out to pick algae. Nora's eyes are still bleary. I'm not going today. There are a lot of sick people out there. I want to stay in for a while. Her own constitution is excellent now. But in 20 days, her parents arrive, and she still doesn't know how the plague spreads. Nora doesn't want them catching something from her the moment they get here. Hazel hesitates. It's probably fine. People are only getting sick because the weather's turned a little cold. Hazel, it's not like before, Nora says. Getting sick is no small thing now. Hazel thinks it over and decides she's right. If you're not going, then I won't either. And I won't let my brother go out for firewood. Nora nods. I still need to go down and say something so Mr. Yu doesn't head out and catch something by accident. He's got 2 little ones at home. With that, Hazel goes straight downstairs. Nora yawns, about to sleep a little more while she waits for Hazel to come back up, when a startled cry rises from below. Her head clears at once. Nora throws open the fire escape door and runs to the top of the stairs. Hazel, what's wrong? Nothing, Hazel says. Someone just grabbed my leg. Gave me a fright, that's all. Uneasy Nora pulls a mask from her space, straightens her clothes,
and goes down to look. The sight is enough to scare anyone. Somehow these people had learned that Dr. Chu lives in apartment 1701 and that she's a doctor with plenty of experience. So a great many have come to ask her to treat them. They aren't just from this building. They've come from other buildings, even other complexes. Some carry compressed biscuits. Some carry algae. Some carry dry firewood. Nora goes and knocks on the door of 1701. The people inside see it's her and quickly crack the door to pull her in. She's barely steadied herself when You Great Fortune says, "What are you doing down here? It isn't safe. Now there are too many people." "I was worried about Hazel," Nora says. "Are all those people out there here for treatment?" You Great Fortune sighs. "Treatment, my eye. We don't have any medicine either." Dr. Chu is despondent. "Everything else aside, they've all come running to us, but I can't treat them, and I have to worry about everyone in the building catching it too. What am I supposed to do?" Mara holds her two little boys, her eyes full of worry. "This really isn't workable," Nora says. "I'm afraid the crowd only grows. If it gets out of hand, they'll start beating on the door." You Great Fortune draws a breath. "Then what do we do?" Nora looks at Dr. Chu. Dr. Chu grits her teeth. "Here's what. I hear the shelter's looking for doctors. Let me go see I could earn a few packs of biscuits, too." No, Quincy is on his feet at once. "It's dangerous over there. What if you catch it, too? And I don't think the government's turned up much medicine either. Going there is walking to your own grave." Dr. Chu shakes her head. "It won't come to that. There'll be a way, one way or another." Quincy grits his teeth. "If you're going fine, but I'm coming with you. You're not a doctor or a nurse. What would you do there?" "They won't even take you," Dr. Chu says. "Be good and stay home for me. You listen to Mr. Yu, understand?" Quincy is miserable. "It's all because I'm useless. If I'd known, I'd have studied medicine. What good is physics now?" Dr. Chu lets out a small sigh. She has no interest in arguing the point with her son right now. Nora speaks up suddenly. "Dr. Chu, there's something I'd like to tell you. Could we step into the room a moment?" Dr. Chu looks at her surprised and nods. "All right." Once they're inside, Nora says, "Dr. Chu, I won't talk in circles. The truth is, I have a friend who used to run a pharmacy. When the heavy rain hit, he was quick on his feet and moved a lot of fever reducer home. Dr. Chu is electrified. Really. Somewhere around 400 boxes of fever reducer, 200 bottles of children's liquid fever reducer, and all sorts of other cold medicine," Nora says. "But you know what medicine costs right now. A single bottle could change the course of a person's life." "I know it's dear," Dr. Chu says. "But what are you getting at?" "My friend doesn't want to show his face. If you're set on going to the shelter, why not claim this medicine as your own? He'll split it with you 3-7. Dr. Chu answers at once. "I don't care about the split more or less, or whether there's a split at all. This medicine is truly precious. It can save a lot of lives. I'm willing to take that responsibility too. If the government asks, I'll say I ran a pharmacy. There's no checking it now anyway. Plenty of my colleagues open clinics or pharmacies after they retire." Here, a flicker of awkwardness crosses Dr. Chu's face. "I don't know how much the government can give in supplies. And I don't know what your friend wants." Nora thinks a moment. "Here's what we'll do. Let me talk it over with that friend. I'll give you a firm answer before 11. Dr. Chu's manner is fierce earnest. "Good. Whatever your friend wants, I'll do everything I can to get it." After that, Nora and Dr. Chu step out of the room, and everyone watches the two of them curious. Dr. Chu flushes with anger. "What are you all staring at? Mind your own business." "Little Tate, little you, don't you two have math homework today?" The two boys instantly look like the sky has fallen. Nora gives them a sympathetic glance. The apocalypse and still math homework. Truly. She has plenty of workbooks in her space. Next chance she gets, she'll find a few to give them. After that, Nora makes up a reason and heads out. First, she has to find a place to release the medicine, somewhere remote, because if she's caught, she's finished. There are very few dry spots now, so Nora simply goes to the mountain where the raiders had been, finds an abandoned house, and hides the medicine inside. Second, she has to think about what to ask in exchange. Too little would look strange. Too much wouldn't be necessary. In truth, Nora could still demand gold as before. But only a fool trades medicine for gold now. No more food either. Food is scarce as it is. And to her, it's no use. What's both easy to trade and something she actually needs? The system says, "Could you trade for guns?" Nora says, "Sure." And then I'll wait around to get shot. The system is quiet a moment. "I think you could trade for seeds." Nora is baffled. Medicine could surely buy a great many seeds. But what do I need that many seeds for? "I'm only giving you an option," the system says. "You can weigh it yourself, operator." A thought sparks in Nora. She figures her system never does anything without a clear purpose. All right, seeds it is. Back at the complex, Nora lays out her condition. Dr. Chu is astonished. "What does your friend need seeds for? Everywhere's flooded now, even up a mountain with rain that never lets up. No seed could sprout." Nora shrugs it off. How would I know what he's thinking? Either way, he wants seeds. A boatload of seeds. Dr. Chu hesitates. "All right, let me negotiate for you. They'll surely have stockpiled this in bulk, and they'll be glad to trade it for medicine. They won't make it hard on anyone." Nora hopes so too. Then she tells her where the medicine is, which room, which corner, and what it's covered with. "When the time comes, just have them leave the seeds in that room. My friend will come for them himself." Dr. Chu nods. After that, afraid of being followed, Nora stays home a full 5 days. Tonight, under cover of dark, she slips out and heads up the mountain. She hopes those people have pulled back and won't give her trouble, and that the price she set wasn't too steep. Just a boatload of seeds. In the apocalypse, those seeds wouldn't fetch much. Nora moves carefully toward the house on the other side, making sure not to give off the slightest sound. The system helps keep watch. "Operator, there's no one around." Nora lets out a breath of relief and goes to the abandoned warehouse. One look inside, and the sight chokes the words in her throat. She can only stand and stare. Before her is a small mountain of seeds. It seems they have a different idea of what counts as a boat. Don't tell her the government's contact thought the boat she meant was an oil tanker. This many seeds, I couldn't plant them all in 10 lifetimes. Nora is stunned. Why are there fruit tree seeds too? Aren't those grown from saplings? There are even seeds for herbal medicine. Good. As it happens, I've got none of these stored. There are only 2 echinacea roots in my space. The trouble being, I don't know how to blend herbal medicine. Lilies, fine. I'm in the mood to grow flowers too. And what's with this heap of seeds for tropical wild plants? Did they haul the whole gene bank over here? The system hesitates. Maybe so. Nora reckons the volume of her space and finds it gained 300 cubic meters this month. With what was left before, that's 900 cubic meters in all. She doesn't know whether it's enough to hold all this. Never mind. Store it first. Nora starts touching the seed boxes one after another, pulling them in, until 900 cubic meters are crammed full. By then, there are still around 34 boxes left unstored. There's nothing for it. She just keeps cramming them in. At last, all the seeds are inside her space, and a sudden gladness comes over Nora. If the disaster ever passes, one day she'll find somewhere to live. Day after day, growing rice and tending flowers, living a quiet country life with her parents. After dawn, Nora doesn't head straight back. She goes into the mountains to pick wild greens, planning to bring 22 pounds home to share with everyone. By the time she returns to the complex, it's nearly 11, and the daily trading boat has already come. Each little raft sits at least a meter apart, with an armed officer standing guard beside them, watching for anyone breaking the rules. A raft heaped with algae has to weigh more than 20 pounds. Nora had heard it from Hazel. These past 2 days, the government passed a policy of trading algae for fever reducer, but it takes 88 pounds for a single pill, and each person can trade for only one. Even so, the medicine stays scarce, and every day it's traded out by early morning. For all that people still line up nose to tail in an endless row hoping to trade for a little fever reducer for their families, Nora doesn't go over. She just walks a loop and heads back to the complex. After sharing the wild greens with 1701 and 1802, Nora settles back into her slacker fish life. Just half a month more, and her parents arrive. She isn't sure whether it's the unease of sharing a roof again, but Nora is at once eager and afraid. Eager because she hasn't seen her parents in so long, and being home alone gnaws at her, and she misses her family. Afraid because this place is dangerous, and Nora doesn't know whether she can keep her parents safe. On November 21st, people climb out of bed, rub their eyes, walk to the window, and are startled to see the rain has stopped. Then comes a roar of cheering fit to shake the heavens. The rain stopped. The downpour's over. Countless voices ring out, shouting. Nora is jolted awake by them. She blinks, then scrambles down from bed and pulls back the curtain. The drizzle outside has stopped for good. Threads of sunlight break through in the east. The sun. It's the sun. So many people fall into each other's arms and weep tears of pain and joy at once. The rain's finally over. We don't have to suffer anymore. Hazel comes awake too. She runs to the balcony and stares east. Brother, the sun. The sun's finally up. I've never loved the sun so much. Hazel's face is wet with tears. The sun's finally out. Mom, I can finally see the sun. Knox breaks into a smile too. Is it really over? Hazel feels like she's still dreaming. Thank goodness. This dawn doesn't only gladden ordinary people. Even those who'd done terrible things in the apocalypse are glad of it. Truly seeing the sun and a clear sky beats being one of the wicked by a long way. As time passes, the sun shifts from red to nothing at all, its light spilling across the windowsill. Hazel drags out every piece of clothing they own and hangs it on the balcony one by one, muttering, "No good, no good. I have to drag the mattress out to dry too. No, it should be me out there in the sun. Never mind whether any of this is mildewed." Knox is caught between laughing and crying. "Come rest over here. I'll take them out to dry." Hazel blinks. "I'm going to find Nora." She hurries out and knocks on the door next door. "Nora, let's go up to the roof. I haven't sat in the sun in so long. I want to feel a full 365 degrees of sunshine." Nora thinks a moment. "Let's not. We've held off going out this long. Don't ruin it when we're so close." The balcony is good enough for the sun. Hazel deflates. "Oh, fine, the balcony for a while works too." The two go out onto Nora's balcony. Her apartment faces east, so it catches more sun. Hazel lets out a contented sigh. Nora tips her head up a little. After so long without light this bright, she can't open her eyes. She can only squint and take in the damp, warm air laced with a thread of cold. "The sun's out, but it doesn't seem any warmer," Hazel mutters. Then again, it just rose. "Give it 2 more days and it'll be fine." Nora knows there's no need to wait 2 days, because the sun rises for exactly 2 days. From the day after next, the temperature swings hard, dropping to 54 below zero. 1 more day, and it falls to 58 below. After that, the air holds at 71 below, and at its worst, it could reach nearly 94 below. In a city where the temperature rarely dipped below freezing, the extreme cold will show its terrible power. After half an hour in the sun, Hazel shakes off her laziness.
and says she has to head home and clean. Nora walks her to the door and finds Knox next door tidying the living room. He's thrown the door wide to air the place out. Seeing the two of them, he looks mildly surprised. Done talking already. Hazel grins. Can't leave you to do it all alone. Knox is amused. It's fine. The sun's up. No need to finish it all today. It seems even he hopes things will go back to normal. Nora thinks a moment, then chooses to stay quiet. Let them have a little more cheer. Tomorrow, she'll warn the two of them. Back in her room, Nora asks the system, "How much longer until my parents get here?" This time, the system finally gives a firm answer. Midnight tonight, on the dot. Nora is startled. That soon? Where will they land? Do I need to go meet them? No need. They'll be sent right in front of you. Nora is speechless. Isn't that a bit careless? How am I supposed to explain my parents suddenly turning up here? They rowed a boat to find you, the system offers. Nora says nothing. Don't worry, operator, the system says. This time, the main system will reach into this world. The others won't notice anything off. They'll take it in without a second thought. Nora marvels. Your father really is stronger than you. Because her parents arrived tonight, Nora decides to scrub the place spotless. She'd lived alone before, too, and every time her parents visited, she had to clean, or her mother would nag her for 2 hours straight. She also has to put together a few welcome gifts. Her father doesn't smoke, but he likes a drink, so a bottle of Mau Tai will do. As for her mother, could she give her a mask? A full table of food is a must. Since transmigrating, Nora has never once cooked with her own hands. So today, she'll show what she can do. In truth, compared to other households, Nora's place is fairly clean. She doesn't burn fires indoors, and no one's forever coming and going. Mostly it's the windowsills and every corner that need wiping down. Nora decides to wash the curtains, bed sheets, and sofa covers first. There's sun today. They can dry. The work is simple. Nora tosses what needs washing into the washing machine in her space, plugs it in, runs the water line to the storage tank in her space, then sets up a separate drain zone so she can clean big things without a sound. After that, she starts on the windows, working them until they're bright and clear. It takes a full 4 hours to finish the cleaning and hang everything out. Nora aches all over. She drags a sofa chair from the living room out onto the balcony and sits in the sun. Looking at her clean home, she feels deeply content. By evening, she's thinking again about what to eat. Cooking throws off a lot of smoke, and even a faint smell of food drifting out could set the whole building off. As for a space to boil water, she hasn't worked that out yet, and she can't light a fire inside one anyway. Nora thinks it over and decides to lean on steamed dishes today. Lobster and king crab are two she can't do without. Cut a little pork, steam it with glass noodles, then lay sweet potato over the top. Sweeter and more fragrant that way. Add a pot of duck stew. She made that herself before transmigrating. She could eat 3 bowls of it a day, and the flavor sits just right. Steamed beef doesn't seem appealing, but she doesn't know how to pan-sear Australian Wagyu, so she settles for a restaurant's ready-made beef dish. Rich and savory, perfect with rice. After the 5 mains, there's also a steamed shrimp and egg custard, a garlic steamed cabbage, a plate of sausage, and a bowl of meatballs. Nora races the clock and gets it all done. By now, it's 11:48 at night. With the food laid out, Nora sets a bottle of Mau Tai on the table and sits down to wait. The system says, counting down from 10. Nora scrambles to her feet. 3 seconds. Transfer open. Transfer complete. Nora's eyes go wide. 2 people appear out of the air in front of her, still in their pajamas, eyes glazed with sleep. In just a few seconds, Linda spots Nora standing before her and says in disbelief, "Nora!" Nora blinks a few times, and the tears come. Mom. Though the girl before her is only 70% the same, and not as pretty as her own Nora, Linda knows her all the same.
The tears spill over and she pulls her daughter in. Where did you run off to, you heartless girl? You left your parents behind. Do you know how worried we were for you? Nora holds her mother tight. There's no telling how long the two of them cry. Beside them, Gordon wipes his own eyes and gathers them both into his arms. About 20 minutes later, the family finally settles. Linda asks, "What in the world happened? Where is this place? Where have you been these 3 months?" "Mom, hear me out first," Nora says. Linda nods. Nora takes out the original novel. "Can the two of you see this?" Gordon sees only a screen appear in Nora's hand, out of nowhere. No back panel, the whole thing transparent. It's the kind of thing you only see in science fiction films. "I can see it," Gordon says, amazed. "But what is it?" "This is the world we're living in," Nora says. She spends a long while explaining what it means to fall into a novel and what a dangerous world this novel has made. Linda can't take it in. "How did you fall into a book?" "This is really the world inside a book." Nora nods. Gordon asks, "Can we still get back?" Nora shakes her head as she speaks. "Probably not." The two fall silent. After a while, Linda says, "If we can't get back, then so be it. As long as our family's together, anywhere will do." "Mom, Dad, this world really is dangerous," Nora says. "It throws every kind of disaster at you. It's dark, now hard to see. Tomorrow you'll find the water's risen to the 6th floor. And at 2 tomorrow morning, a cold front will sweep in. The temperature will plunge and freeze the whole world." Linda is a little lost. Gordon is lost too. He thinks a moment, then says, "Whatever comes, our family's together again." Nora doesn't want to see her parents despair, so she smiles. "This world's dangerous, sure, but I've got a golden cheat." Linda asks, curious, "What's a golden cheat?" "Think of it as a kind of superpower," Nora says. She holds out her palm and pulls a box of durian from her space, setting it down. "I have a space for storing things. It's huge, and time inside it stands still. So anything kept there won't spoil or expire. Don't worry, I've put away plenty of food, and I can refresh a lot of it over and over. It's genuinely hard to explain." Nora plans to take it bit by bit. To her surprise, Linda beside her mutters, "So this superpower's called a golden cheat?" Her eyes suddenly light up. "If that's all it is, then I've got a golden cheat too." Nora is startled. "A golden cheat for what?" "I've got a space as well," Linda says. "Only mine isn't big like yours. And the whole thing is nothing but black soil. Could it be a space for farming?" Nora's eyes light up. "Can you grow things in it? How big is it?" Linda estimates. "Around 660 square meters. Is there a height limit?" Nora asks. Linda pauses, plainly never having thought about it. She steps into the farming space. "Looks like 4 or 5 meters? 5, probably. No higher." Nora does the math in silence. 660-some square meters plus 5 meters of height. That's over 3,300 cubic meters in all. She'd worked hard for 3 months to expand her own space past 4,000 cubic meters. Of course, using a farming space as a warehouse would be a waste, but crops don't usually grow that tall. So she wonders whether it could double as storage. Storage or not, an acre's worth of soil is more than enough for the family to farm. A thought strikes Nora. Does this farming space have a time multiplier? Linda's run into too many new terms. And what's that? Say rice takes 7 or 8 months to harvest. Could this space cut it to 3, meaning time runs faster in here than in the real world? Linda shakes her head. No idea. Nora asks the system quietly, "Can my mom's golden cheat double the growth rate?" "Not for now," the system answers. "Her farming space will expand as you develop." Nora had half expected as much. She looks over at her father, seeing both wife and daughter watching him with hopeful eyes. Gordon says quickly, "I don't have one." "Don't look at me, you two. I'm just an ordinary dad."
Nora is caught between laughing and crying. Linda, meanwhile, says smugly, "We all fell into the book. How could you be the one without a golden sheet?" Gordon doesn't dare say a word. Seeing that Nora has laid out a full table, the three decide to hold a reunion feast. Gordon opens the Moutai and sighs. 5 years back, when I went to an old acquaintance's place, he poured me some Moutai he'd kept hidden for ages. Though that spot wasn't anywhere near the town of Moutai either. Nora grins and pours him a cup. Linda takes a bite of the beef. "You didn't make this, did you?" Nora says quickly, "It's not easy to cook right now." This is a disaster world. A lot of people are starving, and if the smell of food gets out, you'll be robbed. Linda is astonished. It's that frightening. "Go out and look tomorrow," Nora says. "Plenty of families have nothing to eat." Linda sighs. "Hand me that strange book in a bit. I don't sleep well at night. Your father and I can study it." "No rush on that," Nora says. "Take your time with it. There's sickness going around out there. We can't go out for now." Gordon's eyes widen. It's that bad. Nora nods and lifts a piece of the duck she made herself onto his plate. "So wait 5 more days before heading out. By then, the sickness may be gone." Linda is curious. Why would it be gone? "Probably because the temperature drops so low, even it can't survive," Nora says. "That's how the author wrote it anyway," Gordon muses. "So what do we do at home? Just read the novel." "Of course not," Nora says. "Tomorrow you'll be plenty busy. First, you'll help me redo the wiring in here. Put all the batteries I've stockpiled to use. At the very least, we need the electric blanket working. On top of that, I got my hands on a big stove. You'll help me install it. And I've got a soundproof diesel generator. We'll run a test on it tomorrow, too." Nora looks at Linda. "The two of us need to hang something over the windows to block the cold air from the gaps. And we should put the farming space to use fast. The rice takes too long to grow, so I think we start with potatoes. Then put in a few fruit trees and some greens around them." Linda agrees. "No problem. The meal doesn't take long. It's late now, and there's so much to do tomorrow. Early to bed, early to rise." Linda flat out ditches her husband and sleeps in with Nora that night. Mother and daughter whisper to each other in the dark. The next day, when Nora wakes, Linda is no longer beside her. She takes out her phone to check the time. Only 6 in the morning. Nora climbs out of bed, calling for her mother, and hears Linda's voice from the living room balcony. "Your father and I are looking at the water." Nora goes over too. The 6th floor's been flooded nearly 3 months now, and Nora's grown used to it. But it's the first time Gordon and Linda have seen. The whole city turned into an endless ocean. The two of them stand frozen at the window a long while, unable to find their calm. That much water to flood the 6th floor. It'd have to be 65 feet deep. Gordon marvels in fright. 65 feet of water. Can you even picture that? Linda sees more than a few people heading out with gear in hand. "What are they doing?" Nora says. "Looking for food, supplies, firewood." She explains about the algae and how the government collects and stores it. Nora explains about the collection and the storage. "Surviving in this world is just too hard. Even the disasters we lived through before never went this far," Linda says. Nora wraps an arm around her shoulders. Gordon sighs. "Let's stop looking. Time to get to work." Gordon is a man built for hard labor. He didn't study much. At 16, he left home to work. Car mechanic. Learning wiring. Hauling bricks on construction sites. And later became a small manager. A country boy with empty hands remade into a city man. The first home he ever owned came from working a construction site. The developer ran out of money and paid him with the apartment. And just like that, Gordon suddenly had a place of around 540 square feet in the city. Then, property prices shot up, and it left him reeling. Gordon spent 20 years in home repair and renovation on countless projects, and with his inside connections, he came to hold 3 apartments and a storefront in the city. Linda opened a little supermarket there. With no rent to pay, she could save a bit each month. No sooner said than done, the family of 3 throws itself into the work. First, Nora brings out the diesel generator, the batteries, the stove, and the cement. Then hands it all to Gordon, telling him to call if he needs help. No problem, Gordon says. Get me a few more tools, and I guarantee I'll finish what you've set me. Just then, Linda says the place is too damp. She wants to haul the bedding out for some sun. Luckily, the sun's good on the 18th floor. Nora uses her space to move the mattress out to the balcony, easy and effortless. While the two of them are discussing how to divide up the farming, Nora says suddenly, "Mom, wait for me a moment. I'm going next door to check on something." Linda is curious. "Your neighbors. You know them. We're strategic partners now," Nora explains. "We go out for supplies together." Then she sketches out who the two of them are. In particular, that they have guns, and gave her one as well. Linda's tongue ties. 3 months apart, and you've gotten this fierce. Nora laughs. "All thanks to my parents raising me right." Linda huffs. "Did I teach you to shoot a gun?" But there's no help for it. This world isn't like the one we came from. "I'll go with you and get to know them." Nora nods. The two put on masks and head to apartment 1802. Knox opens the door. Seeing someone else beside Nora, he's a little surprised. "Nora, who's this?" Nora introduces them. "These are my parents. They came up from the county to find me." Knox's mind seems to stall for 2 seconds. But in the end, he accepts the explanation. "Is that so? That couldn't have been easy. Congratulations on having your family back. You two must be worn out." "Not worn out at all," Linda says. "Just seeing our girl is more than enough." There's no telling what Hazel was busy with, but at the sound of voices, she hurries out, surprised and delighted. "Nora, is this your mom? That's wonderful." Nora smiles and introduces her to Linda. "This is Hazel. She's a good friend I made here." Linda smiles at the lovely girl before her. She looks like a bright, open child. And so pretty, too. Hazel grins. "You're beautiful as well, ma'am. And so graceful. If Nora hadn't said, I'd never have guessed you were her mother. I'd have thought her sister had come to find her." Linda is so pleased, her mouth splits into a grin. Nora clicks her tongue inwardly. "All right, enough trading compliments." Hazel. "I came over today because there's something I want to tell you." Hazel looks curious. "What is it?" "Do you feel the temperature dropping again today?" Nora asks. Hazel is puzzled. "Seems like it. But it's nearly December, and after rain that long. With only 2 days of sun, the air can't warm up easily, right?" Nora turns to Knox. Knox frowns. "It does seem the temperature still hasn't risen. Before every time the sun came out, it'd warm up." Nora sighs. "I don't know why it's like this either. I just feel something's off. It sits wrong with me. I keep worrying that the end of the rain isn't the end of it." Knox's expression darkens, turning grave. Nora can't say any more. Hazel go down to 1701 in a bit. "Tell them if the temperature still hasn't warmed by today, they should be on their guard. I'm afraid something may happen." Hazel nods. "All right." With what she needed to say said, Nora takes her leave and goes home. Linda is curious. Will they listen to you? They'll raise their guard after hearing it. But they won't imagine the temperature dropping hard across the board tonight. Nora says, "Just wait for nightfall." Linda nods. After that, the two of them set to studying how to farm. When she was stockpiling, Nora only figured Linda would do a few odd jobs, so she'd set aside just a little gardening gear. She never expected her mother to have a farming space of a full acre, and she doesn't know whether she can work farmland with what little equipment she has. Just then, the system says, "Don't worry, operator. We provide a smart automatic service. You only need to supply the seeds, the water, and the fertilizer. Leave the rest to us." Nora is pleased. "Not bad, not bad.
You really are the best. Please lay out your plot, operator, the system says. Your little spirit will serve you with all its heart. Nora thinks a moment. Mom, let's put half the plot in potatoes, a section in cabbage, and the rest in lettuce, cilantro, and chrysanthemums. That work. Linda says, I'll follow your lead. Plant a few fruit trees around the edges, too, Nora says. This kind of space doesn't split into clear zones, so anything should grow. Nora sinks her awareness into the space and picks out fruit tree seeds inside. In truth, fruit trees are usually grown from saplings, and seeds are harder to keep alive. But in a farming space, they're surely better off. Right. Nora looks left and right and suddenly notices a corner she'd overlooked. If she can farm, then what about raising animals? Curious Nora asks System if I split this land into 5 parts. Could I raise pigs and chickens? The farming space lets living things mature, so yes, the system says. Nora's eyes light up. Then we raise them. She turns to Linda, excited. Mom, I just realized. If the farming space can grow crops, it can surely raise animals too. What do you say we get some to keep? Linda is even more excited. Of course. If we can raise them, all the better. But I don't have any animals, Nora says, deflating. A big cold snap hits tonight. A lot of animals are going to freeze. After tonight, who knows if we'll find any live chickens or ducks around here? Linda frowns. Then what do we do? Forget it, Nora says. We'll just grow crops. Gordon, listening to the two of them, finally speaks. Daughter, you're afraid of the sickness out there, aren't you? Worried your parents' bodies can't take it. Nora hesitates, then nods. If we've come to this world, we have to adapt to life here, Gordon says. We can't shelter under your wing forever. And there are so many survivors out there, and you've even got medicine. I don't think your mother and I are that frail. Nora frowns. Maybe we should leave it. I've got every kind of meat at home, refreshed every day. No need to risk your lives over something we don't need. Gordon and Linda trade a glance. And then Linda says, that's not the same as live animals. You said yourself a cold snap tonight will freeze a lot of them. I think we should still try. Nora hesitates. But, no buts, Linda says. If we can't even manage this step, will the days ahead be as good as now? Sickness everywhere? Germs everywhere. Your father and I can't live in a vacuum. Nora bites her lip, then says, fine, I'll go out and look. The two of you stay and handle things here. Linda says at once, if you go alone, how will you carry them back? I'm coming with you. Gordon says too. If we're going out, we go together. Nora shakes her head. Dad, today your job is to finish installing the stove. If you don't, we'll freeze tonight. You can't go out. Linda backs her up. Right. Our girl has a gun. What's there to fear out there? Gordon still worries about the two of them going. Should we ask the neighbors along? More hands, more strength. Nora pushes back. I've never let on that I have a golden cheat. Best not to, so I can't bring them. Linda thinks a moment. This stays between our family. They seem like good people, but who can say? People are hard to read. Gordon can only nod. All right, then you two be careful. Nora is caught between laughing and crying. Dad, Mom, I don't even know where to find animals yet. Whether we'll turn up any is still anyone's guess. Linda's mouth falls open. Right. With this much water, where would chickens and ducks come from? Nora plans to head up a mountain. After all, she'd turned up cattle and goats at the livestock farm. She takes out her phone and searches for livestock farms, pig farms, chicken farms, and the like. Anything to see if there's a farm up a mountain. Suddenly, she finds a mountain village. A mountain village wouldn't raise animals on a large scale, but it would surely keep a few chickens and ducks. In the current situation, though, these villages will guard themselves tighter than ever, especially against outsiders like her. And the village is far a whole city away. Or she could skirt the edge of the city, reach an empty stretch, and switch to her assault raft. Should she try it? Fortune favors the bold. Beating the male lead Slade is no easy thing. She has to cut his luck and raise her own. Only then can she meet him head on. Roll the dice. Nora pockets the phone and looks steadily at Linda. Mom, I know where we should go. We leave now. Linda nods. All right. The two put on warm clothes, then pull waterproof gear over the top. Luckily, the weather today isn't bad. No rain to soak them. Without troubling the neighbors, mother and daughter hurry out. First, they take an inflatable raft to an empty spot, then switch to the assault raft. Good thing high-rises are still visible along the way around the city. Without them, the two might have lost their way. It takes about an hour to reach the foot of the village's mountain. This spot is flooded too, but thanks to the high ground, the water runs fairly shallow. Seeing no one around, Nora pulls the assault raft into her space, then takes out 2 backpacks and hands one to Linda. It's Linda's first time out. Past the nerves and the fear, she's also thrilled. Should I carry a knife? Nora thinks, then takes 5 knives of different lengths from her space. Tuck these into your space. Don't touch them carelessly. When you take one out, be careful best to make it look like you're pulling it from the backpack. Linda nods, tense. The two head up the mountain together, and before long, they spot a village watch on patrol. Every one of them is armed, hoes, axes, knives. Seeing Nora and her mother, the watch goes wary at once. Who are you? What are you doing here? The watch goes wary at once. Nora quickly raises both hands, signaling she means no harm. We're from the city. We came to look for food. The man says, Are you sick? No, my mother and I are perfectly healthy, Nora says. Sir, could we buy a little food from you? The man says to those beside him, Go get the headman, quick. Then he lifts his head to Nora. You two stand here and wait. Don't come any closer. And we've got no food here. Didn't the government send relief into your city? It's not enough, Nora says. So we came to find our own. I know you keep a lot of chickens and plenty of eggs. The government came to buy them already, didn't they? How many supplies did they give you? The watch doesn't answer. About 10-some minutes later, the young man who'd run off hurries back with a man of around 60. Nora knows this is the headman. Seeing outsiders, the headman flares up. What are you city folk doing coming to us? We've got no food. The crops are all dead. Nora guessed someone had come before, so she says quickly, I came to trade for food. At the word trade, the headman's face eases, though he's still skeptical. Trade with what? The government sent people, told us to be careful of outsiders like you. Could 2 women like us really clean out your whole village? Nora says. With that, she sets her backpack down. Besides, I didn't come on my own. Our boss sent us. Let me show his goodwill right now. Nora makes a show of pulling 5 half-kilo bags of salt, 5 bags of sugar, and a box of anti-inflammatory from the backpack. At the sight of medicine, the headman's eyes light up at once. You've got medicine. That's right. You must need salt and sugar too, Nora says. It's been 3 months. You couldn't have bought any of this. Without salt, how do you go on? The headman starts to waver. We don't need much, Nora goes on. Just a pair of roosters and a pair of hens alive. That's all. Best if they pair up. Before the headman answers, a militiaman says happily, Fertilized eggs work too. My family's got some. Nora blinks. Those work. I know everything's precious now. Name your price. I won't fleece you. This is your turf, after all. Seeing everyone eager to trade the headman wavers too. It's not that we can't, but the government bought up a lot of our live roosters and hens not long ago. We don't have many left, and we want to keep them for laying. Nora says, here's what, 5.5 pounds of sugar, 11 pounds of salt, and a box of fever reducer for 1 chicken or 1 duck. If you're short on food, I can trade compressed biscuits too. The headman fights down his delight and studies the two of them. You've only got 2 backpacks. How do you carry that much? We came by inflatable raft, Nora says. It's hidden at the foot of the mountain. The moment you agree, we'll go down and bring the goods up. The headman shoots a glance at a man in the watch, and he hurries off into the village. About 10 minutes later, he comes back with a pair of chicks. Yes, a pair of chicks. Normally, chicks wouldn't hatch this time of year, so Nora's surprised. This small. The government sent people not long ago, said they wanted to buy these. Told us to hatch them fast, the headman says. Nora gives an ah and takes 10 bags of sugar, 20 bags of salt, and 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory from her and Linda's backpacks. Didn't you say you've got biscuits, the headman says? How many for half a kilo of sugar? Nora frowns. 5 packs of compressed biscuits. But some of it is our boss's own stock, not the military rations from up top. The shelf life isn't as long. The headman is pleased. In other words, a few pounds of salt could fetch a couple dozen packs of biscuits, with medicine on top, and that beat the government's buy-up rate by a mile. Then we'll switch to biscuits, he says quickly. The militiaman says anxiously, Old Earl, my boy, hasn't had sugar in ages. Sugar's good for him. Good for him, my eye, the headman says. A full belly matters more right now. The man says, Hasn't the sun come out? At most 2 months, and the water drains. The headman snaps. And will there be food to eat by then? Earliest we can start planting again is next summer. And we have to wait for the soil to recover first. Otherwise, there's no guarantee of a harvest next year either, you fool. The man goes quiet. Nora cuts in fast. Then take the salt and medicine first. Give me 1 chick, and I'll head down to bring up the goods for the other. The headman hesitates. All right, I'll wait here for you. Nora doesn't forget to add, if you've got ducks, pigs, goats, anything, we'll take those too. The trade made Nora and Linda hurry down the mountain. She asks the system, Is anyone following us? No, the system says. This village seems to be all honest folk. Nora lets out a breath of relief, tells Linda to put the chick away, then pulls an inflatable raft from her space and loads most of the supplies into it. The two wait there about half an hour before bringing the raft up the mountain. Lucky the rain was heavy these past days. The cement-edged ground is muddy, or the raft would have scraped raw and couldn't be dragged. Before long, the two are back where they met, the watch. Sure enough, they're still waiting, and a man has brought a pair of ducks. This time, they're full-grown. Nora's eyes light up. First, she trades 50 packs of compressed biscuits for the chicks. The headman says, These are full-grown ducks. Can you bump the price? Nora presses her lips. No, we settled it all earlier. Even with the chicks, the price doesn't change. The headman raises his voice at once. Then we won't trade. Ducks can lay eggs and breed. They're worth far more than biscuits. Nora stays calm. Then we'll buy elsewhere. I can find a few more places. It's no trouble. Linda frets. If they don't get the ducks today, they'll surely freeze on the way back. No eggs, no offspring. This man is bad luck. Maybe the headman really didn't want to trade, but the man who brought the ducks was so anxious he nearly wiped his eyes. Old Earl, I want to trade. My family truly has no salt, and my wife needs medicine. She might just pull through with it. Nora asks, does she have a fever? The man shoots Nora a glance and goes quiet, admitting it without a word. Nora thinks a moment. I can give you 2 more boxes of fever reducer. Any more than that? No. The man is overjoyed. Trade, let's trade right now. Setting the 2 ducks on the raft, Nora asks, what do you want? I need 2 pounds of sugar, 22 pounds of salt, 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory, and 40 packs of compressed biscuits. Nora hands him the supplies, then passes over 2 boxes of fever reducer. This is the good stuff. Whoever needs it has to take it. The man is plainly delighted.
It's for my wife, of course. I hear even in the city you can't find fever reducer. Thank you, truly. Nora smiles at him. A fair trade. No need to thank me. The man hurries off. Nora looks at the watch. No one else wants to trade. Then we'll be going. Hold on. The headman grits his teeth. How do we trade for pigs? This time, Nora's shrewder. Depends how much they weigh and whether they can breed. If it's a pair, I'm willing to give a bit more. After everyone goes back to confer a good while, the headman finally says, we can give you a pair of boar and sow. Both piglets around 44 pounds each. Not yet fixed. We'd meant to keep them for breeding. Nora is pleased. Then name your terms. Whatever it is, I'll do my best to agree. Medicine, the headman says at once. We want medicine. Nora hesitates a little. What kind? I'll tell you now, I don't have much fever reducer left. Mostly, it's that in a few more days, the virus will freeze. And fever reducer will lose its use for a while. If she trades it all away in fever reducer, this village will be in a bad way. It shames Nora deeply to come out so far ahead, because her own father came from the countryside. The headman looks disappointed. It's fine, it's fine. Then what can we trade? Honestly, trading for food is more practical, Nora says. You think sugar's no use now, but in a high fever, it helps the body get its strength back fast. If you can't picture it, think back a few decades. Wasn't sugar a fine thing then? The headman's eyes light up. Then we'll trade for sugar. Do you keep goats? Nora asks. No. We've got cattle, but only one head, so we won't sell it, the headman says. Nora doesn't want to push them. What about geese? We have geese, and one family keeps 2 rabbits, but they're nearly done for. Nora's eyes light up. Geese go at the same rate as chickens and ducks. Rabbits, a little cheaper. As for these 2 pigs of yours, the price runs a bit higher. Here's what. I'll take all these supplies for all your geese and rabbits. That's about 77 pounds of sugar, 110 pounds of salt, 8 boxes of anti-inflammatory, and a box of fever reducer. The headman hesitates. Well, sugar and salt are both fine things, precious in the days ahead, Nora says. If our boss didn't want live animals to breed, he wouldn't have pulled them out so fast. The headman grits his teeth. Throw in 50 more packs of biscuits. Nora makes a show of lifting the rain tarp on the raft to look. I don't have that many biscuits left. Only about 20 packs. But I've got 4 cases of instant ramen and 40 packets of beef hot pot base. The headman's eyes practically glow. Done. Nora lets the tarp drop, stands, and says to him, I see you've organized a watch to patrol the village. Do you patrol at night too? The headman says proudly, Of course. We were the first to set up a watch. When the government's people came, they said themselves we'd done well. Nora reminds him, It's cold now. Wear more on the night patrol. And whatever happens, get word to the whole village, fast. The headman doesn't see why she'd say it, but he nods all the same. You're right, more clothes at night. No sense catching a chill and falling sick. The trade done, Nora and Linda each carry a pig down the mountain, once the group across the way is out of sight. Nora asks the system, Is anyone tailing us? No, the system says. They've gone back to the village, happy with their supplies. Nora finally relaxes and has Linda put the animals into the farming space. By pre-apocalypse prices, Nora came out a little ahead on this trade, or at least not behind. The biscuits were the dearest part. By post-apocalypse prices, sugar and salt rival pork. Going without meat only makes a person uncomfortable. But without salt, there's no surviving at all. It's just that now she can refresh 6.5 pounds of salt and 6.5 pounds of brown sugar a day. And the anti-inflammatory and fever reducer refresh too. So even spending a few more biscuits, it's a win-win overall. Back home, Gordon hurries to open the door. Well, Nora and Linda disinfect with alcohol. And then Nora says, 2 hens, 2 roosters, 2 piglets, and 2 male rabbits. Why are they all male rabbits? Gordon asks, puzzled. That family kept rabbits as pets for their kid, Nora says. In this half-dead state, lucky for them, they lived in the countryside, where there's grass to eat. In the city, they'd have been butchered long ago. Gordon gives an ah. Nora and Linda take turns boiling water to wash, then change into more comfortable clothes. Gordon's already finished redoing the wiring. He says, "It's just that this stove's a bit of a hassle. It has an exhaust pipe. I think it's best to run it out through the window. Only in cold like this, I don't know how well it works, leaving a window open at night." Nora turns it over. "If we've got a fire going indoors, we can't seal every window, right? We pack quilts around the gaps under the exhaust pipe. That blocks the cold and keeps us from being poisoned in our sleep." Gordon says, "Good." Nora pulls more than 10 quilts out of the vault. The poor quality ones become door curtains. The three of them work through the whole day. By evening, everything is ready. Gordon drops a few lengths of wood into the stove. He wants to test it. The fire catches fast. The pleasure shows on his face. He looks like a boy playing with fire back in the village. And he feeds in more wood. That's a big flame. 20 minutes and we can boil water. Linda is happier still. You can cook on top of it too. I've seen it all. This girl's been here 3 months, and every hot pot in that vault of hers has gone stone cold. Doesn't know to warm it up and store it hot, then take it out whenever she wants. Nora laughs. "That's because I'm slow, isn't it? Mom's the smart one." Linda bristles. "You're not slow, you're lazy." Nora keeps the rest to herself. It isn't laziness. In a deep freeze, she'll be feeding a fire around the clock. Why burn energy early? Save what can be saved. Now is the time. The stove burns half an hour. Linda shrugs off her coat. Not bad at all. Like the old days, the whole family sitting around a fire. I don't think we need the electric blanket. This is enough. Nora shakes her head. It's still warm right now. Once the temperature drops, this only keeps the place from getting too cold. Linda sighs. All right. Nora takes hold of her mother's arm and leans into her. "Mom, I've got cherries, durian, grapes, Asian pears, and ice cream. Want any?" Linda laughs despite herself. "Eat, eat, eat. Bring it out." Nora brings out 7 or 8 kinds of fruit, then lays out Coke coconut water, sunflower seeds, jerky, dried fruit, and potato chips. She thinks a moment and adds pickles and 3 cans of peaches. Linda is startled and delighted at once. "You're a walking supply depot." Nora hands her a plate of grapes. "Try these, Mom. They're sweet." Then she pulls out a tub of ice cream, sitting by a fire eating a Magnum. Perfect. Linda says quickly, "A girl your age should go easy on cold things. You hear me?" Nora smiles at her. Next time. Next time for sure. The cold front hits at 2 a.m., so tonight will be a bad night for sleeping. Nora talks it over with her parents. All 3 decide to turn in early. Linda sleeps beside her daughter, the same as before. At 1:30, the phone buzzes. Nora is awake at once. She kills the alarm and shakes Linda still deep under. The 3 of them pull on thermal layers and the cold weather gear she paid a fortune for, then move into the living room and build up the fire. Nora takes an alcohol thermometer out of the vault and hangs it on the wall. An ordinary thermometer reads down to 40 below. This alcohol one is supposed to read to 148 below. She has no idea whether that's a lie for buyers. At 2 a.m., it arrives without a sound. The windows and doors are covered with thick quilts and a double layer of blackout curtain. The lights are on inside and nothing shows outside. Nora stands facing the thermometer. She watches it sit just past 68 and then drops straight down. Drawn as a line, it would be a line going off a cliff. 4 below, 22 below, 40 below. Seconds. That's all it takes. Son of a Nora's tongue trips, and the rest doesn't come. She turns and finds her parents, pressed together, sharing what heat they have. Gordon is shaking.
cold like this, anybody who sleeps deep freezes. Nora goes quiet for 2 seconds, then pulls on a heavy coat. Mom, Dad, get that stove wide open. Linda barely gets a word out before Nora is through the door. The hallway is worse. Even under all those layers, Nora shakes. Her breath feels like it's freezing on the way out. She runs next door. She doesn't dare put skin on the metal handle, so she pulls her hand into her sleeve and knocks. Hazel knocks. Hazel, get up. 10 seconds maybe. Then Knox's voice comes through. I'm up, Nora shouts. Get Hazel up. More layers. Drink something hot. I'm going downstairs. Knox answers fast. Watch yourself out there. Nora pulls warm gloves from the vault and gets them on, then hurries at the fire door lock. It doesn't turn. Maybe the cold. Maybe something else. Her patience goes. She drives her boot into the door. Everybody up! Anybody in there? She's shouting and wrenching at the lock at the same time. No telling how long Nora couldn't say herself. The lock finally gives, and she runs down. You Great Fortune doesn't sleep deep, luckily. He's awake before she reaches him. The apartment is a mess. Both small boys are crying in fear. The sound carries hard enough to wake the whole building and the building next to it. Nora goes back up. Linda already has ginger and brown sugar water on. Drink a bowl. I'm taking 2 next door. Nora makes a sound of agreement and sits by the stove with the warm water. Maybe it's how cold it is outside. The first mouthful doesn't feel warm at all. It's like drinking cold water. By the 5th mouthful, her mouth finally starts to thaw. Nora looks at the thermometer again. The number has come back up. 38 below. She looks at the stove burning in the middle of the room and lets out a breath. Linda comes back frowning. This kid ran out there without so much as a heat patch on. Nora sets her bowl on the stove and puts his arms around her. It slipped my mind. I should have stuck them on first. Linda shakes her head. The 2 of them lean together by the fire. A while later, Nora carries the thermometer to the east side of the apartment. Still 54 below. Not a place to sleep. Nora thinks it through. Puts the bedroom bed into the vault, then takes the sofa and coffee table out of the living room and sets the bed up in their place. Linda doesn't follow. We're sleeping out here tonight. Yes. In the morning, I'll put it back in the bedroom and bring the sofa out. It's easy. Linda looks around. The idea isn't bad. I'll get the electric blanket on. Nothing more that night. The next morning, Nora surfaces slowly and finds Gordon feeding wood into the stove. She looks at the wall. The thermometer has climbed a little. 26 below. The stove is strong then. It lifts the room the way the old stove beds back in the village used to. While she still has the energy, Nora gets out from under the warm bedding and pulls on her cold weather gear. Her snow pants, her insulated boots. The clothing is genuinely warm. Not the kind a seller talks up past what it is. No wonder polar research crews use it. Hosts, something happened on Slade's side last night. His numbers are down by 2. Before Nora can ask what, Linda comes in off the balcony. Nora doesn't follow. Mom, what were you doing out there this early? Linda sighs. Go look for yourself. From the 18th floor, people are much smaller. Overnight, the water that reached the 6th floor yesterday has turned to ice. The whole city lies under one thick sheet of it. Nora lifts the curtain and the quilt behind it. The first thing she sees is an endless plain of ice. Then she sees the people out on it. Thin clothing, not moving. Their families have brought them out. Some kneel. Some sit down beside them, and then they stay there, not moving either. If anyone could record this, it would look like the floor of hell. Nora drops her eyes and goes back to the living room. Her parents are sitting in front of the stove, saying nothing. No wonder Gordon didn't react when she got up. He had already seen it. There was nothing in him left for conversation. Nora washes her face in silence. Then she clears out the fridge, carries a pot back, and sets it on the stove. She asks quietly, Dad, Mom, what do you want for breakfast? Linda's eyes are red.
Whatever you want. I can't eat. Gordon says nothing at all. Nora thinks, lifts the pot off, puts the kettle on instead, and drops a few sweet potatoes into the small oven beside it. Linda can't hold the question in. Did this many people die in the big rain too? Nora doesn't answer it straight. In rain, you can climb higher. In cold like this, there's nowhere to go. Linda can't make sense of any of it. What kind of place is this? Can we actually survive here? Nora keeps her voice even. We're alive right now. Start there. Gordon looks at his wife with the hope gone out of her, and at his daughter putting on a strong face. Then he speaks up. That's right. We're alive right now. We're luckier than a lot of people, so we work harder. When I first came up from the country to the city, I was behind everyone around me. And look at what Linda cuts across him. Don't start on that again. Working out how to live is what matters. Gordon goes quiet. Of course we'll work it out. You two have golden sheets, don't you? I'll do what you say. Nora jumps on it. Then first we eat. Full stomach, then strength to work. Gordon nods hard. Right. We can't sit here waiting to die. Fill the stomach and stay alive. Linda still doesn't eat. Then someone knocks at their door. Nora knows it's the Hayes siblings. She hugs Linda, once stands, and goes to answer. There are 3 doors on their place now, with a quilt hung behind them for a curtain. Cold air is the enemy, so Nora opens up steps into the hallway and pulls the door shut behind her by hand. It's Hazel and Knox. Hazel is bundled thick, and her face is gray. Nora, my brother and I want to go out and look around. You in? Nora frowns. Out for what? It's brutal out there. Give it 2 days to settle. Knox lets out a breath. 2 more days, and anything that burns will be stripped clean. Nora knows how much firewood Knox has stockpiled. Enough to pack 3 rooms. In a freeze like this, it still won't be enough. There's no stove in his apartment either. Nora turns it over, then says, I was going to give it 2 more days. How are things downstairs? Hazel's voice is flat. They've got 2 small boys. How good could it be? At least they didn't burn all their clothes the way some people did. Mara's wearing Dr. Chu's things now. The 2 boys have nothing. They're just wrapped in quilts. Quincy went out at first light, said he's going to the relief shelter to find Dr. Chu. Alive or gone, he has to see for himself. No idea how he's doing. She lowers her eyes and stops talking. The grief sits on her face. From the solar superstorm through the rain, Nora has never seen Hazel like this. It's as if she changed overnight. Knox speaks. About last night, thank you. If you hadn't gotten us up, you might be collecting me and Hazel today. Nora shakes her head. I couldn't sleep. That's all it was. Be careful out there. Knox says, we will. You just got your parents back. Get settled first, then we'll deal with the rest. Nora makes a sound of agreement. Once they're gone, she locks the fire door. And the lock still doesn't feel right under her hand. Maybe the temperature is too low. She has no idea whether both locks are going to break. Back inside, Linda is quick with it. They went out. Nora nods. They have to find firewood. Linda is impressed on the spot. That's real nerve. I still can't get calm. But isn't it dangerous out there right now? Nora says sooner or later, we get used to this cold. People adapt fast, actually. And moving around probably warms you up some. Linda breathes out. You're right. I need to get used to it too. By then, Gordon has the noodles done and hands them each a bowl. He's warmed beef to go with it. Nora eats and asks the system, what's happening on Slade's side? Why are his numbers down? Did they freeze? The system says, correct. After he ran from the safe building, didn't he move into that villa district you scouted once? Nora nods. After Slade fled the complex, he took Roy's whole household out to the villa district. 2 other groups passed through the place later. They found nothing left and carried off only what looked valuable. It sat far from the city as well, so few teams ever made it out that far. Slade settled in. He had a big house, food and drink enough. And for a while,
He lived well. It didn't take long for him to find the flaw. Nobody had ever lived in that villa district, which meant there were no women. No women meant no golden cheats. Slade got restless. He pushed hard at Nadia to conceive. All that time went by, and Nadia still wasn't pregnant. That didn't sit well with him. He cursed her daily for being unable to bear a child, and he suspected she'd been with someone before him. That was why she couldn't conceive. Nadia cried herself to sleep every night. Slade found reasons to be out. He left early and came back late, and he cut the household's rations. Nadia's little brother went thin with hunger, and the whole family wept where he couldn't see. Then one day, Roy came down with a fever. Nobody with credentials ever named the illness. Everyone called it the collapse virus, and anyone who caught it was said to have the collapse fever. Roy's Gale caught it soon after. The two of them went down and couldn't get back up. Nadia had nothing to work with. She had no love for Roy, but she was close to her mother. In the end, all she could do was go to Slade and beg him for medicine. By then, Slade's patience was gone. On one side, Nadia still wasn't pregnant. He had a golden cheat. By his logic, getting a woman with child should have been simple. On the other side, he had decided Roy was bad luck. Everything had gone wrong since the man attached himself. Medicine. Where am I getting fever reducer? Do you know what one pill costs right now? You can't even give me a child and you want me buying you medicine? Nadia had no idea Slade could trigger a golden cheat. She answered miserably, "Why do you keep pushing me?" In the first 2 months, even I wouldn't know. And the way things are, how would I even deliver? You want your child born into the end of the world. Slade sneered. That's you inventing problems. You have it, I'll feed it. Guaranteed. Then his eyes narrowed. Nadia. I've been wondering why nothing's taken. Have you been swallowing something behind my back? Nadia stared. How? Where would I even get it? I'm asking you for one fever pill for my mother. She can't hold on much longer. Slade's lip curled. Medicine, medicine. My medicine is for my woman. Then he smiled at her, and there was something in it that didn't belong. You want medicine, fine. Your mother's 10 years younger than your father, if I remember. Good looking, too. She only married him back then because he had money. Nadia didn't catch it. What are you saying? Slade took his time. Guess what I'm saying? Nadia's stomach turned over. For a second, she thought she might be sick. She told herself she had it wrong. Slade wasn't a man you trusted, and his character was rotten. But nobody sank that far. Nobody was that shameless. Out of the master bedroom, Nadia stood at a distance and looked toward her parents' door and couldn't shake the feeling that both of them were near the end. It hurt to look at. She decided she wouldn't sleep beside Slade tonight. Better to make him come asking her back. Then she could use the moment to get the fever reducer. She went to her 4-year-old brother's room to spend the night there. Nadia was still too young to see it coming. She didn't know that once she left, Slade walked straight into her parents' room. He had no shame in him at all. He knew exactly what kind of man Roy was. So he said what he'd come for outright. Roy was close to the end. The moment he heard there was fever reducer in it, he came off the bed and caught at Slade's trousers. I've got something to trade. I've got something. And then he named it. It was his wife. And he kept talking, and every word made it worse. Gale cursed him where he stood. You dog. Why did I ever marry you? You liked the car and the house, didn't you? Why else marry a man more than 10 years older? Gale's tears came. Roy. When I was young, I thought you were good to me. You swore you'd be good to me my whole life. I swore, and you believed it. Are you simple? Roy didn't even look at her. He worked at pleasing Slade, and nothing was too low to say. He talked about his wife the way a man talks about goods on a table. Then he bargained. Son-in-law. Boss. Listen to me. Give me the fever reducer, and I'll walk right out. I'll act like I saw nothing. Slade figured it made no difference whether the man left or stayed. He threw down 2 pills anyway. Sort yourself out. Roy went half mad with joy. He closed his hand around the 2 pills and walked out, straight down to the kitchen. Some Father Slade said, and smiled, pleased with himself. Then he turned back to the bed. Well, do you want fever reducer or not? Gail didn't answer him. She had made her decision long before he came through that door. She made it now. The room went quiet. Slade froze, swore, moved without thinking, and there was nothing left to do. He stepped back from the bed. Damn it! How does this even happen? Mother and daughter both. Stupid women, the pair of them. Down the hall, Nadia had been drifting in and out of sleep when the sound reached her. She came out to look. She saw her father first, down in the kitchen. Then she hurried to her mother's door. She was too late. Mom Nadia went for the bed, sobbing, reaching to hold her. Didn't I tell you to stay out of that room? You still have to get pregnant. What if you take the fever? Nadia's voice tore. Let go of me! What happened to my mother? Slade said she couldn't hold on. Living hurt too much, so she made her own choice. That's not possible. Hate filled Nadia's eyes, fixed on him. Slade didn't take any of it seriously. Nadia was an 18-year-old girl, soft-natured, easy to push. Her own father had handed her over, and all she had done was cry and take it. Slade said, everything's possible. Don't believe me? Ask your father. I gave both of them fever reducer. Nadia looked toward the kitchen and saw her father swallowing the pills fast. Really? She asked it blankly. Slade said, of course it's real. Why would I lie to you? Do I need to lie to you? Do I need to lie to you? What had she ever done to make this man think that little of her? It hit Nadia like a hammer to the chest. Her face emptied out. The light went out of her eyes. Slade said, come with me. Let your father clean up in here. The temperature might drop tonight. We'll throw some things in the fireplace and get a fire going. Nadia looked at him once and lowered her eyes. All right. Slade was allergic to work, so splitting wood had always been Nadia's job. She picked up a heavy axe and brought it down on a wooden chair, one stroke at a time. Thud. Thud. No telling how long. The fire came up. Slade told her to shut the windows tight and dragged the sofa close. Nadia did each thing in turn. Then she gathered up her brother, cried out and warned through, and sat down beside the fire. A while later, Roy came over carefully. Boss, can I sit by the fire too? Slade's voice went hard. You're not over it. You want to hand the collapse fever to your own son and daughter. The boy's 4, isn't he? You think he takes that? Something like resistance crossed Roy's face. In the end, he turned back to his room. That night went on and on. Roy decided his fever had broken because what he felt now was cold to the bone. His wife was still lying on the boards. Roy had stripped every quilt off the bed to wrap her, then moved her down to the floor. He found 2 more in the closet, but they weren't as thick as the 2 he'd used. Then Roy felt colder still. He thought about going somewhere to find quilts, and then he lost consciousness. The next morning, Nadia found him stiff. There was no grief anywhere on her face. There was something closer to a smile. The system says, so Roy froze. Or not exactly froze. If he hadn't agreed to hand over his wife, he might have kept his life, given that Roy was only a supporting character in the book, always trailing Slade, handling the small jobs. His fate line has continued to weaken. The system sighs. A shame this one had nothing to do with you, host. No rich reward in it. Nora thinks it's fine as it is. She did nothing this time, and Slade is walking himself into a corner. Isn't that good news? A shame about Gail. Nora thinks a moment, then asks, in cold like this, does Slade go out for firewood himself? The system says he stockpiled a certain amount of fuel, but to keep watchers off him, he's most likely sending Nadia out for wood.
He himself is certainly only out looking for women. Nora clicks her tongue. You really do have him figured. In the afternoon, Hazel and Knox come back. Nora lets them in and finds they've managed 2 coal stoves and some charcoal. She's surprised. Where did you find this? Did you go far? Hazel shakes her head. Walking on ice is too slick, so we didn't go far. Only as far as my brother usually goes. We got lucky, ran into a stockpiler turned dealer. Traded food for these. Nora finds that odd. He has a lot of coal stoves and charcoal. Hazel says, not a lot. Not a little either. She holds out the stove in her hands. This one's traded for you. Take it. Use it. Nora is caught off guard. She hadn't expected one of them to be hers. She says quickly, my parents came up from the village. They brought a lot of country gear with them, including a big coal stove. I don't need this one. Take it back and run too. You'll be warmer. Hazel looks at Knox. Knox nods. If you're covered, even better. We'll use it. He goes on. The roads out there are bad. We're staying in tomorrow to work something out. See if we can build a sled to go out with. Then we head out again the day after. Nora nods. All right. I'll go with you the day after. My ex-boyfriend was into the outdoors and left a lot of gear behind. I'll dig through it. See if there are ice skates still worth anything. Hazel doesn't get her hopes up. It'd be good if you found some. Nora, we're going in. Don't stand out here, you'll freeze. Nora looks at her and sighs on the inside. All right, see you the morning after. Back inside, Nora takes a pair of ice skates out of the vault. There's a sled in there as well, and a snowmobile. They aren't going far, so the snowmobile isn't necessary. Nora puts it back. Gordon asks, curious. You're going out, sweetheart. Nora nods. I want to see how things stand. Gordon says, then I'm coming. Your mother can hold the house and handle the food. Linda isn't happy about it for a second. You're both going out and leaving me here alone. Nora turns around. Mom, somebody has to hold the house. And holding the house is critically important. It takes extremely strong will. Linda is curious in spite of herself. Will what will? No matter how anyone cries out there, or begs, or curses, no matter what they do, you don't open that door. You don't know how it was. There were old people and children crying at the fire door, crying from morning until night. Hazel nearly didn't make it through. Linda understands. So it takes a steady heart. Nora keeps her face serious, which is why the householding assignment goes to you for now, Mom. You'll need to take responsibility. Accept your assignment from command. Linda stops. Why does she still feel something is off about this? Early on the 3rd morning, Nora and Gordon are waiting at the fire door. 2 or 3 minutes later, Knox opens up. Nora gets to it fast. Let Hazel come with us. We can bring more back. My mother's holding our place. Knox hesitates, then nods. All right. He goes back to pass on the news, and something bright crosses Hazel's face. She kills the fire in the apartment fast. A day at home would mean who knows how much firewood burned. Going out is plainly better. Once Hazel has changed, Nora produces 2 pairs of ice skates. I have to thank that Dynasty Kid ex of mine. There's nothing he doesn't own. Nothing he can't buy. Hazel's dull eyes light up on the spot. God bless the Dynasty Kid. Since the freeze hit, Nora hasn't been outside once. Going down this time, she finds that from the 18th floor down, 9 of every 10 apartments look empty. Every door stands wide open. No sign of anyone. Apart from the ones who froze that night, most of the rest chose to leave. Quincy came back from the relief shelter yesterday with news. The outbreak on the shelter side is basically finished. Many died that night, but a good number came through. The government has decided to move the camp. The camp went up at an apartment complex on the mountainside. Villas and high-rises, every floor packed shoulder to shoulder. Roll over in your sleep and you hit somebody? Now, the peak of the freeze is here. Spreading people out like that works against survival. So the commanders decided to move the relief shelter to the city arena. The arena is new. It stands 95 feet tall.
the top floor still above the ice. Close to 200,000 square feet capacity for more than 10,000 people. When the crowd streamed out of the relief shelter toward the arena, Quincy came straight back and asked You Great Fortune's household whether they wanted to go. Quincy said, "There are a lot of people there. It'll feel warmer, and the government will find ways to concentrate the heat. No more worrying about freezing. Conditions at the relief shelter are poor. People packed in. You watch your neighbor while you eat a mouthful, and things go missing all the time. But not worrying about freezing to death is a strong pull. Once the news got around, even Chairman Chen of the Self-Rescue Committee was moved. Yesterday, he took his last 6 members and left the complex for the shelter. Both You Great Fortune's household and Quincy's move out of the building. Mei Wen stays. She seems set on following Nora. Nora keeps her word and hands her 1 pack of compressed biscuits a day. The 4 of them get down to the 6th floor. Nora starts to change into her skates. Hazel stops her. Change after we're clear of the complex. There are too many out there. You can't skate through it anyway. Nora puts the skates away and drops her eyes. Hazel tries to soften it. Quincy says once the shelter finishes moving, the government will handle them. Don't carry it. Nora shakes her head and turns. Where are we going today? Knox says, same office tower as last time. There should still be desks and chairs inside. And there's a small market we'll see if we can trade for anything. Nora's eyes come up. The 4 set out. With skates under them, a sharp tool that they make it in under 10 minutes. Except Hazel is frozen through. Even her ears have gone half deaf. She's wearing a fleece hat with 3 layers of scarf over it. Nora reaches over and works at her ears with both hands. Hazel is puzzled. Nora, are your hands cold or warm? I can't feel a thing. Nora doesn't know whether to laugh. Warm, probably. Otherwise, I couldn't be talking. Hazel blinks. Oh. Nora looks up at the office tower. 30 floors or so built on an avenue out in the outer ring. No wonder it hasn't been picked clean. That little market's on the 8th floor, right in the hallway. Nora makes a sound of agreement. They go in. On the 8th floor, Knox comes up beside her and drops his voice. See the one with the tarp, the sign that says Vic's Goods. That's who sold us the stove. Nora tilts her head. Under the tarp sits a rail-thin man, 40s or 50s, in a filthy coat, scanning the hallway for somebody to trade with. Knox says supplies first. We'll come back for him. Nora agrees. A lot of people went to the relief shelter, but plenty are still out here, like them. The tower isn't quiet at all. Every floor knocks and scrapes. Nora and Gordon work through 7 or 8 rooms on the 17th floor and finally find one with 2 big chairs left in it. Gordon's face lights up. He has a screwdriver out fast, working the bolts. Nora lowers her voice. Dad, wait here a bit. If somebody wants to take it, let 'em have it. We're not short on wood, Gordon says. Where are you going? Nora says Vic's Goods. There might be a deal in it. Gordon hesitates. Then he thinks about 3 months when he wasn't here and how well she did without him. She's harder than he is. Gordon can only nod. Be careful then. Nora goes down slowly. She makes a show of shopping and wanders the long hallway. They call it a market, but there aren't many people. 20 sellers, give or take. Buyers are scarce. Most are only looking. And what's on offer is strange. One man is selling power banks. That was probably his line before the collapse. Nora stops and asks, Is anybody still buying these? The man answers, Some. The government's working on getting the power back, isn't it? Power back won't help. Yours are dead already, aren't they? The man says, Dead or not, I couldn't tell you. But think it through. Once the power's on, aren't these worth something? Bottom line, maybe they work after a repair, and then they'll be hard to find. You'd want one, and you couldn't get one. Nora knows the power isn't coming back easily. She plays along. Then why not wait for the power and sell after? Worth more that way. The man breathes out. I've thought about it. I'm just afraid I'll starve before the power comes back. Pretty lady, you look well. Dressed well, too. You haven't been going hungry, have you? So do you want a power bank or not? Nora looks down at what she's wearing. Then she shakes her head. The man sours immediately. Not buying. Then clear off, asking questions for nothing. Nora raises an eyebrow and steps away from the stall. She wanders a while longer and works out that the market has been running more than half a month, which puts it right after the rain. She comes to Vic's Goods. Every other stall is piled with product. He alone has a tarp hung up and nothing under it. Nora plays curious. Hey there, what are you selling? Why isn't anything laid out? The man looks her over. Good stuff. That's why it isn't laid out. What if it walks? Nora acts interested. What good stuff? Coal stoves. Want one. Charcoal. Want that. He's mid-sentence when his speech slows. Then he slaps his thigh and gets to his feet. You're the girl who rented my car, aren't you? Nora goes still. She doesn't recognize the man in front of her at all. I did rent a car once. You're from the rental company. That's right, it's you. You saved my whole family. Your face is all covered. I nearly missed it. He can barely stand still. Miss, do you remember me? 3 months back, you rented a car from my company. I even talked up a Mercedes-Benz for you. Nora nods. Your car's gone now. Who cares about a car? The man is an open book. I still owe you. You left me 10,000 tetras in cash. I bought a good amount with that afterward. A smile comes to Nora's face. So that's why you're out here trading. You were polished back then, though. I really didn't place you. Vic laughs. I've dropped a lot of weight. Who hasn't lately? Keeping an old mother and small children fed isn't easy. And miss, don't call me hey there anymore. My name's Vic. I'm not trading for myself. I'm moving a few things for our boss. Nora asks, only coal stoves. A friend of mine bought 2 off you, so I came to look. Vic says, not only stoves. We move other things. Anything that makes money, we move it. Nora raises an eyebrow. So you move rice. Vic laughs it off. No. That kind of thing runs far too dear. Even if you wanted it, I haven't got it. Nora makes the sound of agreement. Then she drops her voice. I couldn't afford rice. I've got a small piece of business I'd like to put to you, Vic. Vic looks around and drops his own voice. Then come with me, miss. The two of them step outside a little way. Nora checks the ground around them, sees nothing dangerous, and puts the gun back into the vault. Vic. This business of mine isn't small, but it isn't big either. It's just that when I was out scavenging with a friend, we found a villa district. We took a little luxury goods out of it. Vic's face falls. Then there's nothing to discuss. Luxury goods. What use is any of that? You could throw it on the ground right now, and a dog wouldn't pick it up. Nora says, it's clothing. Fur coats, sable, that kind of thing. Vic's eyes come up, straight. How many? I don't know the exact count, but I'll sell the whole lot in one go. There are down jackets too, not as fine as the fur. The down interests him more. How many of those new or worn? Do rich people wear rags? Here's how it goes. Tell me what one down jacket is worth to you. Vic thinks. You did save my family. 10 packs. The collapse changes people, sure enough. Nora turns to go. Vic has her sleeve fast. 15 packs. That's 2 months of eating for a whole household. I just walked the stalls. I know what people are asking. 20 packs. Not one wafer less. Vic grinds his teeth and decides. Fine, we'll take the loss. 20 packs. Nora laughs. Nobody's taking a loss. You're making slightly less. The other pieces will move up and down on price, and I won't leave you short, Vic. Vic laughs too. So when do we trade? Tonight, inside that office tower. Cash on delivery, both ways. Done. They split up. Nora goes back to the tower and finds Gordon has already cleared out a small office. He's hauling chairs down from the other floors and breaking them up where he stands. He sees her and asks quickly, "Did it go through?" "Well enough. We're coming out again tonight." Half a day of working and resting in turns leaves them a pile of split wood. Knox's side has a little more. The four of them carry everything down and rope it together. With the skates, it saves them enormous work. They reach home at 5. Linda has dinner ready and asks whether the two of them are worn out. Gordon says, "Not tired. Not in the slightest. Reminds me of the years I was a floor hand. I had shoulders like this back then, too." Linda rolls her eyes. "Enough. Is your daughter tired?" Gordon says, "Your daughter? You don't know the half of it. She never lifted a finger start to finish. Just stood there, eating ice cream." Linda's eyebrows go up. "In cold like this, you're still eating ice cream? How could I?" In this weather, it comes out solid. "I'd break a tooth." Linda decides that's fair. Gordon adds helpfully, "Which is why she built a fire next to it. Roasted meat instead." Nora, that evening on the way out. Nora tells her father he has no loyalty. She built the fire because she was worried about him getting cold. Gordon says it's because you're greedy. "How would I get cold working? Cold like this and you're eating ice cream. Bad for you." What happens when you're old? Nora surrenders on the spot. "All right, no more. Never again." They reach the office tower. It's quiet now. Empty. Nothing like the daytime. The building is close to abandoned. Nora takes the clothing out of the vault and stacks it on the floor. About half an hour later, she hears knocking against the floor below. 3 knocks. 3 knocks. Then 5. It's the signal they agreed on. Nora knocks against the floor in answer, telling him she's upstairs. A while later, Vic finds them, oil lamp in hand. He sees the pile, and his voice goes up. "That much." Nora nods. "I counted around 140 down and 10 in various furs. She's held back half of it in the vault. She'll find a way to place that elsewhere. Let somebody get lucky finding it. She's kept a few children's coats, too. She'll have Hazel carry those into the relief shelter. She'll send some workbooks along while she's at it." Playing the friendly aunt. Vic is startled. He runs a hand over a few of the men's coats. "Clean as this, they look brand new. Good workmanship, too. These weren't cheap before the collapse. Windproof, guaranteed. These will bring real prices." Nora smiles. "You know your stock." Vic counts. There are 140. He's impressed and rattled at once. "Miss Nora, you and your friend have serious luck. All this winter gear in one place." Straight talk, though, this is too much volume. We can't swallow it in one bite. Nora isn't surprised. "How many biscuits did you bring?" "We figured 20 coats at the outside plus other clothing. We only brought 700 packs. They're downstairs." Nora shakes her head. "Then that's short. Take a portion now." "Wait. Vic can't stand to lose a deal this size. Let's negotiate again." He asks, "Miss Outside Biscuits, is there anything else you want?" "That's the whole point of this." Nora looks interested. "You've got other goods." Vic tests the water. "Antiques." Nora's face closes. "What would I want with those?" No way to tell real from fake. And even a real one isn't food. Vic looks glum. "I don't know what our boss wants them for either. He's taken a mountain of them. Damned if I know what good they'll do him later." He pauses and smiles at her. "How about rice? We've still got a batch." Nora hesitates on purpose. Wasn't all the grain sitting in floodwater? The taste's gone. And rice runs too dear for what it feeds. Not worth the trade to us. Vic sets his jaw and goes for his last card. "I've got something good. Do you want to see it or not?" Nora studies the mystery on his face. "What is it?" "I'll say up front, it has to be practical. If it isn't, I don't want it." Vic drops his voice and lets one word out. "Meat." Ordinary people haven't tasted meat in a long time. Say the word and the first reaction is to swallow. Vic is no different. He waits every day for one mouthful. He watches her closely for the reaction. She only pauses for a beat. Nothing hungry in it at all. Not even meat interests her. Nora says, "How much meat could this lot buy?" A piece each, and it's gone. And isn't the meat all spoiled by now? You mean cured, Vic corrects her fast. Not cured. Fresh. Our boss picked up a stray out of a garden. She'd just dropped a litter. The mother's been dealt with already. He says it the way a man reads off inventory. Nora can't hold the end of the world to account for what it does to people. What she wants is the litter, but she can't let that show. So, a litter of pups. How much meat is that? Vic says, "You keep raising them. You're getting this many biscuits for clothes. Feed them 2 months, and there's your meal. I can't hand you the whole litter, mind. 2 at most. I'll give you 1 male, 1 female. That way, they keep producing, and you keep eating." He warms to it as he talks. "Miss, you saved my family, so I'm being straight with you. This isn't only meat. It's a good investment. Think ahead. You won't just have meat, you'll have income." Nora shakes her head. "Vic, stop trying to sell me. In cold like this, how does a puppy survive? I doubt you can even keep them alive yourselves." Vic goes dry. "They're not easy, no. But they're a month old. They run, they jump. So what else do you want? Salt, sugar, oil? We hold very little of that. It won't stretch far. Those Nora can source." She lets it hang. "Then leave it. We'll trade exactly against the 700 packs. I'll sell the rest to somebody else." "Don't." Vic still won't give ground. He hesitates. And then, "Truth is, we do have something genuinely valuable, very useful. Only, it isn't much use right now." Nora sounds curious. Useful and useless at the same time. Vic makes the shape of a gun with his hand. Beside her, Gordon's pupils contract. Now that's something. Nora's eyes light. "You've got firearms." By the novel's logic, this material starts spreading in the later phases. The world it describes ends up with settlements springing up everywhere. Vic is pleased with himself. We trade with people outside. One says he found them underwater. One says he picked them up. Who knows where any of it came from? But there's no ammunition. If there were ammunition, they wouldn't be selling. Nora lets a little envy show. "How many of these toys do you have?" Vic covers his smugness fast. "Not many. I could let you have one." Our boss is still working on ammunition. If this batch of coats weren't such good quality, we'd want them ourselves. I wouldn't be telling you any of this. Nora reads it as their final offer and goes, cheerful. "That works. 1 firearm for 50 coats. I won't shortchange you. And I'll take the 2 pups. But I won't overpay. 15 coats per pup." Vic shouts. "That's not shortchanging. We've put in capital and goodwill both. And you're pricing us into the floor. I'll cut it short. All of this clothing, and I'll sweeten it 800 packs, and we call it done." Nora says I've got fur in here too. 2,000 packs minimum. Vic shakes his head. Fur is awkward to move in. Who's buying fur now? Plenty of people. I'll point you out a place. The 2 of them put their heads together. Vic comes up doubtful. "There's really somewhere like that? Then why aren't you going?" Nora answers, "We don't have time to retail." "Vic, how do you think I stripped that much clothing out of a villa district?" "Connections. Go where I tell you and your price doubles." Vic sits with it. "You saved my whole family once. I'll trust you again." 1,500 packs, and I'm buying your information with it. Nora smiles. 1,500 it is. It's clothing she picked up in passing. For that, she gets a firearm, 2 dogs, and 1,500 packs of compressed biscuits. Well over value. Vic goes to organize. He brings people back and hauls every piece of clothing away. Once the system confirms nobody's around, Nora puts the gun and the biscuits into the vault. The handgun looks close to the one she already has. Probably takes the same rounds, but she'll ask Hazel tomorrow to be sure. She and Gordon wrap the dogs inside their windbreakers and start for home. With the skates, they move fast. Inside the apartment, Nora gets the puppy out. Mom, put her in your space, quick. Don't let her freeze. Linda is startled. You traded for a dog today. What's in Nora's hands is a small yellow dog, barely holding on, shaking through her whole body. Linda puts her into the cultivation space at once and takes the other one out of Gordon's arms. Both are yellow, long in the leg, and well-proportioned. Some kind of lean, high-legged farm breed. Inside the warm space with chickens and ducks for company, the two of them are frightened and curious at the same time. Small legs wanting to explore, not daring to move. Nora can't see any of it. She thinks and asks, "The pups won't go after the chicks, will they? Can you make a separate section so nothing kills anything?" Linda shakes her head. "It's fine. They can't fight in here." I don't know why either. Nora figures that's the auto tending at work. Then, give them a little food. Not too much their stomachs won't handle it. Linda nods. She warms up cold rice and leftover vegetables and puts it inside. Neither dog has ever smelled anything like it, and both are starving. They hesitate, check that nobody's near, then bolt for the bowl and eat like they're being timed. Linda's face softens into a smile. Nora can't see inside, but she reads her mother's expression and knows it's fine. She strips off her mask and scarf, then 2 soaked pairs of gloves and her hat. The fire moves in the room. Nora sits by the stove and feels her body temperature climb back towards something bearable. Then she says, "Dad, tomorrow I'm going out with the Hayes siblings." "That's all right." Gordon frowns. "You want to go alone?" "Yes." A pause. "There's something important I have to do." She adds, "I'm taking the new gun tomorrow. Once I confirm it runs my ammunition, I'll start teaching you both to use them." Shooting's awkward here, though we'll need to find somewhere open. Linda's eyes fill with delight. "You traded for a gun too." Gordon's face is all satisfaction. "Your daughter inherited my head for a deal whole and perfect. She wanted those pups and still wouldn't bite." Stalled until the other side played its ace. Linda says, "That came from me. I'm the one who ran a supermarket." Gordon smiles his way out of it. "From both of us. We both contributed." Nora doesn't know whether to laugh. Yes, yes. All credit to the two of you. Early the next morning, she takes the gun next door for Hazel to look at, then has Knox go over the details. In the end, they confirm it runs standard ammunition. That makes Nora's day. A second firearm is a second layer of protection, and Linda has a space of her own. They can store it with her and keep it safe. The 3 of them head out together. Nora invents a reason to peel off, then puts her skates on. Today, she's going for a walk around that villa district. It's a long way. Even fully geared, the trip runs her down. Mostly, it's the wind. Cold and hard, both. Nobody around. Nora takes a car out of the vault, shelters inside with hot ginger tea, and pulls on another layer. A bar of chocolate for the energy. And then she's moving again. At the slope near the villa district, she lets out a breath. "System, confirm is Slade home?" "He's out," the system answers. Nadia is cutting wood up the mountain. At this temperature, almost nothing living survives. Nadia has good ground and is mostly taking standing trees. Thinking about where Slade is right now, out looking for women, Nora clicks her tongue. She puts the skates away, takes out an axe, and walks toward Nadia. Before long, she hears it. Chop, chop, chop. She knows it's Nadia. She picks a dead tree nearby and sets her axe into it on purpose. The sound on the other side stops. Nora keeps chopping. The system says Nadia has registered you. She's frightened. She intends to slip away quietly. Nora raises her voice at once. "Somebody over there? What's making that noise?" Nadia hears a woman's voice and eases slightly, then thinks about the possibility that this woman isn't alone, and the fear comes back worse. She decides to loop around and leave, but Nora is already moving toward her on light feet, and Nadia is slowed by the branches she's dragging. Nora catches up without trouble. She acts surprised. I didn't expect anyone out here. You're cutting too?
Nadia sees her and shakes hard. Then she makes out that the woman is alone and presses her lips together. You should go. This isn't a good place to be. Nora knows what she means. Slade and his habits. Nora plays blind. There are trees everywhere. What's wrong with it? You weren't planning to take the whole slope yourself, were you? You couldn't. She lets a little frustration in. Though this is far from my building, even if I cut, getting it home is the problem. Nadia hasn't seen a living person in a long time, and never a woman out here by herself. Her eyes hold suspicion and hunger at the same time. Nadia gathers her nerve and asks, "You live down the mountain. What's it like out there now? Is everyone still sick?" Surprise fills Nora's face. You don't know. It's probably the cold that killed off the virus, too. It doesn't spread like it did. Cold this bad, and I can't tell whether it's luck or the opposite. You tell me, is freezing worse than the fever? Nadia hears it, and her tears come without permission. It's better than being pushed into it by somebody else. Nora meant it as an idle remark. She didn't expect the girl to apply it to herself. You're carrying something. Don't hold it in. The world's too broken for that. Forget everything else. What matters is that you keep going. Nadia's eyes lose focus. Does it? Is that really what matters, keeping going? Nora nods. Of course it matters. If something's happened to you, or you can't take the cold, you could go to the relief shelter. It's at the city arena now. Nadia's eyes catch light. The shelter still exists. Didn't everyone there die of the fever? No, a lot are alive. Plenty of people I know went over. Out here alone, surviving is brutal. Nadia says half to herself. That's true. It's too hard to keep going. Nora judges it far enough. She takes a pack of compressed biscuits out of her backpack. I think meeting out here counts for something. Take this. She crouches and sets it on the ground. Nadia says, at once, I can't. I know what food is worth now. Take it back. Nora shakes her head. You don't know yet. A lot of people froze in that first wave. There's more food around than there was, though nobody knows what happens once the stockpiles run out. She breathes out. I'll leave it here. I'm going to cut. She turns and goes. Nadia hesitates a long time. Once she's sure Nora is out of sight, she hides the biscuits fast. Lately, Slade leaves early and comes back late. He says he's out finding food. He brings back almost nothing. Nadia and her brother have never eaten their fill. If she hadn't heard today that food isn't as scarce down the mountain, she'd have gone on believing he was working himself to the bone. Out looking for women, more like. Disgust rides through her. What kind of man is that? Everything the way it is, and he's still thinking about that. I have to find a way to keep going. I can't let my mother have died for nothing. Back on the other side, Nora waits half an hour. Once she knows Nadia has returned to the villa, she calls it and heads home. The system is curious. Host, what was the point of meeting her? Do you want her to leave Slade for the shelter? Nora explains. No. Nadia's young, but she isn't stupid. She won't actually trust me. All I did was hint that Slade is squeezing her and her brother, and taking her brother to the shelter wouldn't help her either. She knows that in her bones. The system says, then what was the point? Nora laughs. To get acquainted. Build the feeling slowly. Then we join hands and take that dog of a man apart. The system makes a sound of understanding. Nora is about to head down when the system cuts in. Host, wait. Slade and the female lead, Rain Sterling, have met. Oh, then he'll be racking up clan contribution points soon enough. The system sounds deflated. Host, we're at this point, and you can still manage an oh. Nora laughs. Why wouldn't I? He's got nothing in his hands right now. Is the richest man's daughter really going to look twice at him? Who knows? Protagonist charisma being what it is. Nora thinks about it and grants the point. Then we'd better move. She rests twice on the way back and makes the 18th floor before lunch. On the other side, Nadia hauls her deadwood into the villa.
and finds her 4-year-old brother feeding the fireplace. She's across the room fast. Careful, don't stand that close. Toby is obedient about it. You're back. I was scared here by myself. Nadia gathers him up. That evening, Slade returns. He sees the branches stacked through the house and smiles. Nadia, why are you out cutting wood? Didn't I say you don't have to work that hard? That's what your mouth says, Nadia thinks. You've never brought much back. Was I supposed to sit still and freeze? But why is he this cheerful today? Slade can hardly announce that he's found a new target. He pulls a piece of frozen beef out of his bag. Look, meat tonight. Nadia's eyes light. Following Slade, she doesn't starve exactly, but it's biscuits and steamed buns. She hasn't touched meat in a long time. Slade is expansive. Cook it. We're adding a dish tonight. Nadia agrees, immediately carries the beef to the fire like treasure. Let's thaw it first. We'll eat half tonight. No food keeps now. A fifth. Slade curls his lip. It's hard enough to find meat. Eat properly. Cook all of it. I want some of the red wine, too. Nadia is startled. We can't eat this much at once. 2 meals, at least. Slade thinks about how much more than that he eats. Every time he goes down the mountain. Listen to me. Your husband can provide. We're eating it today, which settles it for Nadia. He's done something. Her father used to do this. Wrong himself, then play generous with her and her mother. She lowers her head. All right. The beef gets cooked, and she and Toby and Slade sit down to it. Nadia isn't much of a cook. Before the collapse, she'd never cooked at all. What she knows now, Gail taught her afterward. And Slade won't bring out seasoning in case it raises questions. So the beef is simply boiled. Slade is still riding his good mood. 2 bites in, he loses interest and picks up his glass, swirling it. Nadia sits beside him like she's come into money. She never once checks whether Slade is eating. She's feeding her brother. Toby is happy about it, mouth shining. Slade watches his brother-in-law eat and doesn't care for it. He spoons meat toward Nadia. Eat more. Stop fussing over him. Nadia keeps her head down. I know. Children can't eat much anyway. Slade cuts a look at Toby. Toby is too young to follow any of it, but he can read intent. He presses himself into his sister's side. Nadia drops her eyes, jaw locked. Nothing more that night. The next day, Nora gets up and pulls out 2 large backpacks. Into them go 4 children's down jackets and thermal layers for small kids. She and Hazel agreed last night. They'll go to the relief shelter today, see you great fortune, and get a read on conditions. The shelter is about half an hour out. Once they're clear of the complex, they put on skates and head due west. 10 minutes in a long column appears on the road, moving toward the shelter. Nora and Hazel look at each other and pull to the roadside. When the column reaches them, Hazel asks a woman whose age is impossible to guess, "Excuse me, where's everyone going?" The woman sees the skates and wants them badly. She glares. "I'm 31, and you're calling me ma'am." Hazel freezes, apologizing fast. "Sorry, I misjudged. Please forgive me." The woman doesn't press it. She knows what she looks like now. Command at the shelter has us out ice mining. Ice mining. That's right. They've told us it's 1 pack of biscuits from here on. Want more, you earn it. You can mine ice for supplies, or you can cut wood. Or you can bring something useful in to trade. Or you haul bodies to the burn site. I won't haul bodies, and I haven't the strength to cut. So it's ice, whether I find anything or not. At least I clear a few work credits. Hazel thanks her and skates back. I wonder if Mara's out here. Nora says she's assisting Dr. Chu. She probably doesn't have to mine. Hazel brightens. Right. A real skill means you don't have to do this. They go on. All along the road, people stream out of the shelter. What they're wearing counts as thick. Some have taken clothes off the dead. Short sleeves over long. Long under, short layer, on layer. A thin blanket wrapped over the top. They move slowly. Every face is filthy. Features unreadable. Some you can't sort by sex. The only ones you can read are the children. 1213. Labor force now. Nora and Hazel are in down jackets with windbreakers underneath, hats and scarves across their faces. Envy comes off the crowd in waves. More than a few of the looks turn calculating. They'd wrung their outer clothes out until they looked pickled and rubbed ash into everything. Even so, they draw attention. Luckily, the shelter is close, and there are armed men posted near it. Nobody moves on them. The road is crowded. It takes over half an hour to arrive. The outside of the arena has a certain futurism to it, or had. 4 floors in total. The 4th floor has no doors. So when the shelter moved in, they broke out the windows and hung wind curtains over them. Nora and Hazel reach a window and find 2 armed soldiers on watch. They don't ask much. It isn't like a settlement where you pay to enter. Hazel asks, "Do you know where Dr. Chu is?" The woman doctor past 60, she's very good. Used to practice at the regional hospital. One of them is glad to help. "You're after Dr. Chu. Last room on the left marked medical. She's mostly there these days. So Dr. Chu has a name in here. Everyone knows her. Only now does Nora smile. And Carson's son." The man looks surprised. "You know Colonel Sun." Nora smiles with her whole face. "I do. My name's Nora. If you have a minute, get word to him. Tell him I'm at Dr. Chu's and I'm free all day." The 2 soldiers glance at each other. The other one says, "All right, I'll pass it up." They thank him and go in. The smell hits first. Not something you'd call a stink. It's foul and sour at once, and there's a thick heat riding under it. There's been a large fire at the center of the arena, and scorch marks in more than a few places. The smaller fires look recently put out. Beyond the ones who've gone out plenty, remain inside. Either people dressed too thin to work, or the ones allergic to work who'd rather take from others. And one more group, the old and the very young. Very few of them. The old can't go. Children can't go. Life at the end of the world isn't kind about it. Hazel and Nora are taking it in, on the way to the medical room, when 20 or 30 people materialize out of a corner and close around them bowls out. Nora looks for the soldiers stationed inside, sees them already moving, and quietly gets a hand on her pack. The crowd sees them coming too and dissolves. It's Hazel's first time. She stands there with no idea what to do. The soldier arrives. "You didn't give them anything." No. "Good. They work as a crew. Any new face, same routine. Nothing we can charge them with." He looks the 2 of them over. "You're clearly doing all right. Be careful." Nora says, "Thank you for the warning. We will." After that, Hazel would carry Nora out of here if she could. In a blink, they're at the medical room door. Inside at last is something like clean and orderly. By comparison, with out there. Dr. Chu is squaring away patient records. She looks up. "What are you 2 doing here?" Nora's smile is the real one. "Dr. Chu, Hazel, and I came to see everyone." "Where's Mara?" "Just went to look in on her boys." Dr. Chu is warm about it. "I've got a room here. It was a storeroom, no furniture, but it's somewhere. Mara and you, Great Fortune, are in with us. You can't live out there, not with 2 small children." Nora says, "Then we'll head over. This is your workspace. We shouldn't be in the way." Dr. Chu nods along. "Yes, I'll walk you." Most people are out, so there are no patients. The room isn't far. You can see this wing houses the ones who contribute. The corridor is reasonably clean. Dr. Chu knocks. No answer. She takes a key from her coat pocket and opens up. Mara hasn't seen who's there. "Dr. Chu, why are you back now?" Hazel leans out from behind her, playing it up. "Mara, look who came!" Mara lights up. "What are you 2 doing here?" It's only been a few days, but the reunion runs hot. Out here, once you separate, it can be for good. A shame Quincy and you, Great Fortune, are out scavenging. The room is bare. no bed. They found a box spring outside and laid it on the floor, and it takes up more than half the space. There's a fire going as well, bricks underneath. A large pot in the middle with the wood burning inside it. Mara hands stools to the three of them and pulls a quilt onto the floor for herself. Hazel takes her hand, hurting for her. They talk over old ground for a while. And then Nora opens her pack and brings out the children's clothing. I traded for these at the market outside. Good timing, the boys can wear them. Instead of being bound up like parcels every day. Quilts wrapped around a body make movement impossible. And they're children. They can't live in a quilt. You, Great Fortune, came up with tying the quilt on with rope so they could move a little. The downside is obvious. The boys are miserable in them. Mara loves the clothes on sight. Her eyes go wet, but she can't take anything this valuable. Nora says, "These were bought with the money all of you gave me. We didn't understand the situation then. Now staying alive is hard for everyone, and I don't have much else, so take these." Hazel presses. "Mara, take them. Nora's already bought them. Is she supposed to carry them home?" Dr. Chu pats Mara's shoulder. Mara breaks and cries, holding the clothes against her. "Thank you. Thank you for still thinking of us." Nora smiles and calls across the room to the boy stacking twigs on the floor. "Eli, Owen, come and change." They're 5 and 6. They check that their mother doesn't object and come running. Eli has been reasonably well kept. There's still some meat in his cheeks. His eyes go wide at new clothes, and he blinks at Nora. "Aunt Nora, these are for me. I get thick clothes." Nora nods, smiling. "I didn't only bring clothes. I brought you something good." "Oh." Eli's eyes go bright as glass. "Is it biscuits?" Nora smiles and says nothing. Out of her pack comes a full set of first-grade workbooks. "Look at this. These don't only teach you writing. There's arithmetic spelling vocabulary. There's even English." Eli goes dead still. His face is about a second from crying. The room comes apart laughing. Mara has tears in her eyes and a grin on her face as she pulls her son in. "Aren't you going to thank Aunt Nora?" Eli finds it hard to breathe. "Thank you, Aunt Nora." Nora laughs out loud, hands over the whole set, and rubs his head. Mid-conversation, a knock comes at the door, and a man's voice with it. "Is Nora inside?" "Our colonel has finished his meeting. He'd like you to come to his office." Nora's eyes come up. She says a word to Dr. Chu and the others, and gets the door open. It's the soldier from the entrance. Nora doesn't work at him, just follows him through to the shelter's administrative wing. Compared to outside, it's orderly, and the air is a great deal more serious. Everyone is moving. He takes her to the office door and knocks. When the call comes from inside, he says, "Go on in. My orders were to bring you here." Nora smiles at him. "Thank you." The door opens, and the first thing she feels is cold. No fire in the room. Nora looks at Carson surprised and finds him dressed like a polar bear. Nothing left of the swagger from before. More surprising, Clara is here. The two of them are standing at a map, working through some route. Carson smiles when he sees her. "Miss Nora, you finally came to me. I've been waiting a while." Nora produces her business smile. "Carson, it's been a while. They're all calling you Colonel out there." "Colonel of what? It's all smoke now. I go cold and hungry the same as anyone." He seats her on the room's only bench and pours her hot tea himself. Hot in name. It's more or less cold. Carson sighs. "Sorry, that was just made. It won't hold any heat at all." Nora says quickly, I understand. I'm rarely in here, so there's no fire. But you're dressed heavy. You'll be all right for a while." Nora nods. Clara stands to one side and says nothing. Nora looks at the map on the wall. "What were you two working through?" "Something new for the shelter. Carson is easy about it. It's not classified. You can think it through with us. We want to send an advance squad to the Northern Highland province. How would you go about it?" Nora stalls. "In these conditions, up onto the highlands." Carson sighs, and this one comes from the bottom. It isn't performance the way hers are. He says heavily, After the cold front, we lost contact with the Northern Highland Command. We don't know their situation. That's our strategic rear. We have to restore the channel. Nora glances at Clara, thinks, and says, "On the way in, I saw refugees heading out to scavenge. By rights, food shouldn't be short yet. You're sending them out because your force here took heavy losses. You can't organize anything except security." Carson looks at her surprised. "You have a real eye, Miss Nora." Nora shakes her head. "You don't have the people to run this place as it is, and you still want to push a squad to the Northern Highlands. Those roads all sit high above sea level. It's mountain after mountain. My guess, more than half of that command sits inside underground defense works. They may still have a chance, but the team you send won't be coming back." Carson frowns and says nothing. The consequences of the whole decision are predictable enough. But without Northern Highland support, they're cornered too. All they can do is gamble. Clara's voice is stiff. "Then what would you have us do? Sit here and wait to die?" Nora looks at the map again. "You could work out how to get north instead." Clara stops. "South? I'd understand it might not be as cold. What's north for?" Nora says south is pointless. "You put out the notice yourselves. The further south, the worse the flooding. What have they got left? North, though winter, was always brutal. Their buildings hold heat better than ours. And they'll have kept winter clothing on purpose. Their losses in this freeze can't be as bad as ours. Which means their food is the thing that's thin. It's about a month's travel. We carry biscuits or something else over and trade for winter gear." Carson speaks up. "Our biscuits only run 4 months as it is. What do we eat after we've shipped them out?" Nora says the shelter holds somewhere over 10,000 people. Call it 10,000. Send them out dressed the way they are now. And 4 months from now, you'll be lucky to have 500. By then, you'll have biscuits and a great deal more time to eat them. Carson goes silent. Clara's eyes catch. That may actually work. And carrying food north means the people up there keep living. More people alive is the only way any of this has a future. Nora looks at her. By the novel, both of Clara's parents are inside the Northern Highland Command. And she's willing to change the route anyway. Something moves in Nora that she can't name. Sending a team wouldn't reach that command either way. But who doesn't keep one thread of hope? Clara closes her fist and sets her teeth. "I support this plan. I'll take it to leadership." Carson lets out a long breath. "In principle, I agree. I'd still hoped for the Northern Highlands. Clara, go and brief them. I'll talk with Miss Nora a little longer." Clara nods and leaves immediately, and that's her fiancé, Nora thinks. No wonder Slade could talk himself blue and never move her. There isn't a romantic cell in the woman. Nora is quietly impressed. She looks at Carson. "Carson, you've still got to worry, haven't you?" "Food." Carson sighs. "I have. Nothing grows in this. We eat through a mountain every day." Nora laughs. "Which is exactly why I came to see you." Carson smiles at once. "I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Name it. Anything inside my authority, you'll get. Different once a man gets promoted. Now there's authority to reference." Nora says I don't want much. 5 packs last time I took a bath on that. This time, it's 100. 100 packs isn't extravagant, but as things stand, it might carry a household a year. Carson answers fast. "That's above my authority. Give me the information first, and I'll take it up for you." Nora doesn't buy it. "Carson, if I tell you first, can I still raise the price?" "I'll guarantee it's worth every bit. And I just handed you a strategy on top of it." "All right." He hesitates. 100. If leadership balks, I'll cover the whole myself. Nora clicks her tongue and drops her voice. "It's this. A friend of mine got word. Somebody intends to take Roland Sterling's only daughter." Carson stops. "Sterling. Carson, don't tell me you don't know the man. He can't manage a straight answer." "Of course I know him. Who doesn't know the richest man in the region?" "He's at Moonridge Camp." Nora nods. Carson starts calculating. Nora feeds the fire. I guarantee this is real. Post people on the Sterling house starting today. The richest man isn't what he was. But if even a little leaks off him, it'll carry you a while. Carson leans in. Somebody really means to move on his daughter. Nora is solemn. I'd lie to anyone before I'd lie to you. At the end of the day, the two of them are a villain and a body shield in someone else's book. Naturally, they're on the same side. By the novel, Slade runs the hero saves the girl play on Rain Sterling. He gets the only daughter of the richest man in the region, and he gets the family's stores folded into his hands. A mountain of supplies. Nora says, Carson, that's a fat lamb. Isn't part of why you built Moonridge to get material off those people? They don't cooperate day to day, but when it counts, they need you. Carson comes back at once. Fat lamb nothing. They're a protected population. Nora nods along hard. The more Carson thinks, the more it lights him up. All right, I'll advance you half the 100 packs now. Call it good faith. Nora is delighted and lays it on. Straight and generous Carson. We'll be doing a lot more of this. They trade polite circles a while longer, and then Nora leaves his office. 50 packs is heavy, but her body handles it easily now. For 5 days after the shelter, nothing comes through from the system. The plot is a loose horse now. Nobody knows when Rain Sterling gets taken, but word does reach Nora that Slade has spent days looking for a way close to the girl and nearly got picked up on suspicion of being the perpetrator. Slade is still wanted. He's badly rattled. Lucky for him, the man on duty didn't recognize him, and Rain explained him away as a friend. Slade doesn't dare drift around Moonridge Camp now. He's taken himself elsewhere. Quietly. Which is to say the hero saves the girl play is half broken already. It only needs heaven to stay out of it. Nora is bright as a coin every day, beyond going out for wood with the neighbors. Her most important job now is banking ice. She collected 1,000 tons of water for exactly this. Banking it is simple. Put containers out on the balcony and around the apartment, then run out water from the vault. It freezes the moment it lands, which gives her that much more usable ice. The bottled side is easier still. She refreshes 78 bottles of mineral water a day. 40 go outside to freeze, then straight back into the vault, in a short window with only scraps of time given to it. She banks 200 tons. The rest of the days will take the other 800. While she's at it, Nora makes another run to the little market. Last time the clothes made her 1,500 packs, a firearm, and 2 dogs. Sunny and Scout are Linda's favorite things in the world now. The living room runs warm enough that Linda lets them out to build the bond. Oddly, Vic's goods isn't here. Nora is about to leave when a thin man of about 5'8" materializes in front of her. His face is filthy, and his smile is all flattery. Hello. You'd be Vic's benefactor. I wouldn't go as far as benefactor. That's her then. He's delighted. Ma'am, let's step into the side room and talk properly. Nora reads him as one of Vic's people, but stays sharp, ready to draw. Inside, the man says, Ma'am, thank you for putting Vic onto that big deal. He's not here anymore. He's been moved up to run things at Moonridge Camp. Nora's eyebrow goes up. Is that so? And you handle this end now. That's right. Thanks to you, in a way. He introduces himself. My name's Sunny. Vic told me 3 separate times. If I ever saw you, contact him immediately and set a meeting. He wants to thank you. Nora laughs. Thank me for what? We both came out ahead. Sunny says, how could he not? Ma'am, whatever you want, say it, and we'll find a way to get it. Nora thinks. I'd rather talk to Vic. When is he free? Sunny regrets the big deal slipping past him. If you want him, he's free whenever. He said if you can find things wealthy people want, his price will make you happy. Nora nods. Tomorrow then, 3 in the afternoon here. They fix it,
and Sunny keeps working her, telling her she can come to him with anything. Nora smiles and lets it pass. The whole way home, she turns over what people with money need. Food isn't their problem. Yet, they read the disaster better than anyone and had the cash to stock deep. But they might be short on fresh things. Vegetables, fruit. Only producing either of those draws far too much attention. Not worth it. Then the system comes in excited. Hosts the people coming for Rain Sterling have arrived. Slade is still hunting for an opening over at the shelter. He'll never get her now. Nora laughs and picks up her pace. At home, Gordon is back too. He's brought in a load of dead branches and clean wood and is working through it with a saw. Nora pulls off her hat and scarf. Dad, take it slow. You don't have to grind. Gordon says, it's not as though we stop needing fuel when the freeze breaks. Save what you can. Linda is playing with the dogs. She looks up. Leave him. He's no use outside, so he may as well be useful in here. Nora shuts her mouth. The room runs much warmer than outside, and the dogs have settled to people. They handle the conditions better than humans do. Put them down, and they're off around the apartment. They see Nora and come at her with their tails going. Nora crouches and makes the shushing gesture. Be good. No barking. If next door hears you, we're finished. Sunny doesn't understand a word. She knows her person is talking to her, so she barks back promptly. Nora doesn't know whether to laugh and rubs both heads. Fortunately, Gordon is splitting wood, and the room is loud already. Next door is presumably doing the same. Nora takes dog food out of the vault and fills 2 bowls. The system comes in hot. Host Carson has successfully broken the kidnapping crew, 14 taken alive. Congratulations, host, for severing the bond between Rain Sterling and Slade. You receive 500 cubic meters of space. Congratulations, host, for preventing Slade from absorbing the strength of the region's wealthiest family. You receive. Nora cuts in fast. Hold on. The system pauses and sounds innocent. Host, something wrong? Nora laughs. Sis, let's negotiate. How about you throw me something good? The system hedges. Can we do that? We can't do that. Nora prompts. Why not importing firearms, for instance? But I've been reprimanded so many times already. At this rate, I'll miss the outstanding system selection this year. The system is close to tears. Nora says Slade and Nadia have been together a long while. She could conceive any day. Do you remember what the reward is for his firstborn son? Of course it does. Teleportation. Correct, Nora says. Think about how busted teleportation is. If he takes that, what exactly are my 2 firearms for? The system wavers then. Here's what I'll do. I'll pull a few items from my current stores, but the result is random. What you get depends on your luck. Nora figures her luck runs fine. She's put one over on Slade this many times. Fine. Pull. The system calculates fast. About a minute later, it comes back, both startled and thrilled. Congratulations, host, for successfully preventing Slade from merging forces with the region's wealthiest family. 1 super gift box. Nora has no idea what a super gift box is, but a box gets opened. Open it. Let's see. The system even simulates a victory chime. Congratulations, host. Super gift box opened. You receive 1 luck wheel, capable of temporarily raising luck by up to 1,000 points. Single use. You receive 1 mimic band, single use, can seize a target's skill at any time. Skill undetermined. Nora asks, what does undetermined mean? It means there's no predicting which skill it copies. Use it on Hazel, and you might get firearms proficiency. You might also get sloppy cooking. Nora deflates completely. It's that useless. Host can pair it with the luck wheel. Of course, she'd already thought of that. But the wheel is rare, and she doesn't want to burn it carelessly. Nora asks, anything else? The box also includes 10 cubic meters of space. Please review. Nora clicks her tongue. Keep it and spend it yourself. Don't bother me with scraps. She starts studying the 2 new items inside the vault. The luck wheel is a spinning disc. The largest wedge is plus 300 luck, then 500, then 700, then 1,000. The odds on 1,000 are around 1%. To land it, you'd need 2,000 luck to start with. Then, the mimic band. It resembles a plain silver bracelet. To copy, you wear it on your wrist and make contact with the target. Contact, which means it also works on animals and plants. So if I use it on a chicken, I learn to crow at dawn. The system considers this seriously. Why not laying eggs? Nora doesn't know whether to laugh. That's certainly a perspective. And on a plant, I learned photosynthesis and never eat again. All idle, of course. Better to find something practical. Dr. Chu's medical skill, for instance. Then illness stops being a worry. She has to see Carson tomorrow for the other 50 packs anyway. Good timing for a visit to Dr. Chu. Say what you like. Carson delivers a surprise every single time. Best partner she's got and the finest instrument in the drawer. The next morning, Nora dresses arms herself and heads out for the shelter and runs into the same soldier downstairs. He's alone, a large pack on his back. He smiles the moment he sees her. "Miss Nora, our colonel told me to bring this over." He hands the pack across, delivered to her door. Nora takes it and grins. "Thank you. Sorry to drag you out here." She pulls a few packs of biscuits out and offers them. He waves both hands. No, that's your reward. I can't take it. Our colonel says this round went extremely well. It took some time, but the returns were considerable. Anything else you hear, bring it to him. Nora withdraws her hand, smiling. Count on it. He adds, "One more thing. The colonel wanted you told. The northern team has departed. Clara went with them. He hopes they bring back something good." Nora nods. "Understood. Thank you for coming." He smiles. "No thanks needed. This is nothing." Once he's gone, Nora carries the biscuits back upstairs. Knox and Gordon have already gone out for supplies. Nora has Vic at 3, so she stays in. Then around noon, Gordon comes back. He looks like a man who's seen something. He takes a cup of hot water straight to the fire and sits staring at it for a long while. Linda is anxious. "What is it? Why are you back so early?" Gordon takes a breath. "We've been out for wood, right? There's nothing left to find anywhere. So we thought we'd go up the mountain." Nora nods. "We don't chance unfamiliar ground." Knox led. He took us to a place called High Ridge. It's a long way. We rested twice on the road. We hadn't been there long before we found people. A lot of people. Nora frowns. Why would there be crowds up there? Everyone's ice mining, aren't they? They're trying to get at food and fuel under the ice. And then, mining ice is punishing. Then you have to move whatever you find back up. It's all brutally hard. I'm not certain of the details, but they were saying they were done with it, that they'd take some book storage place instead. Get inside. Stop being cold. Nora sees it. Their target is the library on the mountain. Clara said once that it holds more than 20 million volumes. It doesn't flood. It's full of paper that burns. Nothing has to be hauled. Most of all, a library like that isn't ordinary reinforced concrete. It's built in an older style, with a great deal of timber in it. They won't only be burning books. They'll be pulling the building apart for material. Gordon says, "We saw how it was and didn't dare stay." Nora is immediate. "Then where are Knox and Hazel? Why aren't they back?" Knox said this isn't small. He's afraid it turns into something bad. So he wanted to report it to command at the shelter. Linda frowns. That many people can that side even handle it. He's probably wasting the trip. Gordon feels his way through it. Maybe a warning shot scares them off. Linda shakes her head. How do you fire into a crowd? And in a situation like this, which matters more, living people or stored books? And if they actually shoot,
what do those refugees think then? That question is one the moral philosophers would struggle with too. Never mind that under conditions this extreme, nobody cares what the philosophers think. Nora turns it over. Mom, Dad, stay put. I'm going to go and look. Linda is instant. No, it's chaos over there. What good does you going do? Nora keeps her voice level. I'm only looking. Anything happens, I run. And I have a gun. I can look after myself. Linda isn't settled. She catches her daughter's right hand. Nora, this has nothing to do with you. And this is an invented world. Everything here gets destroyed, and our own world is still fine. No antiquities lost. The books are all right. Nora laughs once. Mom, I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm not throwing myself into anything. I'm going to look. What do you take me for? And I have a feeling, if I go, I'll find something worth finding. Linda is doubtful. Really. You'll promise to stay on the outside and watch. No matter what happens, you don't step in. I promise. I'm only going to look. She thinks a moment, takes out the clothes she wears outdoors, and rubs ash through them until the original can't be read. Face and hair go filthy too. When she's done, Nora says a few words to her parents and goes down. High Ridge really is far. Even moving without a break, it takes her half an hour. By then, the foot of the mountain is empty. Only now does she find cover and top herself up. Chocolate and chips? High calorie. And start climbing. She reaches the top near 2 in the afternoon. The mountain is nothing but people. Over 1,000 probably. Nora quietly pulls her scarf down, buries both hands in her pockets, and folds herself into the crowd. Now she can see it clearly. A minority are shelter refugees. The bulk are hard men who live outside. They're up at the front working the crowd. Knives in hand, every face set mean. The shelter's soldiers haven't arrived. The library gate is shut tight. Behind that wall, there isn't a sound. Nora keeps her head down and circles, taking in everything being said. Some say, rush it. Take the books, run. Nobody will ever trace it. Others say, why run a place this good? You stay in. Why leave all this burnable material and go back to packing into a filthy arena? Better to move up here. Far more room. But some of the cautious ones already want out. Wait much longer and the army comes. Those people have guns. So what if they do? Are they going to shoot us? We're only trying to live. Nora is reading the situation when someone shouts. Quiet! All of you quiet! She looks over. A big man is standing in front of the library gate bellowing. Everybody be quiet and listen to me. The crowd settles by degrees. I know some of you feel what we're doing today is wrong. Before all this, I'd have fought to protect our heritage too. But think about it. How many are already gone? Your parents, your grandparents, your daughters, your sons. How many of you are left? If there are no people, what are those books for? He plainly isn't illiterate. The words come out clean. So today, we have to take this library apart. The books inside the shelving, the timber in the structure. That is our hope of staying alive. There's sense in it. There's also nonsense. There's still standing deadwood all over this mountain, and an unexplored world under the ice. Nora stops watching him and starts watching the crowd, and her eyes land on Slade. She finds Slade. Slade sees her too, with a look like he could eat her where she stands. Nora curses inwardly, then slips both hands behind her back and works the mimic band onto her right wrist. Put plainly, Slade's current skill is copying. Conditional copying, but copying. Whether she can take that off him is anyone's guess. But the man in front of her is the male lead. It shouldn't be difficult. Either way, she won't come out behind. As for Lacey wants her dead, Nora has quietly worked his calculus out of the system long ago. Right now, this stud of a man is single-minded about finding beautiful women. Why would he move on her? She sets everything in place and stands still, waiting for him to come. Slade narrows his eyes. Clearly, there's arithmetic happening behind them. While they're locked, the man at the gate says, "Everyone with me." The crowd surges forward hard enough that Nora is nearly taken off her feet. To avoid being trampled, she has to move with it, in through the gate, which forces distance between her and Slade. Nora says, "Sis, are you my little sprite or aren't you? Why didn't you tell me Slade was here? The system is wounded. Sorry, but he teleported in." Nora stops cold. Nadia's pregnant. No. Do you remember when he wanted to find out whether any women were still selling? He paid 1 pack of compressed biscuits. He earned no clan contribution points. But the woman conceived. Nora is silent. The cheat activates 15 days into a pregnancy. That's how he got it. He heard something was happening here and jumped in from a distance. All right, there's no blaming the system. Nora decides fast. Then we copy his teleportation. The system rallies. Yes, copy his. By now, the crowd has reached the storage building. The gate looks solid, but no gate beats a mob willing to climb. To get in, they'll stand on each other. Before long, someone is over the wall. Then from the top of the wall, a shot. The ones still outside freeze. What's happening? They've got guns in there. Are they shooting people? Somebody in there say something. It's fine. A voice comes back over the wall. The soldier fired into the air. He won't touch us. Come on through. Inside, someone runs to the gate and hauls it open from within. The crowd pours in. Nora wants to back out, and the situation won't let her. She's pressed against the wall, and when she looks up, she sees the main building's doors still shut. 3 people stand in front of it. 2 armed soldiers and an old man of about 60. Their weapons are on the crowd. For now, nobody moves. The courtyard is large, and nobody is pushing her forward now. So Nora slides quietly to one side and looks back toward where Slade was standing. Slade isn't there. The system says host he used the confusion. He teleported inside the library. Nora frowns and says nothing. The old man at the doors speaks. Everyone stay calm. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the director of this library. My name is Ames. I'm not trying to cut off your way to live, but I'd ask you to lift your heads and look at this building. He says the country spent an enormous amount of money and effort on this, hoping our culture could survive, even if disaster came. There are 24 million volumes in there. It's the distillate of thousands of years, the work of people who set it down brushstroke by brushstroke, and the record of what we ourselves have managed in our own time. There are volumes here that exist nowhere else. Genealogies, local chronicles, the traces our ancestors left of having lived. We've had word already that the southwestern branch is destroyed by flood. The northern branch is in danger. Look past this building. There is still a great deal of dead timber out there. I'm asking you to think again, even if in the end we do burn it and erase the record of 1,000 years. We should spend everything we have making it last a little longer. Leave something for whatever comes after us. Someday the disaster may pass. When it does, do you want your children unable to read, not knowing where they came from? These were written by people who came before us, who went through more than we can imagine, hoping to leave us what they'd learned about surviving, hoping that by watching the sky, they could give the ones who came after a better life. A treatise on medicinal plants, a manual on farming and husbandry, a catalog of antiquities. Ames doesn't have a large voice, and it's gone hoarse. Beside him, the 2 soldiers look under 20. Their faces and hands carry frostbite. The crowd finally quiets. Nora asks the system, "What's Slade doing in there? Has he come out?" "Not yet. He teleported into the library, and he's reading." Nora feels the limits of her position. She has no teleportation. She can't punch through the wall and take him apart. If he doesn't come out, there's no copying anything today. While she's weighing it, the man from outside the wall stands up again. Next to Director Ames, he carries more confidence. The director makes a fine argument. But what we're doing to live. That's fair, isn't it? He speaks well. I don't. All I know is this place is our chance. Get inside and we're warm. No more picking through ice for scraps. Our families stop freezing. Look at the frostbite on your own hands. How many have we lost already? Can we afford to care about all this? He roars it. Are you coming with me or not? The crowd starts moving again. Seeing them waver, he turns hard. I'll go first. Follow me and nobody freezes again. Then he takes a long butcher's knife and drives straight at Director Ames and the two beside him. Exactly as most of them expect, the young soldiers don't fire. They don't even bring their weapons to bear. And so, despite everything about the matchup, there's a sound the courtyard hears and has no word for. The soldier on the left goes down. A noise goes through the crowd. Nora didn't expect it. Nobody expected it. The big man shouts again. Their guns are dead. Frozen. Get inside. People in the crowd actually move. They've forgotten that a shot was fired from that wall minutes ago. The guns are not dead. Not everyone turns brutal under pressure either. Most of them see a soldier fall and start yelling. What are you doing? We came for firewood. We don't hurt people. Shoot fire and stop them. 1,000 people. Total confusion. Some want it stopped. Some want in. Some want to run. Nora moved early, so by now she's almost clear of it, out to one side where the ground is thin, and she watches the big man drop the knife and pick up the fallen soldier's weapon. So he knew the guns worked. He doesn't know how to use one. He's only seen it on television. He lays his finger flat along the guard and brings it up on Director Ames. Nora presses her lips together. A handgun appears in her hand. She holds the sight a moment. Then she fires once. The big man cries out and goes down.